Now we are all here today to send a powerful message that our party is united and strong. Yes, indeed. We are united and strong, and we are also going to show that the Trump AOT ticket does not work for New Hampshire families. It is clear from the energy, the passion, and the unity here today that we are ready to elect strong Democratic leaders up and down the ticket this November. And folks, the stakes could not be higher. Here in New Hampshire, we are making progress to build a stronger, more innovative future where education and small businesses drive job creation. We are helping innovative businesses start up and grow. We've expanded healthcare coverage to nearly 50,000 hardworking Granite Staters. We are providing a strong and comprehensive approach to the heroin and opioid epidemic. We froze tuition at our state universities for the first time in 25 years, and we lowered tuition at our community colleges. We've made progress for our people and businesses by solving problems the New Hampshire way, working with Democrats, Republicans, and independents to get things done. And it is long past time for Washington to take the same approach. I'm running for the United States Senate because I want to see a future Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm running because I want to see a future where everyone who works hard has an opportunity to get ahead and stay ahead, where our middle class is growing and thriving, and where all parents can once again feel confident that their children will have a better future. And I am proud to support Hillary Clinton for president because I know she is fighting for these very same priorities. Hillary has laid out a clear vision for expanding opportunity and building a stronger, more prosperous America, where all of our people are included in our shared success. And her vision, Hillary's vision and steady hand, is in stark contrast with what we see from Donald Trump. Throughout her entire life, Hillary has proven that she is a champion for hardworking families. Meanwhile, Trump has shown that he looks out only for himself, no matter who gets hurt. Hillary wants to ensure that all Americans are included in our shared success, regardless of their race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, or gender identity. While Donald Trump is focused on tearing us apart. And Hillary has proven that she understands what it will take to wipe ISIS off the map and keep our nation safe. While Trump has demonstrated that he is temperamentally unfit to serve as commander-in-chief. Unfortunately, it's not a surprise that Senator Ayotte supports Trump for president, because at the core, they both agree on an agenda that will pull us backward. They both support defunding Planned Parenthood. They both support overturning Roe v. Wade. And they both support obstructing the Supreme Court confirmation process. That is the Trump-Ayotte agenda. And the choice in this election could not be more clear. This November, we must answer questions critical to our values and to our future. This election is one about whether Americans are going to reach for our better selves or allow the forces of bigotry, hate, and fear to pull us backward. Are we going to be a country that cuts Pell Grants while giving tax breaks to big oil companies? Or do we help our young people develop the skills they need for 21st century jobs? Are we a nation that restricts a woman's right to make her own healthcare decisions and defunds Planned Parenthood? Or do we help all people access the care they need? Are we going to let corporate special interests continue to rig the system in their favor? Or are we going to lift up middle-class families and give them the opportunity to work hard and to thrive? We aren't going to change a broken system in Washington if we don't all work together. But together we can and we will create a better future for all Granite Staters. Thank you all for your support, and onward to victory in November. Good work, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Jeanne Shaheen.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you all. We are stronger together, aren't we? Exciting day. I am so glad to be here at Portsmouth High School, where two of my grandchildren go this morning. And let me also begin by introducing my husband, Billy, who's over there. My daughter, Stephanie, who's documenting everything. And congratulations to the Seacoast Repertory Theater for that great rendition of the national anthem with my granddaughter, Caroline. I am so excited to have Hillary and Bernie come together in New Hampshire so we can defeat Donald Trump. But before I talk a little bit about that, let me just say how exciting it is to have Maggie Hassan running for the United States Senate, right? Maggie has led New Hampshire with a steady hand and a clear vision, and we all need her in the United States Senate. I can't wait till she gets there. She and all of the other Democratic candidates who are here today, who are running, need your energy, your enthusiasm, and your support so we can be successful on Election Day in November. And we need that because the stakes could not be higher come November. There is no more frightening reminder of the stakes in this election than the events we watched unfold over the past week. The seemingly daily barrage of senseless gun violence culminating with the deadly attack on police officers in Dallas. Absolutely, Black Lives Matter. But even as we mourn those Black lives lost, those police officers shot down, there are those who are attempting to use this despicable attack in Dallas to further divide us. Well, don't let it happen, because we especially need each other now. And while I'm glad we're here today to unite our Democratic family, our goal needs to be to unite our American family, to unite this country. And to unite America, we need to tune out the voices of hate and division. But sadly, the loudest such voice is that of the Republican nominee, Donald Trump. His daily insults and rants, his lack of empathy for others, his praising of brutal dictators, his use of violent rhetoric, all of that makes him unfit for the highest office in the land. Now, Donald Trump is unfit to grapple with the deep-seated domestic challenges that persist in this country, from racial divisions to income inequality. But he's particularly unfit to grapple with the international challenges we face, from the rise in terrorism to the refugee crisis to climate change. Donald Trump believes NATO is obsolete. You know, we just had a hearing in the Senate Armed Services Committee this week. One of John McCain's first questions to former National Security Advisor General Jim Jones, who served in both the Bush and the Obama administrations, was, did he believe NATO was obsolete? Without equivocation, he and every single panelist said, absolutely not. When they were asked, do you know anyone who is an expert in foreign policy who believes NATO is obsolete? They said no one that they knew would say that NATO is obsolete. And yet Donald Trump believes it's obsolete. He's praised Vladimir Putin. He praised Saddam Hussein. He wants to spread nuclear weapons around the world. Donald Trump is unfit to be commander-in-chief. And we saw in the last few weeks the glimpse of the kind of leader that Trump would be. It's scary. You know, in a crisis, he's proven to be feckless and unsteady. After the Orlando shootings, his first thoughts weren't for those lost, or for the gay community, or for the families. His first thoughts were to take to Twitter and congratulate himself for predicting violence. Those are the actions of a person lacking in empathy, lacking in judgment, lacking in decency. Those are the actions of a person unfit to be president of these United States. And, you know, we need to elect Hillary not only to keep Donald Trump out of office, to Hillary here. We need Hillary in office because with multiple economic, humanitarian, and security crises across the globe, we need a seasoned diplomat who can pick up the phone and call world leaders and have instant credibility. With rising tensions here at home, we need a leader who has spent so much of her life fighting for justice for the less fortunate. Hillary understands that we're all in this together, and we can only move forward together. She's built her campaign around that ethic, that our big, beautiful American family can have a brighter future, but only if we build it together. And those are the same values that Bernie Sanders brought to his campaign. You know, I've had the opportunity to serve with Bernie for the last 7 years in the Senate, and I know how passionately he cares about the ideas that he talked about during his campaign. He helped to underscore so many crucial issues, from college affordability to income inequality. He energized young people, and today he's here to bring that same energy to the important job we have before us, to defeat Donald Trump, to elect Hillary Clinton, the first woman president of the United States. We need Hillary, and we need Bernie, and we need each other. And if we work together, come November, not only will we elect Hillary Clinton and defeat Donald Trump, but we will elect Maggie Hassan to the Senate, Carol Shea Porter to the House, and Democrats up and down the ticket. Thank you very much. Keep working hard. Thank you.
All right, guys, while we wait for this Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders joint event to begin, I do have a question on the screen for you, or actually I'm going to post that question on the screen right now. And I want you guys to go ahead and tweet me your answers to the question. I want to know, do you guys think that the Bernie Sanders supporters will vote for Hillary Clinton? Will they come around? Oh, looks like the two have just walked out.
Bill McKibben, Jim Dean, Governor Hassan, Senator Shaheen, thank you very much for your kind remarks. And let me begin by thanking the 13 million Americans who voted for me during the Democratic primaries. And thank you, New Hampshire, for giving us our first great victory. And a very special thanks to the people of the state of Vermont whose support for so many years, as a mayor, as a congressman, as a senator, and as a presidential candidate, have sustained me and Jane and our entire family. Vermont, thank you. Let me also thank the hundreds of thousands of volunteers throughout this country in every state in the union who work so hard on our campaign, and the millions of contributors who showed the world that we could run a successful national campaign based on small individual contributions. $2.5 million of them. Together, we have begun a political revolution to transform America, and that revolution continues. Together, we will continue to fight for a government which represents all of us and not just the 1%. A government based on the principles of economic, social, racial, and environmental justice. I am proud of the campaign we ran here in New Hampshire and across the country. Our campaign won the primaries and caucuses in 22 states, and when the roll call at the Democratic National Convention is announced, it will show that we won almost 1,900 delegates. Far more than almost anyone thought we could win. But it is not enough to win the nomination. Secretary Clinton goes into the convention with 389 more pledged delegates than we have, and a lot more superdelegates. Secretary Clinton has won the Democratic nominating process. And I congratulate her for that. She will be the Democratic nominee for president, and I intend to do everything I can to make certain she will be the next president of the United States. I have come here today not to talk about the past, but to focus on the future. That future will be shaped more by what happens on November 8th in voting booths across our nation than by any other event in the world. I have come here to make it as clear as possible as to why I am endorsing Hillary Clinton and why she must become our next president. During the last year, I have had the extraordinary opportunity to speak to more than 1.4 million Americans at rallies in almost every state in our country. I was also able to meet with many thousands of other people at smaller gatherings. And the profound lesson that I have learned is that this campaign is not really about Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump or Bernie Sanders or any other candidate who sought the presidency. This campaign is about the needs of the American people and addressing the very serious crises that we face. And there is no doubt in my mind that as we head into November, Hillary Clinton is far and away the best candidate to do that. It is very easy to forget, and Republicans want us to forget, where we were 7.5 years ago when President Obama came into office. As a result of the greed, recklessness, and illegal behavior on Wall Street, our economy was in the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Some 800,000 people a month were losing their jobs. We were running up a record-breaking deficit, and the world's financial system was on the verge of collapse. We have come a long way in the last 7.5 years, and I thank President Obama and I thank President Obama and Vice President Biden for their leadership in pulling us out of that terrible recession. But I think we can all agree that much, much more needs to be done. Too many Americans are still being left out, left behind, and ignored. In the richest country in the history of the world, there is too much poverty, there is too much despair. This election is about the single mother I saw in Nevada, who with tears in her eyes told me that she was scared to death of the future because she and her daughter were not making it on the $10.45 an hour she was earning. This election is about that woman and the millions of other workers in this country who are falling further and further behind as they try to survive on totally inadequate wages. Hillary Clinton understands that we must fix an economy in America that is rigged and that sends almost all of the new wealth and income to the top 1%. Hillary Clinton understands that if someone in America works 40 hours a week, that person should not be living in poverty. She believes, we all believe, that we must raise the minimum wage to a living wage. And further, she wants to create millions of new jobs by rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our water systems, our wastewater plants. But her opponent, Donald Trump, well, he has a very different view. He believes that states should have the right to lower the minimum wage or even abolish the concept of the minimum wage. If Donald Trump is elected, we will see no increase in the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, a starvation wage. This election is about which candidate will nominate Supreme Court justices who are prepared to overturn the disastrous Citizens United decision a decision which is allowing billionaires to buy elections and is undermining our democracy. This election is about who will appoint new justices on the Supreme Court who will defend a woman's right to choose. Who will defend the rights of the LGBT community. Who will defend workers' rights, the needs of minorities and immigrants, and the government's ability to protect our environment. If anyone out there thinks that this election is not important, take a moment to think about the Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump will nominate and what that means to civil liberties, equal rights, and the future of our country. This campaign is about moving the United States toward universal health care. And reducing the number of people in our country who are uninsured or underinsured. Hillary Clinton wants to see that all Americans have the right to choose a public option in their health care exchange, which will lower the cost of health care for millions. She also believes that anyone 55 years or older should be able to opt in to Medicare. And she wants to see millions more Americans gain access to primary health care, dental care, mental health counseling, and low-cost prescription drugs through a major and dramatic expansion of community health centers throughout this country. Hillary is committed to seeing thousands of young doctors, nurses, psychologists, dentists, and other medical professionals practice in underserved areas as we follow through on President Obama's idea of tripling funding for the National Health Service Corps. In New Hampshire, in Vermont, and across this country, we have a major epidemic of opiate and heroin addiction. People are dying every day from overdoses. Hillary Clinton understands that if we are serious about addressing this crisis, we need major changes in the way we deliver mental health treatment throughout this country. And that is what expanding community health centers will do, and that is what getting medical personnel into the areas we need them most will do. And what is Donald Trump's position on health care? Well, no surprise there. Same old Republican contempt for working families. He wants to abolish the Affordable Care Act, throw 20 million people off of the health insurance they currently have, and cut Medicaid for low-income Americans. The last thing we need today in America is a president who doesn't care about whether millions of Americans will lose access to the health care coverage they desperately need. We need more people with access to quality health care, not fewer. Hillary Clinton also understands that millions of our seniors, disabled veterans, and others are struggling with the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs. She and I are in agreement that Medicare must negotiate drug prices with the pharmaceutical industry. And that we must expand the use of generic medicine. Drug companies should not be making billions in profit while 1 out of 5 Americans are unable to afford the medicine they need. The greed of the drug companies must end. This election is about the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality that currently exists, the worst it has been in our country since 1928. Hillary Clinton knows that something is fundamentally wrong when the very rich become richer while many others are working longer hours for lower wages. She knows that it is absurd that middle-class Americans are paying an effective tax rate higher than hedge fund millionaires. And that there are corporations in this country that make billions of dollars a year in profit, yet because of the loopholes that their lobbyists created in a given year, they do not pay a nickel in federal taxes. That is wrong. While Hillary Clinton supports making our tax code fairer and more progressive, Donald Trump wants to give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to the very wealthiest people in this country. His reckless economic policies will not only exacerbate income and wealth inequality, they will increase our national debt by trillions of dollars. This election is about the thousands of young people I have met throughout this country who have left college deeply in debt, the many others who cannot afford to go to college, and the need in this country to have the best educated workforce in a highly competitive global economy. Hillary Clinton believes that we must substantially lower student debt and that we must make public colleges and universities tuition-free for the middle class and working families of this country. This is a major initiative that will revolutionize higher education in this country and improve the lives of so many of our people. Think of what it will mean. Think of this. When every child in this country, regardless of the income of his or her family, knows that if they study hard, if they take school seriously, yes, they will be able to get a college education and leave school without debt. This election is about climate change, the greatest environmental crisis facing our planet, and the need to leave this world in a way that is healthy and habitable for our children and future generations. Hillary Clinton is listening to the scientists who tell us that if we do not act boldly in the very near future, there will be more drought, more floods, more acidification of the oceans, more rising sea levels. She understands that we must work with countries around the world in transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel and away from fossil fuels and into energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And that when we do that, we can create a whole lot of good-paying jobs. Well, Donald Trump, like most Republicans, sadly and tragically is choosing to reject science, something no presidential candidate should ever do. He believes that climate change is a hoax. In fact, he wants to expand the use of fossil fuels. That would be a disaster for our country and for the entire planet. This election is about the leadership we need to pass comprehensive immigration reform and repair a broken criminal justice system. It's about making sure that young people in this country are in good schools or at good jobs, not in jail cells. Secretary Clinton understands that we do not need to have more people in jail than any other country on earth at an expense of $80 billion a year. In these stressful times for our country, this election must be about bringing our people together, not dividing us up. While Donald Trump is busy insulting Mexicans and Muslims and women and African Americans and our veterans, Hillary Clinton understands that our diversity is one of our greatest strengths. Yes, we become stronger when black and white, Latino, Asian American, Native American, all of us stand together. Yes, we become stronger when men and women, young and old, gay and straight, native-born and immigrant, fight to rid this country of all forms of bigotry. It is no secret that Hillary Clinton and I disagree on a number of issues. That is what this campaign has been about. That is what democracy is about. But I am happy to tell you that at the Democratic Platform Committee, which ended Sunday night in Orlando, there was a significant coming together between the two campaigns, and we produced by far the most progressive platform in the history of the Democratic Party. Our job now is to see that platform implemented by a democratically controlled Senate, a democratically controlled House, and a Hillary Clinton presidency. And I intend to be in every corner of this country to make certain that happens. I have known Hillary Clinton for 25 years. We were a bit younger then. I remember her as a great First Lady who broke precedent in terms of the role that a First Lady was supposed to play. And as she helped lead the fight to universal health care. I served with her in the U.S. Senate and know her as a fierce advocate for the rights of our children. And I know her, and all of you know her, as one of the most intelligent people that we have ever met. Hillary Clinton will make an outstanding president, and I am proud to stand with her today. Thank you all very much.
Hello, New Hampshire. It is so great. It is so great to be here with so many friends, old and new. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have to say it is such a great privilege to be here with Senator Sanders. Being here with him in New Hampshire, I can't help but reflect how much more enjoyable this election is going to be now that we are on the same side. Because you know what? We are stronger together. And I want to give a special thanks to someone who has been with Senator Sanders every step of the way, not just throughout this campaign, but over the years. His wonderful wife, Jane Sanders. And also, I've had the pleasure of meeting his son, Levy Sanders. Thank you. I also appreciate greatly having the opportunity for all of us to hear from the speakers beforehand. Governor Maggie Hassan, the next senator from the state of New Hampshire. Senator Jeanne Shaheen, who is doing a tremendous job for you. And we are delighted to have heard from and have with us Bill McKibben and Jim Dean.
over these last few weeks, Bernie and I have worked together on plans to put college within reach for more people and to ensure that everyone in America has access to quality, affordable health care. And now, with your help, we are joining forces to defeat Donald Trump, win in November, and yes, together, build a future we can all believe in. Just as Bernie said, over the years, I've gotten to know him as a colleague and a friend. His reputation for passionate advocacy hasn't always made him the most popular person in Washington. But you know what? That's generally a sign you're doing something right. And throughout this campaign, Senator Sanders has brought people off the sidelines and into the political process. He has energized and inspired a generation of young people who care deeply about our country and are building a movement that is bigger than one candidate or one campaign. So thank you, Bernie, for your endorsement, but more than that, thank you for your lifetime of fighting injustice. I am proud to be fighting alongside you because, my friends, this is a time for all of us to stand together. These have been difficult days for America. Yes, they do. And taking on the systemic racism that plagues our country and rebuilding the frayed bonds of trust and respect between law enforcement and the communities they serve will require contributions from all of us. And we have to begin by starting to listen to each other. And more than that, we then have to come together to do something that will help us fix these problems and heal these wounds. We have to reform our broken criminal justice system, take back our democracy from the wealthy special interests, and make our economy work for everyone, not just those at the top. And you know what? We have to do all these things at the same time. That's why throughout this campaign, we've been calling for eliminating racial profiling and disparities in sentencing, ending the era of mass incarceration, dismantling the school-to-prison pipeline, providing more employment opportunities for formerly incarcerated people. In addition to that, I am proposing 2 new steps that get law enforcement the support they need while also stopping the tragedy of black men and women and black children being killed in police incidents. First, let's bring law enforcement and the communities they swear to protect and serve together to develop national guidelines on the use of force by police officers. And second, let's provide better training on implicit bias. That remains a problem even in our best police departments, but it also remains a problem across society. And I'm asking for all of us to really search our hearts and minds to make sure we don't
we don't have those implicit biases. Let's learn from police departments like Dallas that had made strong progress and apply their lessons nationwide. Because everyone in every community benefits when there is respect for the law and when everyone is respected by the law. Remember, when gunfire broke out in Dallas, the peaceful protesters and the crowds that had gathered to support them ran to safety, while the police officers, who just minutes before had been talking with and taking pictures with and protecting the protesters, the police officers ran the other way. They ran into the gunfire. That's the kind of courage and dedication our police and first responders show every single day. So yes, let's take real, meaningful action to end the epidemic of gun violence in America. From Sandy Hook to Orlando to Dallas and so many other places, these tragedies tear at our soul. And so do the incidents that don't even dominate the headlines. Just this past Sunday, a young man, Seth Rich, who worked for the Democratic National Committee to expand voting rights, was shot and killed in his neighborhood in Washington. He was just 27 years old. Surely we can agree that weapons of war have no place on the streets of America. Our police and first responders should never have to face a madman, a racist, a person filled with hatred, with an assault weapon. We owe it to every officer who puts his or her life on the line to protect us. So let's protect them. And we can't stop there. This is part of a broader challenge across our country. Inequality is too high, wages are too low, and it is just too hard to get ahead for too many Americans. We need an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top, not just the millionaires and billionaires, but everybody. And to do that, we need to go big and we need to go bold. This isn't a time for half measures. So we are setting 5 ambitious goals. For starters, in my first 100 days as president, we will make the biggest investment in new, good-paying jobs since World War II. More jobs here in New Hampshire and across our country, especially in places that have been left out and left behind. In communities of color, in coal country, Indian country, everywhere where a person deserves the same shot at the American dream as anybody else in our country. And when I say good-paying jobs, I mean it. As Bernie said, Donald Trump thinks wages are too high. He actually stood on a debate stage and said so. He does want to get rid of the federal minimum wage altogether. Well, both Senator Sanders and I believe anyone who is willing to work hard should be able to find a job that pays well enough to support a family, and Bernie is right. $7.25 an hour is a starvation wage. So, sorry, Donald, if you're watching. We're not cutting the minimum wage, we're raising the minimum wage. And we're going to create millions of good jobs by making America the clean energy superpower of the 21st century. As Bernie reminds us so powerfully, we owe it to future generations to work together to combat climate change. And we're going to do it. We've got the intelligence, we've got the innovation, we're going to roll up our sleeves and demonstrate to the world what America is made of. We're going to have that clean energy economy, and we're going to make it work for everybody. And make no mistake, we will defend American jobs and American workers by saying no to the assaults on the right to organize and bargain collectively. And we're going to say no to attacks on working families and no to bad trade deals and unfair trade practices, including the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Second, we're going to make college debt-free for all and help millions of people struggling with existing student debt save thousands of dollars. Here in New Hampshire, you know, students are carrying one of the highest debt loads in the country. I've heard from young people who can't start a business, move out of their parents' home, or even get married because of all the student debt holding them back. So with your help, we're going to make it so future students won't have to borrow a dime to attend public colleges or universities. Thanks to the new proposal Senator Sanders and I worked on together, for families making less than $125,000 a year, we will eliminate tuition at those schools altogether. And we will do more to help students cover all the costs of getting an education, including books, supplies, and living expenses. Because in the words of a student I met here in New Hampshire, paying for college shouldn't be the hardest thing about going to college. Third, we're going to rewrite the rules and crack down on companies that ship jobs and profits overseas. Let's reward the companies that share profits with their employees instead. And we will defend and strengthen the tough reforms President Obama put in place on the financial industry, not let Donald Trump tear them up, because we do need to make sure Wall Street can never wreck Main Street again. Number 4, we're going to make sure Wall Street corporations and the super rich pay their fair share of taxes. When people say the game is rigged, the best evidence is our tax code. It is riddled with scams, loopholes, and special breaks. It is wrong that some millionaires do pay a lower tax rate than their secretaries, and we're going to stop it. Now compare what Senator Sanders and I intend to do with Donald Trump's plan. His tax plan would make our current system even worse. Independent analysts say he would add $30 trillion to the national debt in order to give a massive gift to the wealthiest Americans, Wall Street money managers, and our largest corporations. But after all, what else should we expect from someone who calls himself the king of debt? Now, we've been pointing out the problems with his tax plan for months, and I think Donald is starting to feel the pressure. In fact, even as we speak, he's apparently bringing in the biggest names in trickle-down, supply-side economics to help him figure out what to do. Now, these are the same advisors who brought us 30 years of a disastrous Republican philosophy that gave the huge breaks to those at the top. Now, you don't have to be a psychic to know what's going to happen next. They're going to come back with another plan with maybe some bells and whistles, Bernie, that tries to disguise the fact that they still are slashing taxes for the wealthy, large corporations, and Donald Trump himself. And they'll try to use voodoo economics to tell us all the ways it will actually help the economy. But they're not fooling anybody, at least I hope they're not. Just like his current plan, which he calls inspiring, tremendous, and amazing. You know, he uses a lot of adjectives to avoid telling you any specifics. Here's what we know for sure. Whatever he comes out with next is going to give huge tax cuts to the corporations and the rich at the expense of the middle class. Now, there's that old saying, you've heard it. I used to hear it a lot in Arkansas. You can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. And I got to tell you, the first time that the Republicans pulled the voodoo economics, you know, they fooled us. Shame on them. But if they come back with the same argument and people fall for it, shame on us. But I will promise you this, Senator Sanders and I will spare no effort to make sure the people of America know that once again, Trump and his cronies are trying to pull the wool over our eyes and come back with the same failed policies that hurt us before. We're not going to let them get away with it again. And finally, our fifth goal is we're going to step up and respond to the way American families actually live and work in the 21st century. Our families and our workplaces have changed, so isn't it time for our policies to change too? Let's expand Social Security to match today's realities, not cut or privatize it. Let's join the rest of the developed world and offer paid family leave. And finally, let's guarantee equal pay for women once and for all. Now, I can just envision the tweets Donald is putting together. And you know, Donald Trump can accuse me of playing the woman card all he wants. If fighting for equal pay and paid family leave is playing the woman card, then deal me in. And I'll tell you, these aren't just my fights. These are Bernie's fights. These are America's fights. And I feel with all my being, these are fights we have to wage and win together. As Bernie and his supporters have argued so eloquently, we won't get anywhere unless we overhaul our campaign finance system. It is past time to end the stranglehold of wealthy special interests in Washington and get back to government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That's why, as president, from my very first days, I will make campaign finance reform a top priority. We will do everything we can to overturn Citizens United. And we will require everybody, Democrats, Republicans, independents, whoever, to disclose all of their donors. And while we're at it, we are going to create a small donor matching system to make it easy for more Americans to be elected at every level of government. Because just like Bernie, I have met so many impressive people here in New Hampshire and across America with great ideas for our country. I want to see you run for office and win. And here's another radical idea. Let's make it easier to vote, not harder. Let's fight back against attacks on voting rights across the country, attacks that disproportionately affect low-income voters, people of color, students, the elderly, and women. That means we need to restore the Voting Rights Act and then keep going. All Americans should be automatically registered to vote on their 18th birthday. Every state should have at least 20 days of in-person voting, and no one in America should ever have to wait more than 30 minutes to cast their ballot. So Senator Sanders and I will be working to get unaccountable money out of politics and the voices of everyday Americans back in, because as Bernie has said, this isn't a progressive issue. It's not a conservative issue. It's an American issue. And let me close with this. To everyone here and everyone across the country who poured your heart and soul into Senator Sanders' campaign, thank you. Thank you. I was proud of the campaign we ran. It was a campaign about issues, not insults. And our country desperately needs your voices and involvement. And so does this campaign, and so does the Democratic Party, because you know what? We need to take back the Senate and take back the House and make sure we have Democratic governors and Democratic state legislators. Let's open the doors to everyone who shares our progressive values. This is one of the most important elections in our lifetimes. So I'm asking you to stand with us, and then I'm asking you to keep working in the weeks, months, and yes, years ahead. You will always have a seat at the table when I am in the White House. As Bernie will tell you, talk is cheap. We need to keep fighting to make sure everything we've stood for is real in the lives of people across America. This amazing country of ours is worthy of our best efforts. This election, let's send a clear message. In America, we don't tear each other down, we lift each other up. We build bridges, not walls. We put common interest ahead of self-interest. We stand together because we're stronger together. So I need your help. Please join this campaign. Make it your own. You can take out your phone right now and text JOIN, J-O-I-N, 47246, or go to hillaryclinton.com. We accept $20, $27 donations too, you know. I can't tell you how grateful I am to be standing here with Senator Sanders, because I think both of us realize that each of our campaigns together represent the best of who we are. And now it is time for us to take that message to the rest of the country. I am fully aware that the other side will do everything possible to distort, to disinform, and we can't let that happen. We have to be standing up and fighting for the America that we know we can create together. I am confident and optimistic about our future, particularly when it comes to young people. I think America's best years are still ahead of us. So join with us. Let's make this happen together and win the election. Thank you very much.
Wow, Ron, that just happened.
Yeah, talk about the most anticipated endorsement in like 20 years, and yeah, it finally happened.
I know. You know what? I actually didn't hear a lot of chatter about this yesterday or the day before. This kind of just all came together, it seems.
That's probably because you're in post-vacation mode. You know, your time over in California.
Well, no, I think everyone's just talking about President Obama and President Bush speaking in Dallas later today.
Oh, that's a good
So I think the focus was there, and then I come in and I'm seeing that Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders holding this event together in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
And it's not just an event, it's I'm going to announce that I'm endorsing her event.
Yes. Well, I have been on record. I don't like to do a lot of political pontificating on our news show on Fox 10, but here with you, when we talk politics and we're just off the cuff, I've been saying that my prediction, I've said for over a year, is that Hillary Clinton will be the next president. The way things are lining up for her right now is really pretty incredible. Here's a day, I don't know if you've been to the Fox News website this morning, but the headline that they have for the testimony that's coming out of Capitol Hill as we speak regarding the Hillary Clinton email scandal is Dodge and Delay. The Attorney General is up there, and she's basically not even going to take questions on the email investigation. So she's basically taking a number of steps here so that doesn't become a big story today, number one. This becomes a big story. This is the most coveted endorsement in the entire Democratic Party, no doubt about that. I'm trying to think if, well, I guess President Obama.
I mean,
but still.
But it was expected. Everyone wanted
Picture
to.
went away. This is an opportunity for you to get a little closer look at Sonia and me.
My eyelashes.
And I got to run right back into the studio in about another minute. But it's pretty incredible that Loretta Lynch, the Attorney General, goes up there and says it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on anything regarding the Hillary Clinton email case or what happened in the conversation in Phoenix between the former president and her on a private aircraft for half an hour.
Right.
When the FBI director was up there the other day willing to go into great detail. So a lot of eyebrows being raised in Washington today about why the Attorney General is being so testimony friendly, you might say.
I get what
to
you're
Hillary
saying.
Clinton.
I guess we're here right now to talk about Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders on the stage together. I asked the question on Twitter and in the lower third right here. Do you think the Bernie Sanders supporters will actually go to the polls in November and support Clinton? I'm getting a mixed response. I'm getting a lot of people that are still just really upset, feeling that Bernie Sanders sold out. But there are other people that are saying, you know what?
They are calling him a sellout?
Oh, yeah, on the internet. But I mean, a lot of people say things on the internet.
No, that's true. But I'm actually surprised that would be the reaction, primarily because of what he said. He's listing all these things that she's going to do, or promises she'll do, whether she does them or not, that he wanted to happen.
Right. I mean, people will say anything they want to say on the internet. Let's make that clear.
Right.
That I'm just reading tweets.
Okay. All right.
There are people let's see, Hatebird saying Bernie Bros will never go for Hillary. She is establishment incarnate, complete with fraud and perjury. Chris is saying the answer is no. I will not support someone who beat down another successful candidate and piggybacked off his campaign. So they're upset with Hillary Clinton.
Yeah,
they're
but what are
upset
your
that
options?
their candidate didn't get. I don't know. Maybe they just won't go to the polls. But it's
Will they go for Donald Trump?
maybe they just don't vote.
I can't see that. Although Trump is trying to hone in on a part of the Bernie supportive crowd, which is trade deals that we have done for the last 2 decades stink. They're much more interested in improving relations with other countries than the outcome to the American worker. That's a Bernie Sanders argument. That's a Donald Trump argument. They do come together on that. But they're so far apart on so many other things. To me, it's fascinating.
Right. It's just that people...
Will this work or not?
Some people were so emotionally attached to Bernie Sanders
Yes.
that they feel disappointed.
Yes.
They feel betrayed. I mean, I have this tweet from Circus Maximus saying, she won't win in Arizona anyways. If they can't win a state in your vote, win your state, your vote is meaningless. She'll lose Arizona by 20%.
Wow,
some people
20
saying,
points.
I guess I'm going to vote third party, Dr. Jill Stein. Hashtag Jill, not Hill. That's a new one. I hadn't heard that hashtag yet.
Well, now that's interesting because you've got the Green Party and you have the Libertarians. And between the two of them, especially for the Libertarians, there's a lot of buzz going on for that ticket, right? I mean, you have 2 former governors, pretty credible in terms of their political experience. And let me just tell you, SK, Bernie Sanders wanted to get Hillary Clinton wanted to get Bernie Sanders' endorsement so as to basically consolidate and build her lead. Donald Trump has his own separate issues,
Right.
which is trying to get Republicans to just come together as a party. That's now happening for the Democrats. It's not happening yet for the Republicans. In the meantime, all they have to do, the Libertarians, or possibly the Green Party, but right now it looks like the Libertarians, to get on the stage with Hillary Clinton is to hit 15% in the polls. Did you know that? 15% is the threshold. If they can get themselves, either one of these other 2 candidates, up to 15 or 16 or 17%, they're on the stage. They're co-equal during the high-profile presidential debates of the fall.
Right.
Wow, that could
that would change some things.
It really could change the equation, and I can't wait to see if that happens. It will make it so fascinating.
By the way, I do also have tweets from Bernie supporters that will vote for Hillary Clinton. Stephen saying, darn straight we will. Why would we want to fix a broken system voting for the real Donald Trump? Andy Greenberg saying, from a Sanders supporter, yes, anything to keep Trump out of Washington. He's a lying bigot who refuses to admit his mistakes. So I'm getting all sorts of responses on Twitter.
All right. As you do very well. You really get them. You really get things generated. So I got to run back into the news studio, but I'm glad you invited me up here.
Of course. I'm actually going to take viewers to D.C. where Loretta Lynch is actually testifying
It all
on
comes
that
full
topic.
circle. This is pretty
Clinton
interesting testimony right
Email
here.
investigation. Let's go there live now. Hi, Ron.
Bye.
Is it legal or illegal to store, house, or retain classified information in a non-secure location?
Again, I would refer you to the statute. One could, in fact, have liability, again, depending upon the nature and facts and
Do you
circumstances.
have any examples of where it's legally acceptable to retain classified information in a non-secure location?
I don't have a hypothetical answer for that.
Is it legal or illegal to provide false testimony under oath?
There are a number of statutes that cover that, both at the federal and state level. There are a number of ways in which that could be found.
There There's a difference between prosecuting something and whether it's legal or illegal. You know, these questions are pretty simple, and we've got millions of people with security clearance. How are they supposed to go through the gyrations that you've laid out in order to make a simple determination?
Congressman, if we had a specific fact situation or fact pattern, that could be reviewed.
I'm just
when
asking,
it comes
is
to a
it
hypothetical situation, it would be unfair to come up with a blanket answer to someone without reviewing all the facts of their situation.
I'm asking if it's legal or illegal to share classified information with somebody who doesn't have a security clearance.
Again, I would refer you to the appropriate statutes, and I'd refer you to the facts of every situation. It would be unfair to give a blanket answer to every hypothetical.
Why aren't we telling all the federal employees and contractors who have access to classified information, those in our military, why aren't we telling them, you can't do this, it's against the law? Why can't you say that?
We give them guidance. Again, every agency does. We give them examples. We give them information as to how to make those decisions. We show them. And again, every information provides, every agency provides
why is
that,
the law not sufficient guidance? You believe, is there a flaw in the law? Or is there a suggestion on the law? I mean,
I don't have a comment on the state of the law. My answer is that in order...
Somebody asked me to consult an attorney, and you are the Attorney General. And I think you're sending a terrible message to the world, to those people who are trying to make some simple decisions. The lack of clarity that you give to this body, the lack of clarity on this issue is pretty stunning. These seem like simple issues. Let me ask you, the team that you talk about in the Secretary Clinton email scandal, outside of the FBI, who was on that team that you referred to that made the recommendation?
As I indicated before, they would be career prosecutors.
Okay, so they're prosecutors. Anybody else on the team that was a participant in the investigation?
Not to my knowledge. I'm not sure if you're referring to anybody else. Can you give me some further context for that?
I don't know, like if they go back and do security clearances, determine classification, whether it's secure or non-secure, I would think that there'd be somebody outside of the FBI that would help you make those determinations.
Well, the Department of Justice team would be Department of Justice employees.
I'm trying to ask specific to which departments within the department. I mean, Department of Justice is a large organization, right? FBI is part of that. Prosecutors are part of it. Who above and beyond prosecutors in the FBI was involved in this investigation?
As I've indicated before, the DOJ team was composed of the career lawyers and seasoned agents in there. I'm not sure if you're asking about something outside of DOJ.
I didn't know if there was another unit or other people that were part of it. That was my question. My time has expired. I wish I had about 20 more minutes. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The committee will stand in recess for approximately 15 minutes.
All right, guys, looks like they're just wrapping up here. We will replay this for you in full. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and play the Democrats holding a press conference regarding gun control. Let's go to that now.
I should probably tidy up, right? I want to thank you for being a little patient. I'm joined by our Vice Chairman, Joe Crowley, New York, and we've had a conversation in caucus principally focused on the work that we hope to get done this week and certainly before we finish the year. And unfortunately, the news doesn't seem so good in terms of what we can get done, given that our House Republican colleagues who run the House of Representatives have decided to break after 2 weeks in July, and we won't be back until after Labor Day in September. And so it's going to be very difficult to get much done over the course of the next 6 weeks or so. Today also happens to mark the 1-month anniversary of the tragic killing in Orlando, Florida. Unfortunately, we must now add Dallas to that list. And sadly, it's a very long list of cities where Americans have been shot and killed. Dallas, Orlando, Newtown, Columbine, Charleston, San Bernardino. The list goes on. Colorado Springs, Roseburg, Chattanooga, Virginia Tech, Menasha, Marysville, Santa Barbara, Fort Hood, Alturas. And what has Congress done? Hold moments of silence. What does Congress intend to do? Well, Speaker Ryan announced just yesterday that we will take another long break and we will do nothing until perhaps we come back in September. Between now and September, how many more shootings will happen in America? How many more Americans will perish at the hands of someone with a firearm who should not possess that weapon? Our hearts go out to the many victims and families, whether in Dallas, Baton Rouge, St. Paul, or my own city of Los Angeles. It's certainly important to mourn and console families who've lost the ones they've loved. But that's not all Congress, the elected leaders of this nation, can or should do. Unfortunately, that's all Congress has done and appears willing to do. Hold a moment of silence. Many moments of silence. It should be clear to everyone by now that there are actions Congress can take to save lives. We can institute expanded background checks for those who wish to buy firearms. We can institute no fly, no buy, so that if you're too dangerous to get on a plane in America, you should be also prohibited from being able to walk into a gun shop and walk out with an assault weapon. Some 9 in 10 Americans, including gun owners, support these two measures. For the sake of the Americans who we know will be innocently and randomly targeted tomorrow or at some point in the future, let's do something. The list of inaction by this dysfunctional Congress is long. Dallas, Orlando, Zika, Flint, Michigan, opioids addiction, a jobs agenda, student loan debt. All of these issues cry out in our nation for action. But this Republican Congress simply gears up to take another long break of inactivity starting this Friday. My Republican colleagues just don't get it. They're dangerously out of touch. We should be staying here in Congress to do our job of making Americans safer and making their economic future stronger. But on Friday, House Republicans have told us we're taking a break. With that, let me yield now to the Vice Chairman, Joe Crowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The events that led up to the sit-in just a few weeks ago, as I had mentioned before, was an expression of the incredible frustration that members of Congress are feeling in the inability to address the issue of gun violence in America. I think it was also reflective of the American people themselves, who are tired of seeing their Congress not even attempt to do something. Again, not to have perfection, not to pass the ultimate bill that would cure all ills, but just to demonstrate to the American people that we, the Congress, understand that you want us to take action. And once again, and adding to this frustration, after Dallas, is the announcement yesterday by the Speaker, Paul Ryan, that we will not take up any gun legislation at all, despite the fact that well over 80% of Americans want to see us take some action, some reasonable, common sense action to address the issue of gun violence. I think it's worth reminding, the chairman went through a list of cities and towns in America where the slaughter has taken place. One place, Oak Creek, Wisconsin, oft-times forgotten, just a few years ago, in Paul Ryan's district. And Paul Ryan himself authored the resolution for the moment of silence for Oak Creek, where a Sikh temple was attacked and Sikh Americans were slaughtered simply for practicing their religion. In many respects, no different than what took place in Charlestown, in South Carolina. in Paul Ryan's district. And if that was not a wake-up call, what would be a wake-up call? That there are too many of these guns in the hands of people who ought not to have them. That maybe with a longer background check, federal law enforcement and local law enforcement could have prevented that individual from getting that gun, that weapon. We're not asking for a panacea. We're asking for just some common sense legislation and language that the American people understand and they want us to enact. But this Republican Congress, once again, is going to leave here. They're going to trickle out of here this week, pass a number of messaging bills as they make their way to their lackluster convention. I'm not even sure many of them are going to it. I don't blame them, quite frankly. But the reality is the American people are looking for action on gun violence, on Zika, as we see it spread throughout the United States, in Florida, I'm told now in California. On the issue of opioid abuse, the American people are looking for an answer from Congress. And still, once again, we'll leave here without tackling that issue. And as I mentioned throughout many of our press conferences, the issue of Flint, Michigan, where children are suffering today because of their exposure to lead in their water. And the damage that has been done to them, their mental cognitive abilities have been damaged. And the cost that will take to restore a modicum of that connectivity is enormous. Too large for the people of Flint and too large for the people of Michigan themselves to handle. Their governor has abandoned them. They look to the federal government to help in the response. And once again, this Republican Congress is saying, no, Flint, we don't have your back. No, of those of you who are suffering from opioid addiction, we don't have your back. No to the people who are suffering potential exposure to the Zika virus. No, we don't have your back. Republican Congress is saying once again, no, we don't have the backs of common sense Americans who want to see us enact common sense gun legislation. They're walking out of here, quite frankly, folks, because the Republican caucus in the House of Representatives does not have the backs of the American people. That's what they're demonstrating once again this week. It's all a political charade leading up to their lackluster convention. With that, I'll give it back to the chairman.
Questions?
Heather Cagle with Politico. Before you guys left a few weeks ago, there were promises of more guerrilla tactics to come, like the sit-in if Republicans didn't bring up a gun control bill. Here we are, it's the Tuesday before a long recess. You know there's not a bill coming up. Why aren't Democrats sitting in or doing some other cage rattling type behavior?
So, as the vice chairman pointed out, we did the sit-in not because we were trying to engage in some kind of guerrilla tactics. We did that because the Republican majority shut down the House unexpectedly. We were supposed to have session on that day and the succeeding days, but the Republican majority chose not to. Chose not to have session, chose not to have the C-SPAN cameras rolling, chose not to let the American people see that members in Congress wanted to have a chance to vote on gun safety measures. We will continue to do activity where we can, how we can, given that in the minority status, it's very difficult to do much when the majority, in this case the Republicans, control everything. As you've just mentioned, Speaker Ryan announced this week, yesterday, that we will do nothing when it comes to gun safety measures, even though we know that we have two measures that are bipartisan and that have 90% of the support of the American people. We will do what we can. And this Thursday, we will make sure that we come together with Americans of like mind who wish to see Congress do something. We will join with them on Thursday evening to let people know that we hear them, we will do something, and we won't let a dysfunctional Congress stop us from trying to get something done for the American people. Joe?
I just add to that, what the chairman is referring to is a national speak out that's going to take place this week on the, I believe, the east, the west front of the Capitol building. And I expect that we will hear from the American people this Thursday. Now, there's some rumors as to whether or not we'll actually be here Friday, Mr. Chairman. I've been told. There's even some questions to whether we'll be in the House on Thursday. They're giving away 2 additional days before their convention when there's so much.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and show you the Republicans speaking from earlier today.
People also know that there is a better way. And the good news is that House Republicans are bringing forward a bold conservative idea, bold plans that can get the economy moving again, a bold plan to rebuild the middle class, to make America competitive again, to have a tax code where great American companies don't have to leave the nation, the country, just to be successful. There is a better way to provide an alternative to Obamacare. I think it's pretty clear now that people know in America that we don't like Obamacare as House Republicans, but they want to know what we're for. And our Better Way plan lays out a way to put patients back in charge of their health care, to focus on lowering costs and getting rid of the mandates that are killing jobs under Obamacare. And Americans know that we don't have a national security plan that works for our country, that protects people here at home. We know that there's a better way, and we lay that out in this plan. And not only is it important for us to continue talking about this, to share our bold ideas with the country, and we'll be doing that a lot over the August recess, but the important thing is it creates a mandate that once we get through this election cycle, after talking about this better way, we then have a mandate from the country to put this into law and to get our economy moving again and to get our country back on track.
Kansans certainly understand our tax code is broken. There aren't many folks at home who want to defend the status quo. For decades, Americans have labored on as our cumbersome, complicated, and costly tax code has cost us a lot of lost jobs and innovation. And to fix these problems, the House majority has proposed a better way for tax reform. It is comprised of policies that are based on common sense principles that everyone can agree on, rewarding hard work, stimulating growth, building a fairer, flatter tax code, and holding the IRS in check. And a recent analysis of our tax reform agenda by the Tax Foundation showed that these plans would lead to an additional 1.7 million jobs for the American people and add an extra 9.1% growth for the American economy. The American people deserve a better way, and that's exactly what this House Republican Conference is going to deliver.
First of all, I want to thank all the members who are here. I want to thank all the members who put this together. Last fall, we came together and made the decision that it was time to go from being an opposition party to being a proposition party. We dedicated ourselves to looking at the problems facing our constituents in the country and coming up with principled solutions. And we did this not just to check the box. We knew that we had to go bold. The challenges facing our country are just too great. We also knew that we would not do this top-down. So we took a bottom-up approach. We got input and ideas from all around the country. Every member of the House Republican Conference participated in this after consulting with their constituents. So, in this booklet, which you can get by going to better.gop, there are hundreds of ideas to tackle our country's biggest problems. Now, these ideas work in a pretty simple way. We take our timeless principles, liberty, freedom, free enterprise, self-determination, government by consent. These are the principles that built this country. We take these principles, we apply them to the problems of the day, and we offer people solutions that help improve their lives. That's what good government is. That's what this is all about. Now, what are we offering here? We are offering a better way to get people out of poverty. We're offering a better way to transition people from welfare to work so that they can reach their potential and we can enjoy their talents. We offer a better way to secure our homeland, to produce national security. ISIS is on the rise. We offer a better way to go on the offense. We offer a better way on how to secure our border. We offer a better way to give us the kind of military we need to do the job that we ask of our brave men and women serving in our military. We offer a better way for smart regulations so that businesses can have the certainty to go out and take risks, to reach, to go higher, to pay people more, to create jobs. We offer a better way to get our government back. We offer a better way to make sure that the laws that we live under in this country are actually written by the people we vote for in this country, not by this unelected branch of government the bureaucracy. If we lose self-government and self-determination, we lose what makes America special. We lose self-determination. We offer a better way for patient-centered health care. Let people make their decisions in health care. Let patients and their doctors make the decisions on what health care is best for them and their families. People are getting sick and tired of double-digit premium increases. People are getting sick and tired of these huge deductible increases. Obamacare is failing. It's collapsing under its own weight. It's going to end up rationing Medicare, it's going to end up denying choices, and it's making it harder for families to afford basic health care. We're offering a better way. This tax code has got to go. This IRS is too intrusive. We are offering a better way to clean up our tax code, to get America in the lead economically, and to create faster economic growth, more jobs, and more upward mobility. Look, our job in these jobs is to look at the problems facing this country and to offer solutions. That's what we are doing. 7 out of 10 Americans do not think America is headed in the right direction. We agree. But rather than simply complain, rather than simply just throw bombs, we are offering solutions. We are offering a better way. Because we believe by engaging with our fellow citizens on these solutions and these ideas, we can have the kind of inclusive, aspirational discussion we need to have in this country to earn ourselves a mandate to put these solutions in place and fix our country's pressing problems. That is why we are here, and that is why we are offering a better way. Thank you. Questions? Sheena. Personally? I've been basically preparing on the rules package, which is just how the gavel works and how we open up the floor. It's just like opening up the floor in Congress, actually. So I've simply gone through with the parliamentarians about the procedural, the process of procedure of starting the convention and closing the convention. I haven't begun to start working on my speech yet. I'm going to work on it. I think it's Tuesday night. I'm not exactly sure when. But basically, I'm also going to be spending time with our delegations. We have a lot of folks coming in from around the country, so I'm going to be spending time with delegations. I'm going to do some charitable events with some friends of mine in Ohio who've been fighting poverty, and then I'm just going to make sure that I get the procedural stuff down.
Ryan, a police chief in Dallas recently said that open carry made his job harder because legally at that protest, folks could carry assault rifles, and it did away with the idea, well, a good guy with a gun is better than a bad guy with a gun because police can't tell. Does that concern you at all? Is that something you think should be looked at?
Look, I think what we should be focused on right now are solutions. I think what we should be focused on is listening to people in communities who have done a good job of merging law enforcement with the communities so that these kinds of problems don't occur. I think Chief Brown's done a phenomenal job in this crisis, and I think if you look at what he had done before, by merging the community, by having community policing and solutions, there's a lot for us to learn from. So right now what we want to do is have a good conversation where we calm things down and we talk about solutions about how we can better improve our communities and the relationship between law enforcement and the communities. That's Texas law. We're federal. We're the federal government. Those are state. That's state government. Yeah.
One of your former colleagues, Mike Pence, is being considered possible running for Donald Trump. What do you think about that? Would it change your view of Donald Trump?
I'm just as anxious as the rest of you are on who the VP pick is. I'm familiar with this process. I have the highest regard for Mike. He's a personal friend of ours and mine. But I'm just as anxious as you are, and I'm just going to withhold any comment until the presumptive nominee makes his choice. It's an exciting time.
Vice President Biden said yesterday that he would be supporting armor-piercing bullet regulations.
I don't even know what he's talking about. I didn't hear his comments. Jonathan. Well, first of all, we do have appropriation bills back on track. One of the reasons why we had budget issues is because we had a 2-year budget deal under place. So we already had, as you know, Jonathan, the top line number, the 302A we call it. We already had that set. I think it basically said that we already have a budget set so we can already go on with our appropriations. And so that's what has happened. We've got Interior on the floor coming this week. We passed Financial Services last week. So here in the House, we're actually getting our job done. We have 100 and how many amendments? 131 amendments this week on interior appropriations alone. We had 116 amendments last year. So we are doing our job. We're restoring order, and we're getting our jobs done. I can't speak for the Senate. Thank you.
Great. Okay.
All right, guys, so that was earlier today. We are waiting for the Dallas event to begin. Obama is arriving in Dallas momentarily. He will be speaking along with President Bush at a memorial service in honor of the officers who were killed last week in the Dallas ambush. In the meantime, we're going to take you live to Key Biscayne, Florida, where migrants are currently being rescued. Migrants being rescued in Florida. All right, guys, while we wait for President Obama to land in Dallas, going to go ahead and show you guys this live shot right here, Air Force One scheduled to arrive in Dallas momentarily. I'm also going to show you in the upper corner a replay of Bernie Sanders endorsing Hillary Clinton in case you missed it. Stand by.
You want to go ahead and raise up your shot so you can do that? And then just have it look kind of weird.
Bill McKibben, Jim Dean, Governor Hassan, Senator Shaheen, thank you very much for your kind remarks. And let me begin by thanking the 13 million Americans who voted for me during the Democratic primaries. And thank you, New Hampshire, for giving us our first great victory. And a very special thanks to the people of the state of Vermont whose support for so many years, as a mayor, as a congressman, as a senator, and as a presidential candidate, have sustained me and Jane and our entire family. Vermont, thank you. Let me also thank the hundreds of thousands of volunteers throughout this country and every state in the union who work so hard on our campaign, and the millions of contributors who showed the world that we could run a successful national campaign based on small individual contributions. $2.5 million of them. Together, we have begun a political revolution to transform America, and that revolution continues. Together, we will continue to fight for a government which represents all of us and not just the 1%. A government based on the principles of economic, social, racial, and environmental justice. I am proud of the campaign we ran here in New Hampshire and across the country. Our campaign won the primaries and caucuses in 22 states. And when the roll call at the Democratic National Convention is announced, it will show that we won almost 1,900 delegates. Far more than almost anyone thought we could win. But it is not enough to win the nomination. Secretary Clinton goes into the convention with 389 more pledged delegates than we have, and a lot more superdelegates. Secretary Clinton has won the Democratic nominating process. And I congratulate her for that. She will be the Democratic nominee for president. And I intend to do everything I can to make certain she will be the next president of the United States. I have come here today not to talk about the past, but to focus on the future. That future will be shaped more by what happens on November 8th in voting booths across our nation than by any other event in the world. I have come here to make it as clear as possible as to why I am endorsing Hillary Clinton and why she must become our next president. During the last year, I have had the extraordinary opportunity to speak to more than 1.4 million Americans at rallies in almost every state in our country. I was also able to meet with many thousands of other people at smaller gatherings. And the profound lesson that I have learned is that this campaign is not really about Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump or Bernie Sanders or any other candidate who sought the presidency. This campaign is about the needs of the American people and addressing the very serious crises that we face. And there is no doubt in my mind that as we head into November, Hillary Clinton is far and away the best candidate to do that.
If we have an opportunity to show you more of Bernie Sanders endorsing Hillary Clinton, we will do so. In the meantime, though, we are going to show you live pictures of President Obama arriving from Dallas. It looks like our Dallas correspondent is about to say a few words, so we wanted to take that live.
President Obama's made several. All right. Many trips like this to console communities. The White House portraying this as a show of unity this time, a show of unity. Very many other people traveling.
And it appears that the correspondent is simply rehearsing, so what I'm going to do is bring back that feed of Bernie Sanders endorsing Hillary Clinton.
It is very easy to forget, and Republicans want us to forget, where we were 7.5 years ago when President Obama came into office. As a result of the greed, recklessness, and illegal behavior on Wall Street, our economy was in the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Some 800,000 people a month were losing their jobs. We were running up a record-breaking deficit, and the world's financial system was on the verge of collapse. We have come a long way in the last 7.5 years, and I thank President Obama I thank President Obama and Vice President Biden for their leadership in pulling us out of that terrible recession. But I think we can all agree that much, much more needs to be done. Too many Americans are still being left out, left behind, and ignored. In the richest country in the history of the world, there is too much poverty, there is too much despair. This election is about the single mother I saw in Nevada, who with tears in her eyes told me that she was scared to death of the future because she and her daughter were not making it on the $10.45 an hour she was earning. This election is about that woman and the millions of other workers in this country who are falling further and further behind as they try to survive on totally inadequate wages. Hillary Clinton understands that we must fix an economy in America that is rigged and that sends almost all of the new wealth and income to the top 1%. Hillary Clinton understands that if someone in America works 40 hours a week, that person should not be living in poverty. She believes, we all believe, that we must raise the minimum wage to a living wage. And further, she wants to create millions of new jobs by rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our water systems, our wastewater plants. But her opponent, Donald Trump, well, he has a very different view. He believes that states should have the right to lower the minimum wage or even abolish the concept of the minimum wage. If Donald Trump is elected, we will see no increase in the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, a starvation wage. This election is about which candidate will nominate Supreme Court justices who are Supreme Court justices who are prepared to overturn the disastrous Citizens United decision a decision which is allowing billionaires to buy elections and is undermining our democracy. This election is about who will appoint new justices on the Supreme Court who will defend a woman's right to choose. Who will defend the rights of the LGBT community. Who will defend workers' rights, the needs of minorities and immigrants, and the government's ability to protect our environment. If anyone out there thinks that this election is not important, take a moment to think about the Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump will nominate and what that means to civil liberties equal rights, and the future of our country. This campaign is about moving the United States toward universal health care. And reducing the number of people in our country who are uninsured or underinsured. Hillary Clinton wants to see that all Americans have the right to choose a public option in their health care exchange, which will lower the cost of health care for millions. She also believes that anyone 55 years or older should be able to opt in to Medicare. And she wants to see millions more Americans gain access to primary health care, dental care, mental health counseling, and low-cost prescription drugs through a major and dramatic expansion of community health centers throughout this country. Hillary is committed to seeing thousands of young doctors, nurses, psychologists, dentists, and other medical professionals practice in underserved areas as we follow through on President Obama's idea of tripling funding for the National Health Service Corps. In New Hampshire, in Vermont, and across this country, we have a major epidemic of opiate and heroin addiction. People are dying every day from overdoses. Hillary Clinton understands that if we are serious about addressing this crisis, we need major changes in the way we deliver mental health treatment throughout this country. And that is what expanding community health centers will do, and that is what getting medical personnel into the areas we need them most will do. And what is Donald Trump's position on health care? Well, no surprise there. Same old Republican contempt for working families. He wants to abolish the Affordable Care Act, throw 20 million people off of the health insurance they currently have, and cut Medicaid for low-income Americans. The last thing we need today in America is a president who doesn't care about whether millions of Americans will lose access to the health care coverage they desperately need. We need more people with access to quality health care, not fewer. Hillary Clinton also understands that millions of our seniors, disabled veterans, and others are struggling with the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs. She and I are in agreement that Medicare must negotiate drug prices with the pharmaceutical industry. And that we must expand the use of generic medicine. Drug companies should not be making billions in profit while 1 out of 5 Americans are unable to afford the medicine they need. The greed of the drug companies must end. This election is about the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality that currently exists, the worst it has been in our country since 1928. Hillary Clinton knows that something is fundamentally wrong when the very rich become richer while many others are working longer hours for lower wages. She knows that it is absurd that middle-class Americans are paying an effective tax rate higher than hedge fund millionaires. And that there are corporations in this country that make billions of dollars a year in profit, yet because of the loopholes that their lobbyists created in a given year, they do not pay a nickel in federal taxes. That is wrong. While Hillary Clinton supports making our tax code fairer and more progressive, Donald Trump wants to give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to the very wealthiest people in this country. His reckless economic policies will not only exacerbate income and wealth inequality, they will increase our national debt by trillions of dollars. This election is about the thousands of young people I have met throughout this country who have left college deeply in debt, the many others who cannot afford to go to college, and the need in this country to have the best educated workforce in a highly competitive global economy. Hillary Clinton believes that we must substantially lower student debt and that we must make public colleges and universities tuition-free for the middle class and working families of this country. This is a major initiative that will revolutionize higher education in this country and improve the lives of so many of our people. Think of what it will mean. Think of this. When every child in this country, regardless of the income of his or her family, knows that if they study hard, if they take school seriously, yes, they will be able to get a college education and leave school without debt. This election is about climate change, the greatest environmental crisis facing our planet, and the need to leave this world in a way that is healthy and habitable for our children and future generations. Hillary Clinton is listening to the scientists who tell us that if we do not act boldly in the very near future, there will be more drought, more floods, more acidification of the oceans, more rising sea levels. She understands that we must work with countries around the world in transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel and away from fossil fuels and into energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And that when we do that, we can create a whole lot of good-paying jobs. Well, Donald Trump, like most Republicans, sadly and tragically, is choosing to reject science, something no presidential candidate should ever do. He believes that climate change is a hoax. In fact, he wants to expand the use of fossil fuels. That would be a disaster for our country and for the entire planet. This election is about the leadership we need to pass comprehensive immigration reform and repair a broken criminal justice system. It's about making sure that young people in this country are in good schools or at good jobs, not in jail cells. Secretary Clinton understands that we do not need to have more people in jail than any other country on earth at an expense of $80 billion a year. In these stressful times for our country, this election must be about bringing our people together.
All right, guys, we are going to cut away from the Bernie Sanders endorsement of Hillary and focus on the arrival. You can see Joe Biden walking currently, President Obama, Vice President Joe Biden arriving to attend the Dallas Memorial that is taking place momentarily. We'll be streaming that live here on News Now. If you want to watch Bernie Sanders' full endorsement of Hillary Clinton, you can find it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. All right, guys, we're getting a live feed in from the memorial itself, so we're actually going to switch things up since President Obama has already arrived. We're going to take you live to the memorial. All right, looks like they took away our feed from the memorial itself. It's not clear why they took that feed away, but we will work. There we go. Looks like we just got it back. Guys, while we wait for this event to begin, I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the memorial that has been growing ever since last week's devastating shooting. So that's a view outside, a memorial growing, just larger and larger by the day. You can see officers arriving to take a look at that memorial. And here is a live look at the event where both President Obama and former President Bush will be speaking at momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and distinguished guests. Please remain standing for the presentation of colors and our national anthem. To begin the program, please welcome the Mayor of Dallas, Mike Rawlings.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. Welcome. At 8:58 p.m., 5 days ago, the soul of our city was pierced when police officers were ambushed in a cowardly attack. In the days that followed, we have searched a massive crime scene. We've sobbed and paid tribute at a growing memorial at the police headquarters. We prayed together at Thanksgiving Square. We lit candles to honor the lives of our 5 heroes. Today, we open our city's doors to our friends and to our neighbors. We realize that our pain is your pain. You want to do what we want to do, honor the lives of these 5 officers. Lauren Aarons, Michael Kroll, Michael Smith, Brent Thompson, Patricio Zamarita. On behalf of the Dallas citizens and our great Dallas City Council, we want to say thank you, and thank you for accepting our invitation. Some of you have traveled from across our state and some from across our country. I want to recognize my fellow mayors from out of state for being here on such short notice. Oklahoma City Mayor Mick Cornett, New Orleans Mayor Mitchell Andrew, Columbia Mayor Stephen Benjamin, Louisville Mayor Greg Fisher, thank you. Thank you also to my friend, Fort Worth Mayor Betsy Price, to our state's First Lady, Cecilia Abbott, and daughter, Audrey Abbott, who are here on behalf of Governor Greg Abbott, to Governor Jay Nixon of Missouri and Governor Susana Martinez of New Mexico, and to our congressmen and women. You represent elected officials and your citizens across the country who have reached out to me in recent days and who weren't able to make it here today, whose cities and states have also been scarred by violence. Congresswoman Johnson, Senator Cornyn, Senator Cruz, these men and women are here with us because they know we have a common disease, this absurd violence on our streets. Those that will help us fight it are our men and women in blue, our peacemakers in blue. They have died for that cause. That is why today we reserve 5 seats for the men we lost on Thursday night. We offer our gratitude to you, our cops, including those who have traveled here to support your brothers and sisters in the Dallas Police Department, the Dallas Area Rapid Transit Police, and the El Centro College Police Force. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for coming. Most importantly, it is our purpose today to bring comfort to you, the families who are represented by those empty seats. We love you. We will never forget you. We also honor those who came close to death that night and who were wounded not only in the body but in the soul. May you never be forgotten as well. We understand that Dallas's pain is a national pain. That is why I want to say thank you to President Obama and First Lady Mrs. Obama, Vice President Biden and Dr. Biden, and to 2 of our most distinguished citizens of Dallas, President Bush and Laura Bush, for coming to help us heal these wounds. To wage this battle against violence and separatism today must be about unity. Unity among faiths, unity among police and citizens, and yes, unity among politicians. In recent days, I've seen unity even before that tragedy, when police and protesters mingle peacefully. I've seen unity when the protesters came out in support of the police after the days of this tragedy. I see unity today when the Arlington police and the Texas DPS officers step up to relieve our exhausted police officers. This interfaith choir behind me symbolizes that unity, coming from 6 churches across our city. These 3 religious leaders, Imam Omar Suleiman, Rabbi Andrew Mark Paley, and Dr. Sharon Patterson, will pray in a few minutes in a show of unity. I believe you'll hear words of unity from other speakers, the senior senator from Texas, John Cornyn, President Bush, Police Chief David Brown, and President Obama. The past few days have been some of the darkest in our city's histories. There's no question about that. As we bury these men in the coming days, it will not get easier, I know. But there's nothing like a crisis that forces one to take pause of your life and your city's life. And if you're from out of town, I hope you'll forgive me for a moment. I want to speak to my fellow Dallasites. I have searched hard in my soul of late to discover what mistakes we have made. I've asked, why us? And in my moments of self-doubt, I discovered the truth, that we did nothing wrong. In fact, Dallas is very, very good. Our police are among the best in the country. I am in awe of our Dallas police officers. We set the standard where policing can both be strong and smart, where men die for the rights that this country was built on. In short, I have never been more proud of my city, our city. While we did nothing wrong, there is a reason this happened here, this place, this time in American history. This is our chance to lead and build a new model for a community, for a city, for our country. To do that, there will be tough times ahead. We will mourn together, and together is the key word here. We may be sad, but we will not dwell in self-pity. We may weep, but we will never whine. For we have too much work to be done. We have too many bridges to build that we will cross together. This I know will happen. Thank you.
Let every head be bowed, every eye closed, as we go to God in prayer. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far on the way. Lord, our hearts are heavy, our spirits are torn asunder, and tears flow from our eyes. And we come to you, O God, because you are the rock in the weary land. You are the shelter in the time of storm. And God, you are uniquely qualified to come see about your people. From Genesis to Revelations, you have helped and healed and mended and molded. Right now, oh God, we salute the 5 slain Dallas police officers who died protecting and serving this community. We honor their sacrifice and commitment. Surround their families and loved ones with your Holy Ghost power. Cover the entire Dallas Police Department with your grace and your mercy. And Lord, keep your hands of everlasting love on our Chief David Brown as he leads with dignity and determination. God, your word says all things work together for good. We can't see that right now, but we'll trust you when we can't trace you. Lord, your word says weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Right now it's still dark, but we're going to hold on to your unchanging hand. Yes, there will be lingering effects from Thursday's ambush. There is terror, anxiety, and despair. But in the mighty and matchless name of Jesus Christ, we will keep on, we will press on, we will love on, we will live on. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God and true to America. Let the church say amen.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful.
May his peace and blessings be upon his prophets and messengers and all those that follow in their blessed path. Today our city is heartbroken, our country is soul-searching, and we as individuals are forever in need of your guidance and protection. We ask you to look upon us today, to guide us to live our lives in ways that are most pleasing to you. We ask you to put peace in our hearts that we may spread it to all of those around us. We ask you to protect us from being people of injustice, that we may purify the world of it. And as we ask you, we recognize that it is up to us to say, you did not create us for bigotry or vengeance. You did not create us to dominate or oppress one another. You did not create us for war. We are not the ones to judge who should live and who should die. So today we stand before you in humility and in determination, ready to pursue the peace, justice, and equality that you demand of us, ready to stand up against all of the evil that threatens to destroy the goodness in your creation, ready to stand up against any oppression in any name, for any cause, from any position, and against any of your creation. We ask that your love would comfort those who mourn their loved ones today, that their memory would flood their families with joy, that the children of our fallen officers and all of those who have lost their lives to senseless violence are molded in the love that we express today, not in the hatred that claimed the lives of their fathers. We ask that the voices of racism and xenophobia that seek to divide us are drowned out by the chorus of voices that say, you will not pit us against one another. We choose today to live by the hope that you've instilled within us, not the fears that others manufacture amongst us. And with that, we pray to you, the one God of Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and us all, for one Dallas, one America, and one world. Amen.
Dear friends, together we are here, opening our hearts and our souls to the God of compassion, as the simple human beings that we are, as mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, all children of the heavenly parent, all created in the divine image, and all here today to pray for healing, for wisdom, for strength, and for peace. In this moment of sadness and pain, we look to the heavens knowing, as the poet Hannah Senesh once said, there are stars up above, so far away we only see their light, long after the star itself is gone. And so it is with the people that we loved. Their memories keep shining ever brightly, though the time with us is done. But the stars that light up the darkest night, these are the stars that guide us. As we live our days, these are the ways we remember. As we live our days, we remember Brent Thompson, Patrick Zemaripa, Michael Kroll, Lauren Aarons, and Michael Smith. They will be remembered as shining lights of bravery, dedication to our city, kindness, and compassion. As we live our days, we will never forget their sacrifice. As our city is still reeling from the violence of only a few short days ago, we beseech you, O God, healer of the brokenhearted, with the words of Moses as he prayed for healing for his sister Miriam, Elna Rafana La, please God, heal her. And so we pray to the families of our fallen Dallas police officers and Dallas Area Regional Transit Police Officer. We pray, Elna Rafana Lahem, please God, heal them, as we ask for your healing power to surround them and their loved ones in this, their time of need, with hope, with strength, and with love. To those who survived the violence but who will always bear the burden of scars and memory, we pray, Elna Rafana Lahem, please God, heal them and bring to their bodies and souls the wholeness and completeness they seek. To our elected officials and police and first responders, into whose hands we place our lives, we pray, Elna Rafana Lahem, please God, heal them, as we know they hurt along with us. And bring to them, O God, the wisdom and the courage necessary to make the permanent peace we seek. And to those of us who are scared and afraid, angry and confused in our city and in our country, we pray, Elna Rafana Lanu, please God, heal us, as we ask for your healing power to heal us once and for all from the illness of violence, of hatred, xenophobia, and indifference that plagues us every single day. God, you who must work daily to make peace throughout the heavens, we ask you this day to give us the courage and strength to help us make peace here on earth for everyone, every single day. And together we say, Amen.
Amen.
Lord, of Kings, to the Lord of Lords, we say amen. It's finished today. We bless your name. Amen. We love you, Lord. Do it today. Do it today. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator John Cornyn.
I know I speak for everyone here and around the country in expressing my profound gratitude to Mayor Rawlings, Chief Brown, and the entire Dallas and Dart police departments. We thank you for your strength and the grace you've shown in these trying hours. Chief, I particularly like the way you put it yesterday when you said simply that Dallas loves. It's my solemn privilege to join the people of Dallas, all across the state of Texas and the entire country, in honoring these men of uncommon courage. Several years ago, in the aftermath of another tragedy, the shocking explosion in West Texas, a local official told me something that sticks with me even to this day. He said, being a Texan doesn't describe where you're from. It describes who your family is. So today, our family and this great nation shares the grief of Dallas. I want to especially thank President Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama, Vice President Biden, and Dr. Jill Biden for honoring us by your presence here today. In times of darkness, when it's hard to hold on to hope, we must remember that these men, along with their fellow officers, were not ultimately overcome by evil. No, as Scripture directs us, I believe they chose to confront evil and overcome it with good. They overcame evil by running toward the sound of the gunfire. They overcame evil by shielding their fellow citizens from the spray of bullets. They overcame evil by sacrificing their own lives so that others could live. And I believe that because of their example to all of us, the city of Dallas shall overcome the evil from that day. Amidst our profound sadness, we honor and remember these officers for putting the people of Dallas before themselves, and in their final moments, serving others, protecting this city, and loving this community as they did. Today, we join millions across our state and country who continue to lift up these families, friends, and fellow officers in our prayers, as well as those recovering from their wounds. In the aftermath of another life-altering event, on September the 11th, 2001, President George W. Bush inspired all of us in speaking of how this nation has always responded to evil with powerful courage and deep concern for one another. And so once again, we gather as one nation under God, yes, to grieve, but then to rise up and to continue to fight the good fight, to finish the race, and to keep the faith. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome to the podium the 43rd President of the United States, part of our Texas family, and a man who, along with his bride Laura, proudly call this community their home, President George W. Bush.
Thank you all. Thank you, Senator. I, too, am really pleased that President Obama and Mrs. Obama have come down to Dallas. I also want to welcome Vice President Mrs. Biden, Mr. Mayor, Chief Brown, elected officials, members of the law enforcement community. Today, the nation grieves, but those of us who love Dallas and call it home have had 5 deaths in the family. Laura and I see members of law enforcement every day. We count them as our friends. And we know, like for every other American, that their courage is our protection and shield. We're proud of the men we mourn and the community that has rallied to honor them and support the wounded. Our mayor and police chief and our police department have been mighty inspirations for the rest of the nation. These slain officers were the best among us. Lauren Aarons, beloved husband to Detective Katrina Aarons and father of 2. Michael Kroll, caring son, brother, uncle, nephew, and friend. Michael Smith, U.S. Army veteran, devoted husband and father of 2. Brent Thompson, Marine Corps vet, recently married. Patrick Zamaripa, U.S. Navy Reserve combat veteran, proud father, and loyal Texas Rangers fan. With their deaths, we have lost so much. We are grief-stricken, heartbroken, and forever grateful. Every officer has accepted a calling that sets them apart. Most of us imagine if the moment called for that we would risk our lives to protect a spouse or a child. Those wearing the uniform assume that risk for the safety of strangers. They and their families share the unspoken knowledge that each new day can bring new dangers. But none of us were prepared or could be prepared for an ambush by hatred and malice. The shock of this evil still has not faded. At times, it seems like the forces pulling us apart are stronger than the forces binding us together. Argument turns too easily into animosity. Disagreement escalates too quickly into dehumanization. Too often we judge other groups by their worst examples, while judging ourselves by our best intentions. And this has strained our bonds of understanding and common purpose. But Americans, I think, have a great advantage. To renew our unity, we only need to remember our values. We have never been held together by blood or background. We are bound by things of the Spirit, by shared commitments to common ideals. At our best, we practice empathy, imagining ourselves in the lives and circumstances of others. This is the bridge across our nation's deepest divisions. And it's not merely a matter of tolerance, but of learning from the struggles and stories of our fellow citizens and finding our better selves in the process. At our best, we honor the image of God we see in one another. We recognize that we are brothers and sisters, sharing the same brief moment on earth and owing each other the loyalty of our shared humanity. At our best, we know we have one country, one future, one destiny. We do not want the unity of grief, nor do we want the unity of fear. We want the unity of hope, affection, and high purpose. We know that the kind of just, humane country we want to build, that we have seen in our best dreams, is made possible when men and women in uniform stand guard. At their best, when they're trained and trusted and accountable, they free us from fear. The Apostle Paul said, "For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of strength and love and self-control." Those are the best responses to fear in the life of our country. And they're the code of the peace officer. Today, all of us feel a sense of loss, but not equally. I'd like to conclude with the word of the families, the spouses, and especially the children of the fallen. Your loved one time with you was too short. They did not get a chance to properly say goodbye. But they went where duty called. They defended us, even to the end. They finished well. We will not forget what they did for us. Your loss is unfair. We cannot explain it. We can stand beside you and share your grief. And we can pray that God will comfort you with a hope deeper than sorrow and stronger than death. May God bless you.
Leadership is hard. Great leadership is very unique. We experienced that leadership this week with the chiefs of our DART and DPD offices. I want to say thanks to DART Chief James Speller for what you have done. And I want to also introduce a man who has given his life to the city of Dallas, the 28th Chief of Police, over 30 years in the force, a native of South Oak Cliff. A man that I call a friend, but more importantly, he is my rock. He represents not only Dallas, but police officers, police chiefs, this higher calling across the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief David Brown.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. When I was a teenager and started liking girls, I could never find the right words to express myself. And after a couple of words, they'd just walk away, leaving me figuring out what do I need to do to get a date. And so being a music fan of 1970s rhythm and blues love songs, I put together a strategy to recite the lyrics to get a date. So for girls I liked, I would pull out some Al Green or some Teddy Pendergrass or some Isley Brothers, and I'd recite the lyrics to their love songs. But for people I loved, if I fell in love with a girl, oh, I had to dig down deep and get some Stevie Wonder. To fully express the love I had for the girl. So today, I'm going to pull out some Stevie Wonder for these families. So families, close your eyes and just imagine me back in 1974 with an afro and some bell bottoms and wide collar. We all know sometimes life's hate and troubles can make you wish you were born in another time and place. But you can bet your lifetimes that, and twice is double, that God knew exactly where He wanted you to be placed. So make sure when you say you're not in it, but not of it, you're not helping to make this earth a place sometimes called hell. Change your words into truth, and then change that truth into love. And maybe your children's grandchildren and their great-great-grandchildren will tell them, I'll be loving you until the rainbow burns the stars out of the sky. I'll be loving you until the ocean covers every mountain high. I'll be loving you until the dolphin flies and the parrots live at the sea. I'll be loving you until we dream of life and life becomes a dream. I'll be loving you until the day is night and night becomes the day. I'll be loving you until the trees and seas up, and fly away. I'll be loving you until the day that 8 times 8 times 8 times 8 is 4. I'll be loving you until the day that is the day that are no more. I'll be loving you until the day the earth starts turning right to left. I'll be loving you until the earth, just for the sun, denies itself. I'll be loving you until Mother Nature says her work is through. I'll be loving you until the day that you are me and I am you. Now, ain't that loving you? Until the rainbow burns, the stars out of the sky. Ain't that loving you? Until the ocean covers every mountain high. And I've got to say, always. I'll be loving you always. And there's no greater love than this, that these 5 men gave their lives for all of us. It is my honor to introduce to you the President of the United States of America, President Barack Obama. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you very much. Mr. President and Mrs. Bush, my friend, the Vice President, and Dr. Biden, Mayor Rawlings, Chief Spiller, clergy, members of Congress, Chief Brown. I'm so glad I met Michelle first because she loves Stevie Wonder. But most of all, the families and friends and colleagues and fellow officers. Scripture tells us that in our sufferings there is glory, because we know that suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character. And character, hope. Sometimes the truths of these words are hard to see. Right now, those words test us, because the people of Dallas, people across the country, are suffering. We're here to honor the memory and mourn the loss of 5 fellow Americans, to grieve with their loved ones, to support this community, to pray for the wounded, and to try and find some meaning amidst our sorrow. For the men and women who protect and serve the people of Dallas, last Thursday began like any other day. Like most Americans, each day you get up, probably have too quick a breakfast, kiss your family goodbye, and you head to work. But your work and the work of police officers across the country is like no other. For the moment you put on that uniform, you have answered a call that at any moment
even in the briefest interaction, may put your life in harm's way. Lauren Aarons, he answered that call. So did his wife, Katrina. Not only because she was the spouse of a police officer, but because she's a detective on the force. They have 2 kids, and Lauren took them fishing and used to proudly go to their school in uniform. And the night before he died, he bought dinner for a homeless man. And the next night, Katrina had to tell their children that their dad was gone. And they don't get it yet, their grandma said. They don't know what to do quite yet. Michael Kroll answered that call. His mother said he knew the dangers of the job, but he never shied away from his duty. He came 1,000 miles from his home state of Michigan to be a cop in Dallas, telling his family, "This is something I wanted to do." And last year, he brought his girlfriend back to Detroit for Thanksgiving, and it was the last time he'd see his family. Michael Smith answered that call. In the Army, and over almost 30 years working for the Dallas Police Association, which gave him the appropriately named Cops Cop Award. A man of deep faith. When he was off duty, he could be found at church or playing softball with his 2 girls. Today, his girls have lost their dad, for God has called Michael home. Patrick Zamaripa, he answered that call. Just 32, a former altar boy who served in the Navy and dreamed of being a cop. He liked to post videos of himself and his kids on social media. And on Thursday night, while Patrick went to work, his partner Christy posted a photo of her and their daughter at a Texas Rangers game and tagged her partner so that he could see it while on duty. Brent Thompson answered that call. He served his country as a Marine. And years later, as a contractor, he spent time in some of the most dangerous parts of Iraq and Afghanistan. And then a few years ago, he settled down here in Dallas for a new life of service as a transit cop. And just about 2 weeks ago, he married a fellow officer. Their whole life together waiting before them. Like police officers across the country, these men and their families shared a commitment to something larger than themselves. They weren't looking for their names to be up in lights. They'd tell you the pay was decent, but wouldn't make you rich. They could have told you about the stress and long shifts. And they'd probably agree with Chief Brown when he said that cops don't expect to hear the words thank you very often, especially from those who need them the most. No, the reward comes in knowing that our entire way of life in America depends on the rule of law. That the maintenance of that law is a hard and daily labor. That in this country we don't have soldiers in the streets or militias setting the rules. Instead, we have public servants, police officers, like the men who were taken away from us. And that's what these 5 were doing last Thursday. when they were assigned to protect and keep orderly a peaceful protest in response to the killing of Alton Sterling of Baton Rouge and Philando Castile of Minnesota. They were upholding the constitutional rights of this country. For a while, the protests went on without incident. And despite the fact that police conduct was the subject of the protest, despite the fact that there must have been signs or slogans or chants with which they profoundly disagreed, these men and this department did their jobs like the professionals that they were. In fact, the police had been part of the protest planning. Dallas PD even posted photos on their Twitter feeds of their own officers standing among the protesters. Two officers, black and white, smiled next to a man with a sign that read, "No justice, no peace." And then around 9 o'clock, the gunfire came. Another community torn apart, more hearts broken, more questions about what caused and what might prevent another such tragedy. I know that Americans are struggling right now with what we've witnessed over the past week. First, the shootings in Minnesota and Baton Rouge, the protests, then the targeting of police by the shooter here. An act not just of demented violence, but of racial hatred. All of it's left us wounded and angry and hurt. It's as if the deepest fault lines of our democracy have suddenly been exposed, perhaps even widened. And although we know that such divisions are not new, though they've surely been worse in even the recent past, that offers us little comfort. Faced with this violence, we wonder if the divides of race in America can ever be bridged. We wonder if an African-American community that feels unfairly targeted by police and police departments that feel unfairly maligned for doing their jobs can ever understand each other's experience. We turn on the TV or surf the internet and we can watch positions harden and lines drawn, and people retreat to their respective corners. And politicians calculate how to grab attention or avoid the fallout. We see all this, and it's hard not to think sometimes that the center won't hold and that things might get worse. I understand. I understand how Americans are feeling. But Dallas, I'm here to say we must reject such despair. I'm here to insist that we are not as divided as we seem. And I know that because I know America. I know how far we've come against impossible odds. I know we'll make it because of what I've experienced in my own life, what I've seen of this country and its people, their goodness and decency as President of the United States. And I know it because of what we've seen here in Dallas, how all of you, out of great suffering, have shown us the meaning of perseverance and character and hope. When the bullets started flying, the men and women of the Dallas police, they did not flinch, and they did not react recklessly. They showed incredible restraint. Helped in some cases by protesters, they evacuated the injured, isolated the shooter, saved more lives than we will ever know. We mourn fewer people today because of your brave actions. Everyone was helping each other, one witness said. It wasn't about black or white. Everyone was picking each other up and moving them away. See, that's the America I know. The police helped Shetamia Taylor as she was shot, trying to shield her 4 sons. She said she wanted her boys to join her to protest the incidents of black men being killed. She also said to the Dallas PD, "Thank you for being heroes." And today her 12-year-old son wants to be a cop when he grows up. That's the America I know. In the aftermath of the shooting, we've seen Mayor Rawlings and Chief Brown, a white man and a black man with different backgrounds, working not just to restore order and support a shaken city, a shaken department, but working together to unify a city with strength and grace and wisdom. And in the process, we've been reminded that the Dallas Police Department has been at the forefront of improving relations between police and the community. The murder rate here has fallen. Complaints of excessive force have been cut by 64%. The Dallas Police Department has been doing it the right way. And so, Mayor Rawlings and Chief Brown, on behalf of the American people, thank you for your steady leadership. Thank you for your powerful example. We could not be prouder of you. These men, this department, this is the America I know. And today in this audience, I see people who have protested on behalf of criminal justice reform, grieving alongside police officers. I see people who mourn for the 5 officers we lost, but also weep for the families of Alton Sterling and Philando Castile. In this audience, I see what's possible. I see what's possible when we recognize that we are one American family, all deserving of equal treatment, all deserving equal respect, all children of God. That's the America I know. Now, I'm not naive. I have spoken at too many memorials during the course of this presidency. I've hugged too many families who've lost a loved one to senseless violence. And I've seen how a spirit of unity born of tragedy can gradually dissipate, overtaken by the return to business as usual, by inertia and old habits and expediency. I see how easily we slip back into our old notions because they're comfortable, we're used to them. I've seen how inadequate words can be in bringing about lasting change. I've seen how inadequate my own words have been. And so I'm reminded of a passage in John's Gospel. Let us love not with words or speech, but with actions and in truth. If we're to sustain the unity we need to get through these difficult times, if we are to honor these 5 outstanding officers who we lost, then we will need to act on the truths that we know. And that's not easy. It makes us uncomfortable. But we're going to have to be honest with each other and ourselves. We know that the overwhelming majority of police officers do an incredibly hard and dangerous job fairly and professionally. They are deserving of our respect and not our scorn. And when anyone, no matter how good their intentions may be, paints all police as biased or bigoted, we undermine those officers we depend on for our safety. And as for those who use rhetoric suggesting harm to police, even if they don't act on it themselves, well, they not only make the jobs of police officers even more dangerous, but they do a disservice to the very cause of justice that they claim to promote. We also know that centuries of racial discrimination, of slavery and subjugation and Jim Crow, they didn't simply vanish with the end of lawful segregation. They didn't just stop when Dr. King made a speech or the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act were signed. Race relations have improved dramatically in my lifetime. Those who deny it are dishonoring the struggles that helped us achieve that progress. But we know but America, we know that bias remains. We know it. Whether you are black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or of Middle Eastern descent, we have all seen this bigotry in our own lives at some point. We've heard it at times in our own homes. If we're honest, perhaps we've heard prejudice in our own heads and felt it in our own hearts. We know that. And while some suffer far more under racism's burden, some feel to a far greater extent discrimination's sting. Although most of us do our best to guard against it and teach our children better, none of us is entirely innocent. No institution is entirely immune. And that includes our police departments. We know this. And so when African Americans from all walks of life, from different communities across the country, voice a growing despair over what they perceive to be unequal treatment, when study after study shows that whites and people of color experience the criminal justice system differently, so that if you're black, you're more likely to be pulled over or searched or arrested, more likely to get longer sentences, more likely to get the death penalty for the same crime. When mothers and fathers raise their kids right and have the talk about how to respond if stopped by a police officer, yes, sir, no, sir, but still fear that something terrible may happen when their child walks out the door, still fear that kids being stupid and not quite doing things right might end in tragedy. When all this takes place more than 50 years after the passage of the Civil Rights Act, we cannot simply turn away and dismiss those in peaceful protest as troublemakers or paranoid. We can't simply dismiss it as a symptom of political correctness or reverse racism. To have your experience denied like that, dismissed by those in authority, dismissed perhaps even by your white friends and co-workers and fellow church members, again and again and again, it hurts. Surely we can see that, all of us. We also know what Chief Brown has said is true, that so much of the tensions between police departments and minority communities that they serve is because we ask the police to do too much and we ask too little of ourselves. As a society, we choose to underinvest in decent schools. We allow poverty to fester so that entire neighborhoods offer no prospect for gainful employment. We refuse to fund drug treatment and mental health programs. We flood communities with so many guns that it is easier for a teenager to buy a Glock than get his hands on a computer or even a book. And then we tell the police, you're a social worker, you're the parent, you're the teacher, you're the drug counselor. We tell them to keep those neighborhoods in check at all costs and do so without causing any political blowback or inconvenience. Don't make a mistake that might disturb our own peace of mind. And then we feign surprise when periodically the tensions boil over. We know those things to be true. They've been true for a long time. We know it. Police, you know it. Protesters, you know it. You know how dangerous some of the communities where these police officers serve are. And you pretend as if there's no context. These things we know to be true. And if we cannot even talk about these things, if we cannot talk honestly and openly, not just in the comfort of our own circles, but with those who look different than us or bring a different perspective, then we will never break this dangerous cycle. In the end, it's not about finding policies that work. It's about forging consensus and fighting cynicism and finding the will to make change. Can we do this? Can we find the character as Americans to open our hearts to each other? Can we see in each other a common humanity and a shared dignity and recognize how our different experiences have shaped us? And it doesn't make anybody perfectly good or perfectly bad. It just makes us human. I don't know. I confess that sometimes I too experience doubt. I've been to too many of these things. I've seen too many families go through this. But then I am reminded of what the Lord tells Ezekiel. I will give you a new heart, the Lord says, and put a new spirit in you. I will remove from you your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. That's what we must pray for, each of us. A new heart. Not a heart of stone, but a heart open to the fears and hopes and challenges of our fellow citizens. That's what we've seen in Dallas these past few days. And that's what we must sustain. Because with an open heart, we can learn to stand in each other's shoes and look at the world through each other's eyes. So that maybe the police officer sees his own son in that teenager with a hoodie who's kind of goofing off, but not dangerous. And maybe the teenager will see in the police officer the same words and values and authority of his parents. With an open heart, we can abandon the overheated rhetoric and the oversimplification that reduces whole categories of our fellow Americans, not just to opponents, but to enemies. With an open heart, those protesting for change will guard against reckless language going forward. Look at the model set by the 5 officers we mourn today. Acknowledge the progress brought about by the sincere efforts of police departments like this one in Dallas. And embark on the hard but necessary work of negotiation, the pursuit of reconciliation. With an open heart, police departments will acknowledge that just like the rest of us, they're not perfect. That insisting we do better to root out racial bias is not an attack on cops, but an effort to live up to our highest ideals. And I understand these protests, I see them, they can be messy. Sometimes they can be hijacked by an irresponsible few. Police can get hurt. Protesters can get hurt. They can be frustrated. But even those who dislike the phrase Black Lives Matter, surely we should be able to hear the pain of Alton Sterling's family. We should, when we hear a friend describe him by saying that whatever he cooked enough for everybody, that should sound familiar to us, that maybe he wasn't so different than us, so that we can, yes, insist that his life matters. Just as we should hear the students and co-workers describe their affection for Philando Castile as a gentle soul, Mr. Rogers with deadlocks, they called him, and know that his life mattered to a whole lot of people of all races, of all ages, and that we have to do what we can without putting officers' lives at risk, but do better to prevent another life like his from being lost. With an open heart, we can worry less about which side has been wronged and worry more about joining sides to do right. Because the vicious killer of these police officers, they won't be the last person who tries to make us turn on one another. The killer in Orlando wasn't, nor was the killer in Charleston. We know there is evil in this world. That's why we need police departments. But as Americans, we can decide that people like this killer will ultimately fail. They will not drive us apart. We can decide to come together and make our country reflect the good inside us, the hopes and simple dreams we share. We also glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character, and character, hope. For all of us, life presents challenges and suffering. Accidents, illnesses, the loss of loved ones. There are times when we are overwhelmed by sudden calamity, natural or man-made. All of us, we make mistakes. And at times we are lost. And as we get older, we learn we don't always have control of things. Not even a president does. But we do have control over how we respond to the world. We do have control over how we treat one another. America does not ask us to be perfect. Precisely because of our individual imperfections, our founders gave us institutions to guard against tyranny and ensure no one is above the law. A democracy that gives us the space to work through our differences and debate them peacefully, to make things better, even if it doesn't always happen as fast as we'd like. America gives us the capacity to change. But as the men we mourn today, these 5 heroes knew better than most. We cannot take the blessings of this nation for granted. Only by working together can we preserve those institutions of family and community, rights and responsibilities, law and self-government that is the hallmark of this nation. For it turns out we do not persevere alone. Our character is not found in isolation. Hope does not arise by putting our fellow man down. It is found by lifting others up. And that's what I take away from the lives of these outstanding men. The pain we feel may not soon pass, But my faith tells me that they did not die in vain. I believe our sorrow can make us a better country. I believe our righteous anger can be transformed into more justice and more peace. Weeping may endure for a night, but I'm convinced joy comes in the morning. We cannot match the sacrifices made by officers Zamarripa and Ahrens, Kroll, Smith, and Thompson. But surely we can try to match their sense of service. We cannot match their courage, but we can strive to match their devotion. May God bless their memory. May God bless this country that we love.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our program. Please keep your seats while the families and special guests depart.
All right, everybody, for those of you that maybe just came in, maybe in the middle of this stream, we are going to play back President Bush's remarks.
Thank you, Senator. I, too, President and Mrs. Biden, Mr. Mayor, Chief Brown, elected officials, members of the law enforcement community. Today, the nation grieves, but those of us who love Dallas and call it home have had 5 deaths in the family. Laura and I see members of law enforcement every day. We count them as our friends. And we know, like for every other American, that their courage is our protection and shield. We're proud of the men we mourn and the community that has rallied to honor them and support the wounded. Our mayor and police chief and our police department have been mighty inspirations for the rest of the nation. These slain officers were the best among us. Lauren Ahrens, beloved husband to Detective Katrina Ahrens and father of 2. Michael Kroll, caring son, brother, uncle, nephew, and friend. Michael Smith, U.S. Army veteran, devoted husband and father of 2. Brent Thompson, Marine Corps vet, recently married. Patrick Zamaripa, U.S. Navy Reserve combat veteran, proud father, and loyal Texas Rangers fan. With their deaths, we have lost so much. We are grief-stricken, heartbroken, and forever grateful. Every officer has accepted a calling that sets them apart. Most of us imagine if the moment called for that we would risk our lives to protect a spouse or a child. Those wearing the uniform assume that risk for the safety of strangers. They and their families share the unspoken knowledge that each new day can bring new dangers. But none of us were prepared or could be prepared for an ambush by hatred and malice. The shock of this evil still has not faded. At times, it seems like the forces pulling us apart are stronger than the forces binding us together. Argument turns too easily into animosity. Disagreement escalates too quickly into dehumanization. Too often we judge other groups by their worst examples, while judging ourselves by our best intentions. And this has strained our bonds of understanding and common purpose. But Americans, I think, have a great advantage. To renew our unity, we only need to remember our values. We have never been held together by blood or background. We are bound by things of the Spirit, by shared commitments to common ideals. At our best, we practice empathy, imagining ourselves in the lives and circumstances of others. This is the bridge across our nation's deepest divisions. And it's not merely a matter of tolerance, but of learning from the struggles and stories of our fellow citizens and finding our better selves in the process. At our best, we honor the image of God we see in one another. We recognize that we are brothers and sisters, sharing the same brief moment on earth and owing each other the loyalty of our shared humanity. At our best, we know we have one country, one future, one destiny. We do not want the unity of grief, nor do we want the unity of fear. We want the unity of hope, affection, and high purpose. We know that the kind of just, humane country we want to build, that we have seen in our best dreams, is made possible when men and women in uniform stand guard. At their best, when they're trained and trusted and accountable, they free us from fear. The Apostle Paul said, "For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of strength and love and self-control." Those are the best responses to fear in the life of our country. And they're the code of the peace officer. Today, all of us feel a sense of loss, but not equally. I'd like to conclude with the word of the families, the spouses, and especially the children of the fallen. Your loved one time with you was too short. They did not get a chance to properly say goodbye. But they went where duty called. They defended us, even to the end. They finished well. We will not forget what they did for us. Your loss is unfair. We cannot explain it. We can stand beside you and share your grief. And we can pray that God will comfort you with a hope deeper than sorrow and stronger than death. May God bless you.
Leadership is hard. Great leadership is very unique. We experienced that leadership this week with the chiefs of our DART and DPD offices. I want to say thanks to DART Chief James Speller for what you have done. And I want to also introduce a man who has given his life to the city of Dallas, the 28th Chief of Police, over 30 years in the force, a native of South Oak Cliff. A man that I call a friend but more importantly, he is my rock. He represents not only Dallas, but police officers, police chiefs, this higher calling across the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief David Brown.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. When I was a teenager and started liking girls, I could never find the right words to express myself. And after a couple of words, they'd just walk away, leaving me figuring out what do I need to do to get a date. And so being a music fan of 1970s rhythm and blues love songs, I put together a strategy to recite the lyrics to get a date. So for girls I liked, I would pull out some Al Green or some Teddy Pendergrass or some Isley Brothers, and I'd recite the lyrics to their love songs. But for people I loved, if I fell in love with a girl, oh, I had to dig down deep and get some Stevie Wonder. To fully express the love I had for the girl. So today, I'm going to pull out some Stevie Wonder for these families. So families, close your eyes and just imagine me back in 1974 with an afro and some bell bottoms and wide collar. We all know sometimes life's hate and troubles can make you wish you were born in another time and place. But you can bet your lifetimes that, and twice as double, that God knew exactly where He wanted you to be placed. So make sure when you say you're not in it, but not of it, you're not helping to make this earth a place sometimes called hell. Change your words into truth, and then change that truth into love. And maybe your children's grandchildren and their great-great-grandchildren will tell them, I'll be loving you until the rainbow burns the stars out of the sky. I'll be loving you until the ocean covers every mountain high. I'll be loving you until the dolphin flies and the parrots live at the sea. I'll be loving you until we dream of life and life becomes a dream. I'll be loving you until the day is night and night becomes the day. I'll be loving you until the trees and seas up and fly away. I'll be loving you until the day that 8 times 8 times 8 times 8 is 4. I'll be loving you until the day that is the day that are no more. I'll be loving you until the day the earth starts turning right to left. I'll be loving you until the earth, just for the sun, denies itself. I'll be loving you until Mother Nature says her work is through. I'll be loving you until the day that you are me and I am you. Now, ain't that loving you? Until the rainbow burns, the stars out of the sky. Ain't that loving you? Until the ocean covers every mountain high. And I've got to say, always. I'll be loving you always. And there's no greater love than this, that these 5 men gave their lives for all of us. It is my honor to introduce to you the President of the United States of America, President Barack Obama. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Please. Thank you very much. Mr. President and Mrs. Bush, my friend, the Vice President, and Dr. Biden, Mayor Rawlings, Chief Spiller, clergy, members of Congress, Chief Brown. I'm so glad I met Michelle first because she loves Stevie Wonder. But most of all, the families and friends and colleagues and fellow officers. Scripture tells us that in our sufferings there is glory, because we know that suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character. And character, hope. Sometimes the truths of these words are hard to see. Right now, those words test us, because the people of Dallas, people across the country, are suffering. We're here to honor the memory and mourn the loss of 5 fellow Americans, to grieve with their loved ones, to support this community, to pray for the wounded, and to try and find some meaning amidst our sorrow. For the men and women who protect and serve the people of Dallas, last Thursday began like any other day. Like most Americans, each day you get up, probably have too quick a breakfast, kiss your family goodbye, and you head to work. But your work and the work of police officers across the country is like no other. For the moment you put on that uniform You have answered a call that at any moment, even in the briefest interaction, may put your life in harm's way. Lauren Aarons, he answered that call. So did his wife, Katrina. Not only because she was the spouse of a police officer, but because she's a detective on the force. They have 2 kids, and Lauren took them fishing and used to proudly go to their school in uniform. And the night before he died, he bought dinner for a homeless man. And the next night, Katrina had to tell their children that their dad was gone. And they don't get it yet, their grandma said. They don't know what to do quite yet. Michael Kroll answered that call. His mother said he knew the dangers of the job, but he never shied away from his duty. He came 1,000 miles from his home state of Michigan to be a cop in Dallas, telling his family, "This is something I wanted to do." And last year, he brought his girlfriend back to Detroit for Thanksgiving, and it was the last time he'd see his family. Michael Smith answered that call. In the Army, and over almost 30 years working for the Dallas Police Association, which gave him the appropriately named Cops Cop Award. A man of deep faith. When he was off duty, he could be found at church or playing softball with his 2 girls. Today, his girls have lost their dad, for God has called Michael home. Patrick Zamaripa, he answered that call. Just 32, a former altar boy who served in the Navy and dreamed of being a cop. He liked to post videos of himself and his kids on social media. And on Thursday night, while Patrick went to work, his partner Christy posted a photo of her and their daughter at a Texas Rangers game and tagged her partner so that he could see it while on duty. Brent Thompson answered that call. He served his country as a Marine. And years later, as a contractor, he spent time in some of the most dangerous parts of Iraq and Afghanistan. And then a few years ago, he settled down here in Dallas for a new life of service as a transit cop. And just about 2 weeks ago, he married a fellow officer. Their whole life together waiting before them. Like police officers across the country, these men and their families shared a commitment to something larger than themselves. They weren't looking for their names to be up in lights. They'd tell you the pay was decent, but wouldn't make you rich. They could have told you about the stress and long shifts. And they'd probably agree with Chief Brown when he said that cops don't expect to hear the words thank you very often, especially from those who need them the most. No, the reward comes in knowing that our entire way of life in America depends on the rule of law. That the maintenance of that law is a hard and daily labor. That in this country we don't have soldiers in the streets or militias setting the rules. Instead, we have public servants, police officers, like the men who were taken away from us. And that's what these 5 were doing last Thursday. When they were assigned to protect and keep orderly a peaceful protest in response to the killing of Alton Sterling of Baton Rouge and Philando Castile of Minnesota. They were upholding the constitutional rights of this country. For a while, the protests went on without incident. And despite the fact that police conduct was the subject of the protest, despite the fact that there must have been signs or slogans or chants with which they profoundly disagreed, these men and this department did their jobs like the professionals that they were. In fact, the police had been part of the protest planning. Dallas PD even posted photos on their Twitter feeds of their own officers standing among the protesters. 2 officers, black and white, smiled next to a man with a sign that read, "No justice, no peace." And then around 9 o'clock, the gunfire came. Another community torn apart, more hearts broken, more questions about what caused and what might prevent another such tragedy. I know that Americans are struggling right now with what we've witnessed over the past week. First, the shootings in Minnesota and Baton Rouge, the protests, then the targeting of police by the shooter here. An act not just of demented violence, but of racial hatred. All of it's left us wounded and angry and hurt. It's as if the deepest fault lines of our democracy have suddenly been exposed, perhaps even widened. And although we know that such divisions are not new, though they've surely been worse in even the recent past, that offers us little comfort. Faced with this violence, we wonder if the divides of race in America can ever be bridged. We wonder if an African-American community that feels unfairly targeted by police and police departments that feel unfairly maligned for doing their jobs can ever understand each other's experience. We turn on the TV or surf the internet and we can watch positions harden and lines drawn, and people retreat to their respective corners. And politicians calculate how to grab attention or avoid the fallout. We see all this, and it's hard not to think sometimes that the center won't hold and that things might get worse. I understand. I understand how Americans are feeling. But Dallas, I'm here to say we must reject such despair. I'm here to insist that we are not as divided as we seem. And I know that because I know America. I know how far we've come against impossible odds. I know we'll make it because of what I've experienced in my own life, what I've seen of this country and its people, their goodness and decency as President of the United States. And I know it because of what we've seen here in Dallas, how all of you, out of great suffering, have shown us the meaning of perseverance and character and hope. When the bullets started flying, the men and women of the Dallas police, they did not flinch, and they did not react recklessly. They showed incredible restraint. Helped in some cases by protesters, they evacuated the injured, isolated the shooter, saved more lives than we will ever know. We mourn fewer people today because of your brave actions. Everyone was helping each other, one witness said. It wasn't about black or white. Everyone was picking each other up and moving them away. See, that's the America I know. The police helped Shetamia Taylor as she was shot, trying to shield her 4 sons. She said she wanted her boys to join her to protest the incidents of black men being killed. She also said to the Dallas PD, "Thank you for being heroes." And today, her 12-year-old son wants to be a cop when he grows up. That's the America I know.
Sustainability.
In the aftermath of the shooting, we've seen Mayor Rawlings and Chief Brown, a white man and a black man with different backgrounds, working not just to restore order and support a shaken city, a shaken department, but working together to unify a city with strength and grace and wisdom. And in the process, we've been reminded that the Dallas Police Department has been at the forefront of improving relations between police and the community. The murder rate here has fallen. Complaints of excessive force have been cut by 64%. The Dallas Police Department has been doing it the right way. And so, Mayor Rawlings and Chief Brown, on behalf of the American people, thank you for your steady leadership. Thank you for your powerful example. We could not be prouder of you. These men, this department, this is the America I know. And today in this audience, I see people who have protested on behalf of criminal justice reform, grieving alongside police officers. I see people who mourn for the 5 officers we lost, but also weep for the families of Alton Sterling and Philando Castile. In this audience, I see what's possible. I see what's possible when we recognize that we are one American family, all deserving of equal treatment, all deserving equal respect, all children of God. That's the America I know. Now, I'm not naive. I have spoken at too many memorials during the course of this presidency. I've hugged too many families who've lost a loved one to senseless violence. And I've seen how a spirit of unity born of tragedy can gradually dissipate, overtaken by the return to business as usual, by inertia and old habits and expediency. I see how easily we slip back into our old notions because they're comfortable, we're used to them. I've seen how inadequate words can be in bringing about lasting change. I've seen how inadequate my own words have been. And so I'm reminded of a passage in John's Gospel. Let us love not with words or speech, but with actions and in truth. If we're to sustain the unity we need to get through these difficult times, if we are to honor these 5 outstanding officers who we lost, then we will need to act on the truths that we know. And that's not easy. It makes us uncomfortable. But we're going to have to be honest with each other and ourselves. We know that the overwhelming majority of police officers do an incredibly hard and dangerous job fairly and professionally. They are deserving of our respect and not our scorn. And when anyone, no matter how good their intentions may be, paints all police as biased or bigoted, we undermine those officers we depend on for our safety. And as for those who use rhetoric suggesting harm to police, even if they don't act on it themselves, well, they not only make the jobs of police officers even more dangerous, but they do a disservice to the very cause of justice that they claim to promote. We also know that centuries of racial discrimination, of slavery and subjugation and Jim Crow, they didn't simply vanish with the end of lawful segregation. They didn't just stop when Dr. King made a speech or the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act were signed. Race relations have improved dramatically in my lifetime. Those who deny it are dishonoring the struggles that helped us achieve that progress. But we know but America, we know that bias remains. We know it. Whether you are black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or of Middle Eastern descent, we have all seen this bigotry in our own lives at some point. We've heard it at times in our own homes. If we're honest, perhaps we've heard prejudice in our own heads and felt it in our own hearts. We know that. And while some suffer far more under racism's burden, some feel to a far greater extent discrimination's sting. Although most of us do our best to guard against it and teach our children better, none of us is entirely innocent. No institution is entirely immune. And that includes our police departments. We know this. And so when African Americans from all walks of life, from different communities across the country, voice a growing despair over what they perceive to be unequal treatment, when study after study shows that whites and people of color experience the criminal justice system differently, so that if you're black, you're more likely to be pulled over or searched or arrested, more likely to get longer sentences, more likely to get the death penalty for the same crime. When mothers and fathers raise their kids right and have the talk about how to respond if stopped by a police officer, yes, sir, no, sir, but still fear that something terrible may happen when their child walks out the door, still fear that kids being stupid and not quite doing things right might end in tragedy, when all this takes place more than 50 years after the passage of the Civil Rights Act, we cannot simply turn away and dismiss those in peaceful protest as troublemakers or paranoid. We can't simply dismiss it as a symptom of political correctness or reverse racism. To have your experience denied like that, dismissed by those in authority, dismissed perhaps even by your white friends and co-workers and fellow church members, again and again and again, it hurts. Surely we can see that, all of us. We also know what Chief Brown has said is true, that so much of the tensions between police departments and minority communities that they serve is because we ask the police to do too much and we ask too little of ourselves. As a society, we choose to underinvest in decent schools. We allow poverty to fester so that entire neighborhoods offer no prospect for gainful employment. We refuse to fund drug treatment and mental health programs. We flood communities with so many guns that it is easier for a teenager to buy a Glock than get his hands on a computer or even a book. And then we tell the police, you're a social worker, you're the parent, you're the teacher, you're the drug counselor. We tell them to keep those neighborhoods in check at all costs and do so without causing any political blowback or inconvenience. Don't make a mistake that might disturb our own peace of mind. And then we feign surprise when periodically the tensions boil over. We know those things to be true. They've been true for a long time. We know it. Police, you know it. Protesters, you know it. You know how dangerous some of the communities where these police officers serve are. And you pretend as if there's no context. These things we know to be true. And if we cannot even talk about these things, if we cannot talk honestly and openly, not just in the comfort of our own circles, but with those who look different than us or bring a different perspective, then we will never break this dangerous cycle. In the end, it's not about finding policies that work. It's about forging consensus and fighting cynicism and finding the will to make change. Can we do this? Can we find the character as Americans to open our hearts to each other? Can we see in each other a common humanity and a shared dignity and recognize how our different experiences have shaped us? And it doesn't make anybody perfectly good or perfectly bad. It just makes us human. I don't know. I confess that sometimes I too experience doubt. I've been to too many of these things. I've seen too many families go through this. But then I am reminded of what the Lord tells Ezekiel. I will give you a new heart, the Lord says, and put a new spirit in you. I will remove from you your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. That's what we must pray for, each of us. A new heart. Not a heart of stone, but a heart open to the fears and hopes and challenges of our fellow citizens. That's what we've seen in Dallas these past few days. And that's what we must sustain. Because with an open heart, we can learn to stand in each other's shoes and look at the world through each other's eyes. So that maybe the police officer sees his own son in that teenager with a hoodie who's kind of goofing off, but not dangerous. And maybe the teenager will see in the police officer the same words and values and authority of his parents. With an open heart, we can abandon the overheated rhetoric and the oversimplification that reduces whole categories of our fellow Americans, not just to opponents, but to enemies. With an open heart, those protesting for change will guard against reckless language going forward. Look at the model set by the 5 officers we mourn today. Acknowledge the progress brought about by the sincere efforts of police departments like this one in Dallas. And embark on the hard but necessary work of negotiation, the pursuit of reconciliation. With an open heart, police departments will acknowledge that just like the rest of us, they're not perfect. That insisting we do better to root out racial bias is not an attack on cops, but an effort to live up to our highest ideals.
All right, everybody, we're going to go live. Breaking news happening right now. We are hearing reports, initial reports, that the Capitol is under lockdown right now. We're going to get you guys some more details right now, but this is a live breaking news event happening right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. U.S. Capitol under lockdown. All right, everybody, if you're just joining us, we are in a live breaking news event here. The U.S. Capitol is under lockdown right now. They are locking the members inside the chamber right now. Police are investigating. That is the only confirmed news that we have at this point here. We are going to keep you updated. And folks, we just don't know what the cause of the lockdown was, but obviously police are investigating right now. And that is the very, very latest that we have. Members in the chamber are being locked in right now. It's a very fluid situation, as you can imagine. This is the second time in a week that the visitor center has been under lockdown. Police are on scene investigating. Once again, this is the second time in a week that this lockdown has occurred, and it's only Tuesday. So we do have an active lockdown right now, working to get you guys some more details on this situation. We are monitoring Twitter feeds as well as keeping our eyes on other news outlets to see what they are reporting as well. Fox 13 in Tampa Bay just putting it out there saying that the visitor center is on lockdown with police investigating. That is from the Associated Press. So we do have police actively investigating this right now. We're working to get you guys some other video as soon as we get it here. Right now we just have the bump shot of the U.S. Capitol building. The visitor center is on lockdown for a second time this week. Okay, this is the very latest that we are getting in from our colleagues right now. Fox is told 2 are in custody after a shooting by the Department of Labor near the Capitol building. So it happened near the Department of Labor building, which is close to the Senate side of the Capitol, forcing the lockdown at the Capitol. That is the very latest news that we have from this situation right here. The U.S. Capitol is on lockdown. Reports of a shooting nearby. Once again, folks, if you're just joining us, Fox is learning that there was a shooting near the Department of Labor, which is close to the Senate side of the Capitol building, forcing the lockdown of the U.S. Capitol. Police are investigating right now. Fox has been told that 2 are in custody right now after the shooting by the Department of Labor building, also near the U.S. Capitol. And because of that, they did have to lock down the Capitol. And once again, folks, you are in the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. The visitor center is currently on lockdown for the U.S. Capitol. Fox did learn that there was a shooting near the Department of Labor building, which is close to the Senate side of the Capitol, forcing the lockdown. Right now, we are working to get you guys some more additional details, but right now, you can tell this is a very fluid situation. And folks, if you're just joining us, there are reports out there that a shooting incident occurred near the Department of Labor, which is really close to the U.S. Capitol building. So they had to put the Capitol building on lockdown as well. Still working to get you guys some additional details here. Just putting on Twitter right now, Representative Rick Crawford, representing Arkansas's 1st District in the United States Congress, put out a tweet right now saying, "My staff and I are safe and following protocol during the U.S. Capitol lockdown." So that is some good news there. Working to, guys, get you some additional details right now. Fox is also reporting that Capitol Hill aides are being told to shelter in place and move away from windows amid the lockdown after the shooting near the Department of Labor on Capitol Hill. So we still do not know at this point if everyone in question has been detained here. We don't know if this is still an active situation, but the lockdown is developing right now, and it's happening at the U.S. Capitol. Stay tuned to Fox 10 News for more information. All right.
Thank you,
They
thank
just
you.
dumped out here for a Hillary Clinton event happening right now.
Thank
We'll work to
you
get you
so
guys some more
much.
information on the U.S. Capitol building when it does become
Thank you. And I cannot tell you how extraordinarily touched I am by Lin-Manuel and this cast. It is such an enormous gift that they have given to all of us. I've now seen it 3 times, first at the public and twice here, and I cry every time. And the emotion is just so powerful. But that's not only because we've been blessed to see these amazing actors and the music and, of course, the genius that Lin-Manuel brought to this, but because there are lessons for us in this moment. And it really is true that it matters whose stories are told and heard. And this powerful depiction of an immigrant's story being told should remind all of us how many tens of millions of stories in our country deserve to be told and heard. And as Washington tells us, history's eyes are on us. So I want to thank all of you for supporting our vision of the kind of America that does try to keep moving us toward that more perfect union. That has to be our mission. We cannot be detoured by those who would play to the worst of our feelings, who would divide us, who would scapegoat us. We have to keep that vision in front of us. I want to thank Lin-Manuel for sharing his stories with us, but also for his standing up on behalf of the people of Puerto Rico, on behalf of the victims in Orlando. He continues to tell the stories of those who might otherwise never be heard. This is an amazing afternoon. I'm especially pleased by everyone who competed for a seat online, and we have the winner here somewhere, Barbie Garcia from Florida. There she is with her friend Jamie. So let's think a lot about history's eyes on us. And as you can tell, our founders were not perfect people, but they were united in their conviction that they could build this new country from nothing. And with all the fits and the starts that we have endured over the course of our history, we are still going strong. And I am so hoping that, as I said this morning at the wonderful event we had in New Hampshire where Senator Sanders and I appeared together, that America's best years are still ahead of us. And that is really up to us to make sure that hope becomes a reality. So let's not throw away our shot. Let's do everything we can. Thank you all so much.
Miranda.
All right, folks. That looks like they just jumped out of that event. Let's take it now back out to the U.S. Capitol building for the very latest on this lockdown situation. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. The lockdown is in place because of a reported shooting near the U.S. Capitol building. Still working to, guys, get you some more information on this current situation. This is the second time in less than a week that the U.S. Capitol has been locked down. From Fox's Chad program, he covers Congress for Fox News. He has been tweeting a lot of great information. U.S. Capitol Police say due to a security threat, no entry or exit is permitted at this time in any building of the Capitol complex. Fox is told incident forcing U.S. Capitol lockdown is not related to counterterrorism, only Metro Police involved, not the FBI. The business in the House and Senate chambers continued mostly as normal as both bodies continued the work amid the lockdown due to the nearby shooting. Right now, we'll show you a little bit of the Fox 5 stream from D.C.
First and D at the tunnel there, and we do need you to go there so we can find out what's happening there, and we'd like you to check it back in with us once you're at that location. This is all happening, breaking as we speak about it, happening live right now, and the U.S. Capitol went on lockdown at 4:15. Just about a half an hour ago, when there were reports of someone with a gun at around that area, First and D Northwest in D.C.
Yeah, near the labor or the Department of Labor is some of the initial reports that we're hearing from Fox News Channel. The U.S. Capitol building, visitor center, all on lockdown. There was, an alert that had been sent out to all the staffers, aides, to stay in place. You saw that the House and Senate, though, as they're in there, it appeared, business as usual. It seems to continue, not to, indicate that this shouldn't be taken lightly, but, business is continuing there. However, things are on lockdown. They're telling people to silence their mobile phones, and no one is going to be permitted to enter or exit until directed by the U.S. Capitol Police. We understand, Tom Fitzgerald saying, meanwhile, on the outside, the U.S. Park Police helicopter was above that area, first in D Street, where we know that there has been some sort of an arrest made. How it relates to this lockdown, we're not sure, or if it does. We just don't know right now. But again, in the meantime, after a very crazy day at the Ford office building, there was already a lockdown due to a suspicious device there. So everybody's on edge and taking everything very seriously.
And this may be one of those things where it's out of an abundance of caution, where they're saying, let's go on with business as usual, but do not come or go because of the danger right now with the given situation. So keep doing your business inside, don't come or go, and we'll keep everybody safe while we continue to investigate. But obviously now they have one person in custody following the report of the gun. They'll continue to investigate this, and we know Tom Fitzgerald is now on the way to that location where the arrest was made. The Capitol is still on lockdown until we get a report that this lockdown has been lifted. We will stay on the air and let you know what is happening and keep you apprised of the developments. But again, this happened a little bit more than a half an hour ago. Both of the House and the Senate were in session, with the House members voting, the Senate lawmakers delivering speeches from the floor at the time that this lockdown went into place. Tourists were sitting in the visitors gallery in the Senate, apparently unaware of what was happening at the time. And no immediate details of who this person is, why they were carrying a gun, what has been said, what this situation involved. But police did, as a result of this person with a gun near the Capitol complex, they sent an email to congressional staff advising them to close and lock the doors, stay away from external doors and windows. That is protocol when there is a lockdown of the Capitol Visitor Center, of the Capitol, and of the Capitol complex.
And I just want to break in right now, if we could also double check with our friends over at Fox News Channel. Just seeing a tweet from one of our producers there with Fox News Channel that the Capitol lockdown has been lifted, that U.S. the Capitol Police say that the Capitol complex returns to normal operations. Again, this is coming to us from our friends at Fox News Channel. Right now, of course, this is developing, and we're keeping an eye on this. But again, Fox News Channel reporting that the Capitol lockdown has been lifted and that the Capitol complex has returned to normal operations.
It's obviously, when we were talking about this, people being on edge, we had a shooter near the White House not too long ago, just a few weeks ago. I feel like it was just a couple of months ago that we were on the air with a lockdown at the Capitol. It was obviously this morning at the Ford House office building, a suspicious device in the basement. This just keeps happening, and, the law enforcement takes these situations very, very seriously. And there was the person in the Capitol Visitor Center with a gun, and
not that long ago.
Not that long ago. So they will take these matters very, very seriously and keep people safe who are coming to this area.
We do have Tom Fitzgerald, who's down there going and heading to that First and D Street location, where, of course, we know there's one person in custody following a report of somebody with a gun. Again, we don't know if this was related to the lockdown that was in effect, but now has been lifted. We are finding out just moments ago, but we'll continue to follow that. Also, our own Marina Morocco is heading on that way as well. We're going to get a full report with them coming up here on Fox 5 News at 5.
All right. And, the other incident that happened earlier today, it was cleared after a while, but there was an evacuation at the Ford House office building as police were investigating that suspicious device in the basement. That evacuation lasted for some time. It was several hours while police were investigating. So I know Tom will include that in his report tonight. He'll also be talking about what happened with this situation. He's on his way to First and D, where that arrest happened with this person here who is now in custody following the report of the gun. This started at 4:15 this afternoon when someone was spotted with a gun near the Capitol. The Capitol complex in the Capitol itself and several buildings around it were put on lockdown while the House and the Senate were both in session, voting and making speeches, and there were visitors inside the building, as there still are. It is continuing to be business as usual inside. We do know now from Fox News Channel, they are reporting, we are working to confirm it, that the lockdown has been lifted. And we have now, I see, confirmed it on our air as well. So the lockdown has been lifted as we have one person in custody following the report of the gun. But we are working to find out why that person was there, obviously, and police are investigating right now as we speak.
Yeah, and our own Tom Fitzgerald, who is covering the Ford office building incident from earlier today, is able to tell us just how heightened the state of alert is down there, mentioning even that there was a report of a suspicious vehicle, a van with wires coming out of it. It happened to be our own news crew down there, but it just goes to show that, anybody, they say see something, say something, and if no one is familiar with what a news van looks like, then, to them, that looks suspicious.
Yeah.
And so everybody is just kind of, on edge right now, I think, given what's going on in the country.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And when you talk about what a lockdown means for the Capitol complex, there's a series of things that the House and Senate has to do that the police instruct for them to do, and that is close, lock, stay away. We mentioned this, stay away from the external doors and windows. They take their emergency kits and escape hoods. They move to their office's assigned shelter. They go through these training exercises, and they shelter in place in their innermost part of their office, away from the external doors. And if they are not near their office, they're supposed to be taking shelter in the office where they're nearest to, and then check in with their office managers. They're supposed to silence their mobile phones. While the buildings are on lockdown, they're not to be entering or exiting until they're directed by Capitol Police, and then they're supposed to wait for further information until it becomes available. So they've got quite a protocol and a standard operating procedure, and I think a lot of this went into place following 9/11. All of the hoods and everything, all of these training exercises really started after 9/11. We saw that really coming into place after 9/11. And a lot of the stanchions and all of that stuff, that started so many years ago. It really was after the Oklahoma City bombing when we saw a lot of these guards going up throughout D.C., and there's been a real effort to try to take that down, to have more freedom coming and going in front of the White House. But when you see stuff like this happening, when you see shootings near and around the White House, I just don't see how there would be any kind of lifting of that guarding of that
Right.
freedom of, the restrictions to move around.
Again, if you're just joining us, we have just been talking about a U.S. Capitol lockdown that occurred. This is around 4:15 this afternoon after the reports. Initially it was just that police were investigating. There was some sort of a lockdown. At the same time, there had been reports of a shooting near the Department of Labor, near the Capitol. Whether or not that indeed occurred, we're still trying to find out that information, but we do know that one person is in custody following the report of somebody with a gun. That's at our 1st and D Street location that we've been talking about from earlier. All of this has been happening now within the hour, and since then, as we've been on the air, the U.S. Capitol lockdown has been lifted. In the meantime, though, it's been on a very busy day. 10 a.m., the Ford office building was also, shut down due to a suspicious device in the basement. So everybody's keeping a close eye.
Now, D.C. police are saying 2 people are in custody, so and that they do have a weapon recovered. We will continue to stay on top of this. I know Tom Fitzgerald has moved toward, as we mentioned, toward that area where the arrest has been made at 1st and D, but now we are hearing that 2 people are in custody. So obviously developing situation here. We will continue to stay on top of this. We are going to take a break, and we will come back for Fox 5 News at 5, which is starting momentarily. Stay with us. We will be right back with the very latest on this breaking.
All right, everybody, we are in the Fox 10 News Now stream, giving you guys the very, very latest chat program from Fox News. Just tweeting out, no shots fired in the incident. Man having a gun near the Capitol, no injuries. Appears suspect moved from the House to the Senate side across the National Mall. So Fox is told that police responded to a report of a man with a gun in the 1400 block of 3rd Street Southwest near the Capitol and was apprehended near 1st and D Northwest near the Department of Labor. So the Capitol lockdown has been lifted. United States Capitol Police say Capitol complex returns to normal operations right now. And folks, we are going to keep working on this story here for you.
News at 5.
Right now at 5 people arrested after shooting at police in the district. Hear what sparked the exchange of gunfire. We'll have a live report. And honoring the fallen.
In just a little bit, Sammy is going to come up here and take you all the way to 4 o'clock. Coming up in a little bit, about 4:30, from Westfield, Indiana, we will have a Donald Trump event. And will he make a vice presidential pick? You'll have to tune in.
Hello, everyone. Tanya here. We will be right back with more news now. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a live look at downtown Phoenix. We are going to have more news now in a second. In case you missed it, Loretta Lynch testified before a congressional hearing this morning. Loretta Lynch testifying about the Department of Justice. We're going to go ahead and take you guys to that feed right now.
Good morning. The Judiciary Committee will come to order, and without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing and oversight of the Department of Justice, and I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. Welcome, General Lynch, to your second appearance before the House Judiciary Committee. The flags over the Capitol are flying at half-mast in recognition of the 5 Dallas police officers murdered in cold blood last week. This was not an arrest gone wrong. The person who carried out this appalling act of terror and hate stalked and murdered 5 police officers and injured 7 others and 2 civilians, ostensibly in retaliation for recent police shootings, including the tragic and fatal shootings in Minnesota and Louisiana last week. We mourn all those tragedies. The divisiveness between our police and our communities must end, and I ask that we observe a moment of silence for all those who have lost their lives in these tragedies. Thank you. We must not give in to hate and let emotion replace reason. We must bridge the divide that separates us and embrace one another as Americans. We must have faith that the institutions that have sustained our republic for the last 240 years will deliver fair, impartial justice to victims of crime and punish the guilty. I look forward to your thoughts on this important matter. The American people also expect government officials to abide by the law just like everyone else, and to be reprimanded when they break the law. That is not the case for former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Last week, FBI Director James Comey announced that he would not recommend criminal charges against Secretary Clinton for her use of a private email server while at the State Department and the mishandling of classified information. The timing of and circumstances surrounding this announcement are particularly troubling. On Monday, June 27, Attorney General Lynch, you met privately with former President Bill Clinton aboard your plane on the tarmac of the Phoenix airport, despite the fact that his wife was the target of an ongoing criminal investigation. This encounter is even more troubling if the FBI is also investigating improper donations to the Clinton Foundation, which was founded by former President Clinton, a member of the foundation's board of directors. 5 days later, the FBI held its first and only interview with Secretary Clinton after a year-long investigation. 3 days later, and on the first day back from a holiday weekend, Director Comey publicly announced that he was not recommending charges against Secretary Clinton. And a mere 24 hours later, Attorney General Lynch, you issued a press release announcing that no charges would be brought against Secretary Clinton. While Director Comey may have refused to criminally indict Hillary Clinton, his public pronouncement and subsequent congressional testimony is nonetheless a public indictment of her conduct and character. Though Director Comey declined to recommend charges, he laid out sufficient facts to warrant a referral to the Justice Department. That forces one to confront the question of whether someone who was not in Secretary Clinton's position would have fared as well with the FBI as she did. Secretary Clinton stated repeatedly that no classified information was contained within her private email system. This is not true. The FBI found 110 emails in 52 email chains containing classified information at the time they were sent or received. Secretary Clinton stated repeatedly that no information in her emails was marked classified. This is not true. The FBI found that some of these emails were marked classified. Secretary Clinton said all relevant emails were returned to the State Department. This is not true. The FBI found thousands of work-related emails that were not returned. But all of this evidence, according to Director Comey, amounted only to, quote, extreme carelessness by Secretary Clinton and her staff. And although the director admitted that there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information, he went so far as to publicly declare that, quote, no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. This defies logic and the law. Contrary to Director Comey's assertions, the law does not require evidence that a person intended to harm the United States in order to be criminally liable for the mishandling of classified information. To be sure, Congress has set forth a variety of statutes on this subject with different intent requirements and penalties. Were a rank-and-file federal employee to do what Secretary Clinton did, they would face severe punishment, including termination, revocation of security clearances, or criminal prosecution. Even Director Comey acknowledged this fact at a recent congressional hearing. But Secretary Clinton is not facing prosecution for her actions. This has now become an issue for Congress in that it appears Secretary Clinton testified falsely when appearing under oath before the Select Committee on Benghazi. Yesterday, I and Oversight and Government Reform Chairman Chaffetz asked the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia to investigate Secretary Clinton's testimony before Congress. Secretary Clinton's extreme carelessness possibly jeopardized the safety and security of our citizens and nation. Her extreme carelessness suggests she cannot be trusted with the nation's most sensitive secrets if she is nevertheless elected president. Frankly, the FBI's conclusion leaves many more questions than answers, and we hope, Madam Attorney General, to get answers to those questions today. Thank you, and it's now my pleasure to recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome, Madam Attorney General, for being with us today. The news of the past few days have been full of questions about violence, civil rights, and the safety of our police officers. And I want you to know that we take seriously the burden of each of these questions on your office. It will not have escaped your attention that we're in the middle of an election season. You may also know that there are just 3 working days left until we break for the summer, and really not much more time after that until the Congress ends. Elections are about choices, and a short working schedule is about setting priorities. As you are no doubt aware, one of this committee's top legislative priorities is criminal justice reform. We have already found consensus on a range of such issues, including sentencing, prison, and asset forfeiture reform. The chairman of this committee and I also stand on the precipice of an agreement on policing reform legislation. Given the events of the past week, the need for this measure has never been more urgent. Questions about the use of lethal force by police are not new, but the nation is newly engaged in the issue after Ferguson, Staten Island, Cleveland, North Charleston, and Baltimore. Over the past week, we saw the same sad themes play out in Baton Rouge in Minnesota, as well as the horrific killing of 5 police officers in Dallas. I believe it's more critical than ever that we reach a final agreement on police accountability and standards. At the time when African Americans are 30% more likely than whites to be pulled over while driving, more than 3 times more likely to have their car searched, and more than twice as likely to be shot by police, it is imperative that we restore public faith in our criminal justice system. We must finish this work for both the communities that feel so much anguish this week and for the officers who patrol our streets every day. It's my sincere hope that we consider this matter before we adjourn. Unfortunately, there are many other areas where we have not been able to advance bipartisan initiatives. I'd like to tell you that we are prepared to have a substantive discussion about the manner in which we will restore Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. The pre-clearance mechanism was used for decades by your department to restore a sense of fairness in jurisdictions that have known prejudice for generations. Since it was struck down, we have seen at least 17 states enact measures designed to restrict access to the ballot box. Bipartisan legislation has been introduced that would have restored this vital tool long before voting began this year. But Mr. Sensenbrenner's of Wisconsin's legislation sits untouched. I would also like to tell you that we are prepared to address the scourge of gun violence in this country. The events last week in Baton Rouge, in Minnesota, and in Dallas, and the anger and sadness felt in communities across the nation are what one commentator aptly called the horrific, predictable result of a widely armed citizenry. This epidemic claims nearly 33,000 individuals every year. It infects our churches, our schools, our homes. It places our police officers into the direct line of fire. It makes our citizens afraid. But we've not held a single hearing on this topic. Not when 26 children and teachers were murdered at Sandy Hook. Not when our colleague was shot in Phoenix. And not when the body count reached 49 in Orlando. Last month, every Democratic member of this committee wrote to our chairman Goodlett with a list of specific policy proposals to address this violence, and to date, I'm sorry to say, we have received no response. I would also like to tell you, Madam Attorney General, that we have an answer for the millions of undocumented immigrants who came here in search of a better life, but who are forced to live in the shadows. Some of us have put a great deal of effort into antagonizing and vilifying that community. But this committee has offered very few solutions, acknowledging that these families are here to stay. But elections are about choices, Madam Attorney General. There are only 3 working days, some count it less, left this month. and then we adjourn for 7 weeks. How will my colleagues on the other side of the aisle choose to fill that time? Today, apparently, Secretary Hillary Clinton's email takes precedence over gun violence and civil rights. Let us be clear. The criminal investigation is closed. There was no intentional wrongdoing. Director Comey, whose reputation for independence and integrity is unquestioned, has explained his reasoning in great detail. If any of my colleagues are not yet convinced, it is because they do not want to be convinced. And in their zeal to call Secretary Clinton a liar or maybe even a criminal, despite the facts and despite the law, I fear we will have missed an opportunity to engage with you on more worthy subjects. We may also spend time today talking about the alleged wrongdoings of Commissioner Koskinen of the Internal Revenue Service. Some of my colleagues want to use one of the remaining working days before the break to move his impeachment directly to the House floor. I hope they do not. In many ways, this gesture is totally meaningless. There is bipartisan consensus that the commissioner's critics have not proved their case, and there is virtually no chance of a conviction in the Senate. But I believe that the rush to impeachment, although ineffectual, would set a dangerous precedent for the Congress and the American people. Once we cross this line, we write a new rule. Whatever the merits of the charges, the House may impeach an official without due process, without the right to counsel, without the right to present evidence to this committee, and without the right question the evidence presented against him. Elections are about choices. And here is the choice we face as the clock runs down on the 114th Congress. We can spend a few days that remain on conspiracy theories and political sniping that does little for our constituents but drive them further apart from their neighbors. Or we can attempt to solve even one of the long list of problems facing this country today. We should choose to do work, the work we were sent here to do, or the public is right to choose somebody else to do it. And so I look forward to our conversation today, Madam Attorney General Lynch. I thank the chairman, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conyers, and without objection, all of the members' opening statements will be made a part of the record. We welcome our distinguished witness today, and General Lynch, if you would please rise, I'll begin by swearing you in. You swear that the testimony that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness has responded in the affirmative. Attorney General Loretta Lynch was sworn in as the 83rd Attorney General of the United States on April 27, 2015. Ms. Lynch began her career in public service by joining the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York. After 9 years, Ms. Lynch was appointed by President Bill Clinton to lead that office as United States Attorney, a post she held until 2001. Ms. Lynch then worked in private practice until 2010, when President Obama asked her to resume leadership of the United States Attorney's Office in Brooklyn. Ms. Lynch is a graduate of Harvard College and Harvard Law School. General Lynch, welcome. Your entire testimony will be made a part of the record, and we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Thank you, and you may begin.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Chairman Goodlatte, Ranking Member Conyers, and the distinguished members of this committee. I'm grateful for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss how we can continue working together to ensure the security of our nation and the strength of our communities and the safety of our people. Now, as we gather here this morning, I know that we are all thinking of the 2 bailiffs who were killed and the sheriff's deputy who was wounded in a shooting in a courthouse in Michigan yesterday. The Department of Justice stands ready to provide whatever help we can to state and local authorities as they investigate this heinous crime, and our sincerest condolences are with the friends, the colleagues, and the loved ones of the devoted public servants that we lost. Now, of course, this incident follows on the heels of a series of devastating events that rocked our nation last week. The tragic deaths of Alton Sterling in Louisiana and Philando Castile in Minnesota, and the deplorable murder of 5 brave Dallas police officers, Lauren Aarons, Michael Kroll, Michael Smith, Brent Thompson, and Patrick Zamarripa, who were protecting a peaceful protest, along with several of their comrades who were wounded. The Department of Justice, including the FBI, ATF, the U.S. Marshals Service, and our U.S. Attorney's Office in the Northern District of Texas, is working closely with our state and local counterparts, and we will offer any assistance that we can as the investigation in Dallas unfolds. And among other resources, we will send assistance to the victims and to their families. Our hearts are literally broken for the families and loved ones of those we lost in these tragic events, and our gratitude goes out to the brave men and women who wear the badge, who carry our safety on their shoulders, and who risk their lives every day to keep us safe. Now, as we grapple with the aftermath of these events, the Department of Justice will continue to do everything in our power to build the bonds of trust and cooperation between law enforcement and the communities that we serve. That work has never been more difficult nor more important. We will continue to offer our state and local partners funding, training, technical assistance for critical programs, as well as for assets like body-worn cameras, de-escalation training, and education in implicit bias. In fact, in the last month, we announced that we would begin providing implicit bias training to federal law enforcement agents and prosecutors. We will continue to promote the recommendations of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing through training and technical assistance. Our Civil Rights Division plays a critical role in ensuring constitutional policing and accountability and in rebuilding trust where trust has eroded. And through our Office of Justice Programs and our Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services, we will continue to give local departments the tools they need and the training they require to come home safely, from funds for bulletproof vests to training in officer health, safety, and wellness. Now, at the same time that we are working to support police and citizens in their efforts to build stronger and more united communities, we remain committed to keeping those communities safe and secure. Just 1 month ago today, 49 innocent lives were taken in an attack on the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, an appalling act of terror and of hate that underscored the urgency of confronting threats to our nation wherever they emerge and whatever form they take. There's no responsibility that this department takes more seriously. We're moving aggressively against those who seek to receive training from or are inspired by foreign violent extremist groups, and we've arrested more than 90 individuals since 2013 for conduct related to foreign fighter activity and homegrown violent extremism. And we are working closely with our counterparts abroad to pursue terrorists and investigate attacks around the world. As the recent incidents in Turkey, Bangladesh, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia have reminded us, terror knows no borders. And in the face of violent extremism, we must stand with our global partners in unity, in readiness, and in resolve. Now, I want to close with a comment about the investigation of Secretary Clinton's use of a personal email server during her time as Secretary of State. As you are aware, last week I met with Director Comey and career prosecutors and agents who conducted that investigation. I received and accepted their unanimous recommendation that the thorough, year-long investigation be closed and no charges be brought against any individuals within the scope of the investigation. And while I understand that this investigation has generated significant public interest, as Attorney General, it would be inappropriate for me to comment further on the underlying facts of the investigation or the legal basis for the team's recommendation. But I can tell you that I am extremely proud of the tremendous work of the dedicated prosecutors and agents on this matter. Thank you for this opportunity to make this opening statement.
Thank you, General Lynch. We'll now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions for the witnesses, and I'll begin by recognizing myself. Before being confirmed as Attorney General in May of last year, you were first nominated by President Obama to serve as the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, and you were originally appointed to the U.S. Attorney post in 1999 by former President Bill Clinton. The existence of Secretary Clinton's private email server was first brought to light in March of last year, 1 month before your confirmation as Attorney General. A few months after your confirmation, the Inspectors General of State and National Intelligence requested the Department of Justice investigate whether classified information was stored on her private email servers. The FBI then opened an investigation into the matter. Given that she was a political appointee of your current boss, and more importantly, the wife of your previous boss, why did you not see fit to recuse yourself from the investigation? Wouldn't recusal or appointment of a special prosecutor have removed any appearance of impropriety given your service during Bill Clinton's presidency?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. As I've said on several occasions before, when the referral came into the Department of Justice, it was received and referred to experienced, dedicated career agents and prosecutors who handle matters of this type every day with independence, with efficiency, with thoroughness, and the matter was handled like any other matter. It was reviewed through the chain by those independent career agents and prosecutors. And in considering the matter, there was no connection, there was no need for a recusal or an independent prosecutor.
Well,
and as I indicated before, I'm incredibly proud of the dedicated work that they did over the past year.
Well, let me follow up on that then. 2 weeks ago, roughly a year into the FBI's investigation, and a mere week before Director Comey's announcement, you met privately with your former boss, former President Bill Clinton, on your plane at the Phoenix airport. Why was this meeting, particularly in light of your previous appointment by President Clinton, not grounds for recusing yourself?
With respect to my conversation that I had with former President Clinton in Phoenix, it was a conversation that was held on the airplane, on the tarmac. The former president indicated he wanted to say hello, and I agreed to say hello, and we had a social conversation. Nothing of any relationship to the email investigation was discussed, nor were any specific cases or matters before the Department of Justice discussed.
We'll have some follow-up questions to that later, but let me turn your attention to Director Comey's conclusions on a variety of points. Secretary Clinton stated that she never sent or received information marked as classified on her server. Director Comey stated that was not true. Do you agree with Director Comey?
You know, Director Comey has chosen to provide great detail into the basis for his recommendations that were ultimately provided to me. He's chosen to provide detailed statements, and I would refer you to those statements. I, as Attorney General, am not able to provide any further comment on the facts or the substance of the investigation.
Well, General Lynch, I think you would agree that the ultimate responsibility for a prosecutorial decision does not rest with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, but with the Department of Justice, which you head. Have you not taken a close look at the work done by Director Comey, especially given the extreme national interest in this issue, to make a determination yourself whether you and those working for you agree or disagree with Director Comey?
As I've indicated, I received the recommendation of the team, and that team was composed of prosecutors and agents. It was a unanimous recommendation as to how to resolve the investigation and to what the information that they had received.
Do you agree with the conclusion?
And I accepted that recommendation. I saw no reason not to accept it, and again, I reiterate my pride and faith in their work.
Secretary Clinton stated that she did not email any classified material, and Director Comey stated there was classified material emailed. Do you agree with Director Comey's conclusion about that?
Again, I would have to refer you to Director Comey's statements for the basis for his recommendation.
Director Comey stated that there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information. Do you agree with Director Comey's statement?
Again, I would refer you to Director Comey for any further explanation as to the basis for his recommendations. The recommendation that I received from the team, including Director Comey, was that the investigation be resolved without charges.
Director Comey made a recommendation, but he made a recommendation to the Department of Justice, which you head, and you would have to come to the final conclusion on whether or not to act. I would presume that before you acted, you would look at his conclusions and determine whether you agreed with them or not.
As I've indicated, I received a briefing from the team, which included not just the prosecutors, but the agents and Director. Recommendation was that the matter be resolved in the way in which we've announced, and I accepted that recommendation.
Let me ask you one final question that does not regard the specific facts with regard to Secretary Clinton, but Director Comey said that there was not clear evidence that Secretary Clinton or her colleagues intended to violate laws governing the handling of classified information. My question for you is intent to violate the law a requirement under 18 U.S.C. Section 793F?
Well, Congressman, I think the statutes that were considered here speak for themselves. To answer further would require a discussion of the facts and the analysis of this matter, which, as I've indicated, I'm not in a position to provide at this time. Again, I'd refer you to Director Comey's discussion for that. As I've indicated, the team reviewed this matter, and it was a unanimous team decision.
And you made a decision following their recommendation to you that you were not going to prosecute and the matter was closed. Is that correct?
I made the decision some time ago that I would accept the recommendation of that team and was awaiting that recommendation. When I received it, there was no basis not to accept it. And again, I reiterate my pride and faith in them.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your faith in them. The concern here is regard to your sworn oath to uphold the United States Constitution and the laws thereunder, including 18 U.S.C. Section 793F and 18 U.S.C. Section 1924, and to conclude that no prosecution would take place without examining and drawing conclusions regarding the questions that I've just asked does not seem to be a responsible way to uphold your constitutionally sworn oath. At this time, I recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers, for his questions.
Thank you. Thank you for being here again, and Attorney General, and thank you very much for your frank and candid discussion with us that is now taking place. I'm looking for answers and views of some events that I'm going to string together and ask you to discuss as far as you can in an appropriate manner. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, police shot and killed Alston Sterling. Video shows that he was shot while being pinned to the ground by 2 officers. Outside of Minneapolis, police shot and killed Philando Castile at what should have been a routine traffic stop. He was armed, but reports suggest that he repeatedly told police that he had a valid permit for the weapon. In Dallas, a gunman killed 5 police officers and wounded 7 others in what appeared to be a well-planned attack. This terrible act, in the middle of an otherwise peaceful protest in a city that has become a model for community-engaged policing. And so I think you're qualified to advise us here as both the chief law enforcement officer in the United States and the first African-American woman to hold that post. How can we make sense of these events during these trying times, ma'am?
Thank you, Congressman, for the opportunity to speak on these issues. I believe that you have truly outlined the issue of the day facing our nation. And it is my hope that as we all look at these tragic incidents, that we will take the opportunity to draw closer to each other, to have the difficult conversations about race and policing in this country, involving all sides, involving all issues and all points of view. I have spent the last year as Attorney General touring this great country, meeting specifically on the issue of police and community relations. And I have sought out jurisdictions that have had extremely troubled relationships, but have in fact made the conscious decision to pull themselves back from that brink and develop a positive relationship between the community and law enforcement. It can be done. I have seen it done. You have cited Dallas as one example of a police department that, through its community policing efforts, has crafted a strong bond with its community so that when there is tension, there is an outlet, there is a way for discussion. I believe, Congressman, that the key to many of the problems that we face is communication. Communication and truly listening to one another. Listening to individuals who feel, for whatever reason, separated and at a distance from the goals of this great country. Individuals who feel that they do not have an opportunity to fully participate in this great democracy, as well as listening to our brave members of law enforcement who talk to me every day with great poignancy about why they joined this wonderful profession, their desire to protect, to serve, to put young people on the right path, to build a better country, and to, in fact, build strong communities because they live in those communities. All of that must be recognized, as well as the pain of law enforcement who feel themselves under attack as well. By recognizing our common humanity, our common loss, and our common goals, we can, in fact, work on this difficult problem.
Thank you for your response. I would like to ask you in a friendly way how we can, as a committee, what is it that we can do to address the problem? And we seek your friendly advice in that direction because we want to work together with all the branches of government, and the House Judiciary Committee is in a very unusually important position to play an important role in this.
Yes, thank you, Congressman. The Department of Justice is actively engaged in working with both communities and law enforcement to further these discussions. And of course, efforts in our grant-making arena are important there, and we welcome and appreciate the support of this committee and others in making sure the department's grant-making operations are fully funded. We also provide a great deal of support for law enforcement through training and technical assistance, for example, the Bulletproof Vest program and our funding for body-worn cameras for so many police departments. Again, we thank this committee and so many members of Congress who have provided bipartisan support for those efforts, and we would hope that those efforts and funding in particular would continue. Those are just a few of the examples of ways in which we hope to continue to receive support. I would also note that the issue of criminal justice reform is a larger canvas upon which this conversation is being writ. And certainly we support the efforts by so many on this committee and others throughout Congress to push that important legislation forward. We've provided assistance in terms of many of the details that have been raised in the context of that legislation. I know this committee in particular has spent so much time and effort on that, and we appreciate that and all of the issues that have been raised. And that is an important way towards dealing with making our criminal justice system more effective, more efficient, and more fair. That in and of itself will go a long way towards restoring faith and trust in the overall criminal justice system, which is also a problem often raised to my attention during my travels. So the department looks forward to continuing to support those important efforts.
I'm so pleased that you would be with us today, and I hope that we can continue this communication because it's very important for all of the citizens in our nation. And I thank the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Conyers. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Sensenbrenner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General Lynch, for being with us today. You are in charge of the Department of Justice. The buck stops with you. And I'm concerned that you keep on saying that you have deferred the authority that by law is yours to Director Comey. Let me give an example. Mr. Comey has said that Secretary Clinton was extremely careless in her handling of highly classified and very sensitive information. Now, the criminal statute uses the word gross negligence, and I can't for the life of me figure out what the difference between gross negligence and extremely careless is unless one really wants to parse some words. Now, secondly, the misdemeanor statute does not require intent. It's a strict liability statute, and it relates to the removal and retention of classified information. So it doesn't matter whether Secretary Clinton had the intent to do that or not. The fact is that the FBI said that she did it. Now, I think that what Director Comey has said is that Secretary Clinton's actions essentially meet the definition for prosecution under the statute. Why did you defer to Director Comey when the responsibility is yours?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. Let me be clear that my decision was to accept the recommendation of the team of agents and investigators who worked on this, and these are the career attorneys as well as the dedicated investigators, including the FBI director, who worked on this matter for over a year. They've reviewed the facts, they've followed the facts, they looked at the law, they've applied the facts to that law, and came up with a unanimous recommendation, a joint recommendation, in effect, that was provided to me.
I have a limited amount of time. You know, the fact is that whether it's extremely careless or gross negligence and a strict liability statute, I think that the language of the statute is clear. Now, I've noted that the Justice Department over the last several years has prosecuted several servicemen for doing the exact same thing that Secretary Clinton did. And in one case, actually reached a judgment of a court that prohibited that serviceman from ever having a security classification again. Now, you have a problem, Madam Attorney General, that people think that there's a different standard between the servicemen and Secretary Clinton, and the fact that the language is almost synonymous, if not synonymous, saying no prosecution of Secretary Clinton and prosecution and conviction of the servicemen. You have a burden, I think, to convince to the American public that you don't have a double standard. You're not meeting the burden, and how do you plan to change the argument that you make to the American public so that they can be convinced that the thing was correct and that you made the right decision, rather than simply deferring to people in the FBI and prosecutors?
Congressman, every case stands on its own separate facts and the application of those facts to the law. So you'd have to refer to the specific facts of the other matters that you're referring to. With respect to the investigation into the former secretary's handling of classified information, her private email system, again, I can tell you and this entire committee and the American people that all of the relevant facts were considered, investigated thoroughly, and reviewed by the entire team, which again is composed of career independent investigators as well as lawyers, and their recommendation upon a full and thorough analysis was that the matter be resolved in the way in which it was recommended to me. As I've indicated, I determined to accept that recommendation and did in fact accept that recommendation.
One final question. One of the service people who was prosecuted basically sent an email out that his fellow Marines were in danger. And he ended up getting prosecuted for warning his fellow Marines that their lives may be in danger. Now, here in the case of Mrs. Clinton, the private email arrangement was simply to avoid public scrutiny. So in terms of the intent of Major Jason Bresler and Secretary Clinton, one Major Bresler was doing it to save his colleagues. The other, Secretary Clinton, was to avoid transparency. Now, in terms of the bottom line, That's the hoop that you have to jump through in order to retain and regain your credibility with the American public. I hope that you'll be able to do that. And I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Lynch, for appearing here today and for your service as Attorney General. I'm sure that many of my Republican colleagues will spend their time discussing the overhyped matter concerning Secretary Clinton's emails, but I'm going to focus instead on more important issues facing this country. We're all sickened by the killings of Alton Sterling in Baton Rouge and Philandro Castile outside of St. Paul. According to the ACLU, Mr. Castile was the 123rd African American to be killed by law enforcement this year. That is, of course, no excuse for last week's vicious murders of 5 police officers in Dallas. But the knowledge that Mr. Sterling's and Mr. Castile's deaths come on the heels of a long list of senseless killings of black men, women, and children whose encounters with the police might have gone differently had they not been black must spur us to take action. Black Lives Matter is not a hashtag, it is an imperative. And I appreciate the work that you are doing and your department is doing in this regard, and I hope you'll keep us informed on that. But I want to go to a different matter, related, unfortunately. Exactly 1 month ago today, a lone gunman killed 49 people and wounded more than 50 others in an LGBT nightclub in Orlando. Mass shootings are now an all too common occurrence in this country. In 2016, there were 229 mass shootings, defined as shootings in which at least 4 people are shot. As you know, every day, on average, nearly 300 Americans are shot in murders, assaults, suicide attempts, accidents, and police actions. 48 of them are children and teenagers. This is a distinctly American problem. More than 33,000 Americans lose their lives to gun violence each year. In the United Kingdom, in 2011, 146 deaths to gun violence. Denmark, 71. Portugal, 142. Japan, just 30. The United States, 33,000. You cannot tell me, no one can tell me, that the American people are 1,000 times more mentally ill than people in these other countries. A recent study in the American Journal of Medicine found that compared to 22 other high-income countries, the gun-related murder rate in the United States is 25 times higher. We have held there is an epidemic of gun violence. And how has the majority in Congress responded? With emergency hearings about Hillary Clinton's and Lois Lerner's emails. We have held, of course, 0 hearings on gun violence. We have passed no bills to address the issue. We have done nothing to require universal background checks. We continue to allow military-style assault weapons on our streets. We have not even prevented those on the no-fly list from purchasing guns. That's why I was proud to join John Lewis and nearly the entire Democratic caucus in protesting the Republican Congress's abdication on this issue. Now, Ms. Lynch, what does the assassination of 5 Dallas police officers last week tell us about the NRA's favorite adage? The only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. The police officers, after all, were armed. And what about an armed society is a polite society?
Well, Congressman, thank you for raising this important issue of gun violence in our society. I don't have a comment on the NRA's positions or statements, but of course...
What about that state? Never mind their position, but what do you think of the statement that the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun? Is that true? Does it work?
Congressman, I think the issue is, as is usual, doesn't really lend itself well to aphorisms and short statements. And it's my hope that the work of many on this committee and indeed throughout Congress in having the discussion that has begun on this issue will continue, so that we can, in fact, continue to work on the serious issues of access to firearms in our society. Earlier this year, I did make several recommendations to the White House which were accepted for important ways for dealing with this issue, ranging from clarifying guidance on those who are engaged in the business and therefore must provide background checks for purchasers, ranging from clarifying rules on acquisitions of certain types of firearms and by those in certain business capacities such as trusts, but also as part of that, a very important part of that was a request for additional funding for ATF, for more resources to deal with the information and the issues arising out of gun violence, as well as funding for HHS to deal with the issues of mental health that place so many Americans in jeopardy.
A loophole in federal law allows the transfer of a firearm to anybody after 3 business days, even if a background check is not complete. Last year, the FBI concluded that the suspect in the shooting in Charleston was able to purchase a gun through this loophole. Should that policy change? Should we hold the transfer of firearms until the background check has been completed?
Well, Congressman, in order to change that rule, it would require congressional action. The 3-day waiting period is part of congressional action that has already been voted on by Congress. And certainly, it is a fact that with the rise in purchases and the increased use on the NICS background system, there is ever more use of that system. We are working to improve the NICS system to make it as efficient as possible. We've expanded the number of personnel working on those background checks. We are working also to improve the automated portion of the NICS system so that the dealers who go through the system will be able to get information more quickly and to be able to respond either by proceeding or denying a sale or in other ways as appropriate. So we are working within the system as it is currently structured. In order to change that, it would require congressional action.
Thank you. My time is expiring, but I wanted to briefly mention one more issue. We have been following the Department's review of the consent decrees that govern ASCAP and BMI. There are reports that the Department is not recommending any changes to the consent decrees, but is moving forward with an interpretation of the decrees requiring these organizations to license works on a 100% basis instead of the current practice of fractional licensing, in conflict with the formal opinion of the U.S. Register of Copyrights. I have heard from numerous songwriters and constituents greatly concerned about the disruption this will cause in the industry and to the creative process. Several of the parties involved have raised a host of other issues related to the consent decrees as well. Can you clarify for the committee the status of the Department's review of the consent decrees and the process moving forward?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness will be permitted to briefly answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congressman. The Antitrust Division is engaged in a review of the consent decree, which I believe dates to 1941. It has been utilizing a public comment system. After going through an initial round and receiving public comments, another round of public comments was also opened. Those comments are still being reviewed. Stakeholders are being consulted with, and it's my understanding that the Antitrust Division will be wrapping up this matter shortly and will be making public its findings, and we will, of course, make sure that they're made available to Congress. I believe they would be in any event provided to you, but we will certainly make sure that they are provided to you.
Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I think the thing that I find so disheartening, so unfortunate about FBI Director Comey's decision not to recommend criminal charges against former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton last week was that for a lot of Americans, it looked like we're seeing a double standard here, unequal treatment under the law. Under the facts of the case as laid out by Director Comey, virtually anybody else, I think most Americans think, including myself, there would have been charges brought for a crime against virtually anybody else in this country. But the politically connected Hillary Clinton, well, we won't charge her. I mean, look what Comey laid out. It's already been laid out to some degree, but I think it warrants doing it again. He found that despite the fact that Hillary claimed that she'd never sent or received classified information over a private email, she'd actually sent 110 of them, over 100 of them. And 8 of those were determined to have been top secret at the time that they were sent. Now, I assume that based upon the way you've answered some of my colleagues' questions prior to this, you're not going to acknowledge what I think virtually every other American believes, even her supporters. And that's at least acknowledge, as Director Comey did, that she lied. Would you respond?
Congressman, with respect to the Director's statements, as I've indicated, he's provided really unprecedented access into his views of the matter, and I would refer you to them. I understand the issue
has gone on. My principal focus at that trial was the topic of perjury, the elements of it, its history, what you had to prove. And in my argument with the Senate, My argument about that was that we had hundreds of people all over the country who were in jail behind bars for perjury, and the President of the United States shouldn't be above the law. Well, the ultimate vote was 50 to remove him, 50 to stay, so he remained President. But I would just conclude by saying that every American, including the President of the United States, including a candidate for the highest office in our land, ought to be treated equally under the law. And I think in this case, I think it's a travesty because I don't think Hillary Clinton has been treated like any other American would have been treated under the same circumstances. And I yield back.
Chair, thanks. Gentleman recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General Lynch, for taking the time to be here with us today. You know, I get a sense that really we're in this political season, and there is so much disappointment on the Republican side in the country that they couldn't obviate the election through the legal process. You know, despite the fact that most of us, I mean, in the Congress, we use personal emails that are not official. I do, and I know many members of this committee on both sides of the aisle do that. And Secretary Clinton, like her predecessor before her, General Colin Powell, used a private email system for convenience. She has expressed the view that that was a mistake. I don't know that Colin Powell has. Certainly, we know from press reports that the official State Department email account was the subject of the worst ever cyber intrusion of any federal agency. What we don't know is whether her communications on her private email were actually more secure than had she used the State Department email system. But after over a year and $30 million or more across various agencies and congressional committees investigating this matter, your agency has finally made the determination to follow the FBI's recommendation not to prosecute. And I think, you know, to some extent, we're beating a dead horse here for political reasons. And I think it's important because to use your time here for other things. There are a lot of things that need attention that we're not giving attention to. And so I'd like to raise the issue, it may seem arcane, but it's really important, of the backlog in immigration courts. You know, we have had a massive expansion of immigration enforcement from 2003 to 2016. We increased the border protection, U.S. Border Patrol and Protection, and ICE from $9.1 billion to $20.1 billion. It's a massive expansion. But at the same time, we increased in your department, the Office of Immigration Review and the immigration courts, $199 million to $426 billion. We have a massive backlog right now. In Los Angeles, the backlog is 806 days to hear a matter in immigration court. In Chicago, it's 915 days. Denver, 983 days. Phoenix, 884 days. This is, I mean, really years and years to hear your matter in court. And I'm wondering if you have, obviously we need additional resources, but what are your thoughts of managing this just unconscionable workload for the immigration courts?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for raising that important issue. Certainly, with respect to the workload of the Executive Office for Immigration Review, their workload has increased significantly over the past several years due to the influx of those seeking to enter our country. We saw this problem begin several years ago. As you have noted, the backlog of more than 2 or 3 years is something that we have been noting, and certainly back in 2014, EOR decided to try and handle this matter by prioritizing certain types of cases and trying to work through that backlog, particularly along our southwest border. You mentioned Los Angeles, you mentioned Phoenix, although Chicago reflects an influx of individuals who've chosen to move further north. But particularly along our southwest border, we've been trying to work on those backlogs. The additional resources we have with the assistance of Congress, and I thank the members of this committee and other members for their support, we have been able to add additional resources to the immigration courts. We have, as far as 2016, hired 36 new immigration judges. We hired 20 new judges in 2015, and we have another approximately 100 judges going through the hiring process now. It is our hope that this will assist us in not only handling the priority issues, but dealing with the backlog that often results from the other areas that we have to pull resources from. We are always looking for ways to make this system more efficient, to make this system deal with the important issues raised in immigration courts, to protect our borders, as well as to provide due process to those who are in immigration court.
I thank you, General. I would just like to note, Mr. Chairman, that our colleague Sheila Jackson Lee is not here because she is attending the memorial in Dallas, and I wanted to make sure that members knew that. It's not for lack of interest, but because of that obligation. I thank you, General Lynch, for your testimony, and I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentlewoman and recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. General Lynch, you and I work together on a myriad of issues, and I have great respect for many parts of the work you do and the way you do it. So I'm going to take a tack that maybe is more appropriate to my own district and to the men and women there who are asking certain questions. And I'll run you through some quick questions, and it's really for them to understand. You're obviously a skilled attorney. You took an oath. You're under a penalty of perjury as you speak today. You prepared for today so that you'd be able to answer some of the critical questions, including, obviously, the ones you've been asked so far. Is that correct?
I try and be responsive to the committee's questions, and I appreciate the information that staffers provide about what's of interest to the committee so that we can have the information for you.
So in that preparation, and you've got my old friend Peter Kazik behind you, you prepared to answer questions more or less in about 4 ways. Yes, no, I don't know, or I can't answer, or in some cases some combination of that. That's pretty much how you answer here, is affirmatively yes, affirmatively no, or these shades of gray in between, correct?
Congressman, I'm not going to go into the internal discussions I have.
No, I'm
with
not
my
asking
staff,
for the internal, but the
and I would
character
not characterize
of questions.
my responses in that way.
So, so far today, you have rarely said absolutely yes or absolutely no, correct? You've mostly talked in terms of I can't answer that, or it's not appropriate, or see the FBI director. And so in light of that, and this is really a question of what do I tell the Marines, the sailors, Army personnel in my district, the veterans, the contractors, all those who work for the government with classified information. The former Secretary of State, in an unambiguous way, said repeatedly, both under oath and to the public, time and time again, I did not send or receive any information marked classified. And you're aware of that she had definitively said this repeatedly, right?
I believe her statements are on the record, and I defer you to that.
And I have referred to that. She unambiguously said something which was not true, according to the FBI director. So when you send and receive documents that are marked classified clearly, and according to her statement, 300 people have seen her email. Some portion of those people saw the ones that said secret, top secret, confidential, whatever. None of them are charged. What do I say to the tens of thousands of people that live and work in my district, that work for the federal government, including more than 47,000 Marines? What do I say when, in fact, saying something that isn't true, handling classified information in an extremely careless way, has no criminal ramifications? What do I say to them? How do I reconcile the fact that they know that their friends and colleagues have been prosecuted or fired for doing less in the past?
Congressman, I can't speak to any cases you may be referring to involving friends or colleagues. Again, I would refer you to the description that
No, I
Director Comey
appreciate
provided
that,
about
Madam General,
the
but
fact that there are
I've
no
got to
other
ask you a
cases that
question.
follow this similar fact pattern. That
okay.
is what I think we focus on.
Okay, let me go through.
Every case is different.
Every case is different.
has to be handled in the same way. Every individual,
Okay.
whether they are
So-
former
so
secretary,
there will
or anyone
be some
else,
cases.
has to be reviewed.
Madam General, I have
with
very
the
limited
facts
time.
and the law there.
General Lynch, you keep mentioning this professional team of career professionals. Were there any political appointees on that team? Any people who, in fact, did not work for the State Department or did not work for the U.S. Attorney's Office prior to President Obama coming into office?
Well, again, with respect to the team, typically we don't go into the composition of it. It was led by our National Security Division, and everyone on the team was a career individual.
Again, I'll ask the question with specificity. I'm not asking for names. Was there at least one person who was politically appointed that was on that team?
The investigative team was composed of career prosecutors and seasoned agents.
The question is, was there at least one that did not work a career, that was in fact an appointee, either confirmed or unconfirmed?
Congressman, I've replied to you as to the composition of the team, that all of them.
So your answer is no, there were no political appointees?
All of them were career lawyers as well as seasoned investigators.
Okay. I'll take that as a no, because that's the only way I can interpret what you keep repeating. So, last but not least, the American people are told that these documents were not a crime to carelessly deal with. Should I find a way to make sure that those thousands of documents are made public so the American people can evaluate just how insignificant they are, or how President Obama said there's classified and then there's classified? Are these documents that could be easily made available to the public, or are they too sensitive to be made to the public today?
Congressman, you may take the appropriate steps in terms of reviewing anything, and you may make requests for that, and we'll work to accommodate you with respect to that. I don't have an answer for you beyond that.
So you couldn't today.
You
could not characterize whether any or all of those documents would have to be retained privately because they're too sensitive to be made public.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness will be permitted to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the handling of any of the documents or emails in this matter, because they involve another agency, we would have to work with the other agency. We always work with the agency that is termed the owner of information. So on behalf of the Department of Justice, I would not be able to give you an answer at this time as to those documents, because it would involve other agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General Lynch, when you appeared last time before this committee, I brought up the case of Darius Stewart. Darius Stewart was a young man, 19 years old, who was shot to death by a Memphis police officer. He was a passenger in a car. The officer stopped the car for a headlight violation and ran a check on the passenger, ended up getting in the back seat. The officer shot him, killed him. Our local prosecutor asked the grand jury to indict for manslaughter, but the grand jury didn't for some reason. I asked the Department of Justice to investigate, and I'm grateful for that. We are eager to know the results of your investigation. We need to know if there are any civil rights violations. Can you please tell us when we might expect any results in that case? I read today in the Times about the Garner case. I know it's difficult, but this case is one that's in Memphis with Darius Stewart.
Yes, thank you for raising this important issue. The matter is still under review, so I'm not able to give you either a result or a timetable at this time, but of course we will work to keep you informed.
Thank you very much. Last week we saw more disturbing videos of police shooting of African Americans, and we saw police officers killed in Dallas, and that was dreadful. The other side has made a point, my friends, to say people should know that nobody's above the law and all people are treated equally. Unfortunately, what we've seen is that African Americans are not treated equally when it comes to deadly force and police officers in this country. And that's a more chilling reality than anything else that's been brought up here today. People's lives have been taken. This is a great problem. Black lives matter. Congressman Lacey Clay and I put forward a bill last year, the Police Training and Independent Review Act, H.R. 2302, to address two of the major issues that we have been identified as necessary to help improve the relationship of police and citizens. The bill would withhold a portion of federal funding unless police are trained on a range of important issues like racial and ethnic bias and cultural diversity. I know the DOJ recently announced it will train all its office agents to recognize implicit bias, so I know you're aware of the need of training. Our bill would also withhold a portion of federal funding unless police shootings that result in a death or injury are investigated and, if necessary, prosecuted independently. Asking a local prosecutor to investigate the same law enforcement agency they work with and provide them with witnesses is implicitly wrong. Like Caesar's wife, an individual should be a prosecutor beyond the appearance of impropriety. If a prosecutor does everything right, the action can still appear biased. If we're serious about restoring the sense of trust that we need to have with our citizenry, we need to eliminate this conflict of interest. As I know, as you've mentioned, a key part of President Obama's task force on 21st century policing calls for independent prosecutors. Campaign Zero, gaining a lot of credibility, also has called for the passage of this act. Congressman Clay and I have seen a surge of support. We now have 77 co-sponsors. Has been endorsed by as unlikely a team maybe as the NAACP and the Chicago Tribune. Do you think that additional training for police and the use of independent prosecutors would help reduce violence between police and civilians and help restore a sense of trust in law enforcement?
Well, thank you for raising this important issue, Congressman. I think that the issue of the training that we at the Department of Justice provide for law enforcement, as well as the training generated in the field, is of utmost importance. I will tell you that as I have, in fact, traveled the country on my community policing tour, highlighting departments that are working on this very issue, I've seen some outstanding examples, in particular of de-escalation training, using various scenarios to start literally with the mindset of the officer and how they respond to certain situations. I've also been extremely encouraged by seeing law enforcement comment on many of the recent incidents that have been captured on video and talk about how training would or would not relate to those specific incidents. And I've been incredibly heartened by the growing sense of importance this issue has taken on within law enforcement itself. We have seen a number of, as I mentioned, of very, very positive programs involving training. We've seen, as I mentioned, not just the de-escalation, but also training in the issues about the definitions of excessive force, the legal standards for excessive force. I've seen programs that break that down for officers, where we have seen results in those communities.
So do you think training is something additional training will be important?
It is key.
And would independent prosecutors be a good thing?
I believe it depends upon the nature of the office that would be looking into the matter. I believe that you would need individuals who have experience in dealing with complicated cases, who have experience in dealing with forensic evidence, and certainly you'd want those offices, wherever they be located, to have that kind of expertise at their hands as well.
And let me close, Mr. Chairman, with one other fact. I don't know if you're aware, but in Memphis, a group, partially Black Lives Matter, had a protest march on Sunday. They interfered with traffic, made their demonstration on I-40 at the Hernando de Soto Bridge crossing the river. Our interim police director, Rawlings, marched arm in arm with them, saw to it that there was no violence, no arrests, no shootings, no use of force. He showed a kind of policing we need in this country where both the protesters and all the citizenry and the police saw this man as a leader, a hero, and somebody who kept the calm and the peace in Memphis, Tennessee.
Time of the gentleman has expired, but the witness will be permitted to respond if she chooses to do so.
Just to acknowledge, indeed, the strong leadership of the Memphis Police Chief, which I've seen replicated in departments across the country, including particularly in Dallas.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Forbes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Attorney General, thank you for being here today and for responding to our questions. Madam Attorney General, when Director Comey was here, he was very forthcoming and candid in answering his questions with specificity about Secretary Clinton, and he did not refused to answer any of those questions based on the fact that there was some legal prohibition that kept him from doing it. Today, you have indicated several times that you wouldn't respond to some of those questions with specificity. Is there any legal prohibition that you have that Director Comey did not have that prohibits you from answering those questions with some degree of specificity?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to that, Congressman. I think it's important to note that the Director and I had very different roles in this investigation, and therefore very different amounts of information about this investigation. I am speaking about the information that I received, which again, as I've noted, was the team recommendation. Director Comey was speaking from his position as someone who was more directly involved in the investigation.
I understand that you may have different information. My question, though, is are there any legal prohibitions on you that Director Comey did not have?
Well, as I've indicated, it would not be appropriate in my role to discuss the specific facts and the law.
What is the legal prohibition against that, other than the fact that you just don't have the same knowledge about the case that Director Comey had?
We typically actually do not provide the level of detail that Director Comey did. He chose to provide that level of information and detail.
Is there any legal prohibition, or is that just a choice that you make in not disclosing that information?
Well, as indicated, we obviously are not allowed to discuss certain types of information, for example, grand jury information, in any matter.
We're not talking about grand jury information here, are we? What I want to know is, tell me, is there a legal reason that prohibits you from giving us information, or is that just a choice you have made?
Congressman, as I've indicated, the Director and I had very different roles in this investigation. So his level of detail is significantly different from mine, and I would not be able to provide you with that same level of detail.
Because you don't have the information, not because there's a legal prohibition.
In addition to that, in part of my role as Attorney General, I would not be going into these discussions typically. We have taken the step of providing more information on this matter than in others.
I just need to know if there's a legal prohibition that prohibits you from disclosing information to this committee, or is that a choice you have made?
It would depend upon the nature of the information.
Questions
Certainly
that you've
there
been
would
asked
be.
that you've had, is there any legal prohibition that would prohibit you from giving the same information that Director Comey has given?
Well, with respect to the source of that information, if it came from the grand jury, that would be a legal prohibition. With respect to opinions
let the record say
about
that
the matter
there is
of
no
law,
legal
that's a different issue.
prohibition that can be cited here. On June 27th, the Supreme Court of the United States gave your department a rather stellar rebuke in your prosecution of Governor Bob McDonnell. Having looked at that and the basis that you essentially, your department launched everything you had against a Republican governor who everyone agreed had violated no state law. They took a federal law, and you had cited, looking at statute, relevant case law, and history, there was no relevant case law to suggest that setting up a meeting constituted a crime, no history, statutory history that suggested it was a crime, and yet your department put everything it had in prosecuting that governor. Having looked at what the Supreme Court has now said, do you believe that prosecution was a mistake?
Certainly, I believe that the prosecutors who worked on that matter investigated it, presented it to a grand jury, and received an indictment. We, of course, have, as presented in our papers before the Supreme Court,
a choice which you have
made a
not
different
made in
argument.
Secretary Clinton's case. It would be, can you tell us now, looking at that and the way you interpreted that statute, was that a mistake?
Congressman, with respect to the investigation of the former governor of Virginia, I don't have a comment on that. We have accepted the results of the Supreme Court.
Not because you don't have a legal prohibition,
and will, of course,
simply
be
because
reviewing
you
the case in the light of that.
Then my final question then, as time is running out, is when you look at a governor of Virginia that you launched everything this department had against to destroy him and to prosecute him, can you tell me the federal nexus you had in that case and compare that to the federal nexus against Secretary Clinton in national security of this country, which you refused to bring to a grand jury or for indictment to see if, in fact, one is justified?
Congressman, I don't have a comment on the McDonnell case except to refer you to the pleadings in that
Can you
for a
compare the
discussion of
federal
the law
nexus
there.
between the two cases for us, please?
Congressman, I don't have a comparison between those two cases for you.
And that's rather disappointing because the national security of the country is rather important to the country. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Attorney General Lynch, for being here today. And I think Americans see the duplicitousness of the arguments that have been made by Republicans here on this panel. First, they question you about why you did not recuse yourself from the Hillary Clinton email investigation decision not to prosecute. And then on the other hand, they criticize you for relying upon the recommendation, the unanimous recommendation of career, professional investigators and prosecutors at both the FBI and the Department of Justice, who made the decision and then recommended to you that Hillary Clinton not be prosecuted. And they take issue with these things, and then they bring back some 20-year-old salacious accusations against former President Bill Clinton. I think we've reached a low point on this committee because we're talking about these things at the same moment that Americans are focused on the out-of-control gun violence in this country. The chickens have indeed come back home to roost as a result of 20 years of NRA control of decision-making about firearms here in this Congress. Absolutely no action by Congress to restrain the flow of weapons of war onto the streets of America. Weapons of war that are producing mass casualties, one incident after the other, with increasing regularity here in America. Americans get it, but my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't. They're just tone deaf, and they insist on chasing rabbits down holes by trying to make some hay out of something that this is over with. This controversy about emails from Hillary Clinton. There is absolutely no evidence of any criminal activity, but yet, as we approach the Republican convention to be held next week, where the candidate that they're going to nominate has been a tremendously divisive figure in polarizing this nation such that we can't do any work here in Congress. And so I think the people looking at this hearing are just simply dejected. They are. This is really a spectacle. As we get ready in Congress to leave for 7 weeks of vacation, the American people don't get 7 weeks of vacation, and I know you don't in your job, and we appreciate the job that you have done. Can you tell me, General Lynch, whether or not, with respect to the Orlando mass murder, 49 people, innocent people killed at the hand of a deranged gunman wielding an assault weapon, can you tell us whether or not you found any evidence that the gunman used any encrypted messaging to prepare for his attack? And have you faced any roadblocks related to accessing the gunman's social media outreach, be it encrypted or otherwise?
Well, Congressman, thank you for raising those important issues. And of course, it was exactly 1 month ago today that those 49 innocent lives were taken from us so brutally. And I remember visiting Orlando and speaking with many of the victims' families, and their loss is still so incredibly close and fresh and painful. With respect to the investigation, we are proceeding. We have gotten great cooperation from all of the law enforcement agencies in Central Florida who have worked on this case, from first responders through the police department, still helping with the investigation. All the federal agencies have come together. We are still reviewing a vast amount of evidence, so I'm not able to provide insight into whether or not we have come across encryption at this time. I will say that we are moving forward with the investigation. We certainly are not not encountering any difficulties with the teamwork on the ground. Everyone is committed to trying to determine what led this individual to take this heinous act.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Smith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I think you would agree that justice needs to be impartial, and the American people need to be reassured that the justice system is not rigged. And so I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about conversations you may or may not have had with Bill Clinton. And the first is, have you had any conversations with either individual about the email investigation since you became Attorney General in April 2015?
Congressman, I have had no conversations about the email investigation with either of the Clintons since the investigation began or at any point in time.
And the investigation preceded your being appointed Attorney General. So you've had no conversations whatsoever on the subject?
Well, the investigation I believe the referral may have come in right after I became Attorney General, but I've had no conversations about Mrs. Clinton's email server at any point in time with either her or former President Clinton.
And have you had any conversation with either individual about your possibly serving in a Hillary Clinton administration?
No, I've had no conversations with either individual, had no conversations with former Secretary Clinton on any topic at all. And in my conversation with the former president, there was no conversation on that nature at all.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to a different subject, and this is back to the FBI investigation, though. The usual practice in such an investigation is to leave the decision on whether or not to recommend prosecution to the Attorney General. Did you suggest to Director Comey, directly or indirectly, that he make the decision rather than you?
Well, Congressman, with respect to the usual process, it is, in fact, the way in which most cases are handled, that the team of career investigators or prosecutors make a recommendation and go forward with an action. I can also tell you that...
Did you lead anybody to think that you would prefer that Director Comey make the decision not to prosecute rather than you?
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't hear the beginning of your question. I apologize for that.
Okay, I'll speak more loudly. Did you make any suggestion to Director Comey, directly or indirectly, that he should be the one to decide whether or not to prosecute rather than you, which is traditionally the case?
No, sir. I had no discussions with the director on that point, nor had I made any decision as to that point.
And you say you had no discussions. When I say directly or indirectly, I mean through associates or anyone else.
That is correct.
Okay.
And what I would say, though, is that, as I indicated before, the process that we followed in this case was, in fact, a very common process. I chose to make it more public because I wanted to make it clear that there was no inappropriate influence on the investigation.
Do you agree with Director Comey that Mrs. Clinton violated the Federal Records Act?
I actually don't recall Director Comey speaking on that point. I'd have to go back and check, so I don't have a comment on that.
Okay. Several newspapers reported that he said that Mrs. Clinton did violate the Federal Records Act, and you don't have any opinion on that?
You know, I don't recall him speaking directly to that act, but again, he could have. I just don't recall him speaking directly to that. At this point, again, I think that with respect to what was reviewed in the investigation about the handling of the emails, we heard the basis of his recommendation, and in fact, the team came to a similar conclusion.
Let me ask you for your opinion. Do you feel that she violated the Federal Records Act?
I don't know if that was under the purview of the investigation. It's not something, I don't know if that was under the purview of the investigation at this point. And as I said before, I don't recall a specific opinion on that.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, for 5 minutes.
Hello. Yes, Attorney General. First, I'd like to state my great concerns regarding the DOJ's decision to force songwriters and music publishers into 100% licensing. I understand this would require ASCAP and BMI to license songs for songwriters that they do not represent, which poses concerns of how and if a writer will be compensated for their work. I believe this ruling will disrupt the ecosystem that songwriters operate under and hurt creativity by discouraging them to collaborate with others belonging to a different PRO in the future. This decision is also contrary to the formal opinion that was released by the Copyright Office. I urge you to conduct an independent review of this ruling that was issued by the Antitrust Division. The livelihoods of thousands of songwriters depend on it. And now I'd like to address a completely different topic. Attorney General, when you testified before the Judiciary Committee last fall, I brought up the issue of Chinese Americans who are wrongfully arrested as spies for China and their lives ruined, only to have all the charges dropped. These string of incidents have had a chilling effect in the Asian American community, where scientists, engineers, and federal employees now live in fear that they may be targeted next. During last year's hearing, two of the accused, Sherry Chen and Xiaosheng Shi, were in fact with me in the audience. To recount one story, Dr. Xiaosheng Shi, professor of the physics department of Temple University, woke up at the break of dawn with almost a dozen FBI agents at his home. Guns were pointed at him as he was handcuffed and arrested in front of his wife, two young daughters, and neighborhoods. Because of allegations that he was a spy for China, his name was put in the newspapers, his reputation was dragged through the mud, and he had to resign from his position as chairman of the department. But then, after enduring a lengthy investigation and emotional trauma, all of the charges against him were dropped. It turns out that the technology that the government thought was being shared with China was actually publicly available technology, not the public pocket heater in question. And yet, despite having all this information at their disposal, the investigators in this case got the facts completely wrong. Similar wrongful arrests took place with Guo Chow, Xu Yuli, Sherry Chen, all of whom are American citizens. I bring up these cases again because they have been officially closed since we last spoke, and yet we still have no answers. In fact, when I met with some of your staff last week, they informed me that race, ethnicity, and national origin did not play a role in either of these cases. But we still lack any evidence that this is true. That's why we and national Asian American groups have asked repeatedly for an independent investigation with letters and meetings, and we've been doing it for a year. So once again, I'd like to know if there are any plans to open up an independent investigation to determine what went wrong in these cases.
Well, Congresswoman, thank you for raising both of these important issues. With respect to the ASCAP review, and that is the review of the ASCAP BMI, there actually has been no ruling issued as of yet. There have been significant consultations with stakeholders, as well as receipt of a great number of public comments on the issue, many of them raising the issues that you have discussed here at the hearing. And so I thank you for keeping those before us as well. My understanding is that the Antitrust Division anticipates concluding the review as well as those discussions within the next few months and issuing a ruling at that time. And we will, of course, make sure that you will receive that, as well as certainly all the members of the committee. But there has been no ruling at this time. With respect to the other issue you've raised, with respect to those particular cases that were brought and then dismissed, race and ethnicity do not have a role in the department's prosecutions. It is something that we reject. We focus on the facts. We follow the law. But we do continue our investigations, and where we find that, in fact, our initial review may not have been accurate, it is incumbent upon us to dismiss those cases, as happened in this case. I'm glad that you were able to have the meeting with representatives from the department most recently, and I can assure you that the review that was done was of the cases that were raised to determine what led to their initial charging and dismissal.
I do have a follow-up question that I want to get in. Most recently, I hear you are implementing a new implicit bias training program for DOJ investigators and prosecutors. Can you describe this program, and will this new bias training ensure that Asian Americans are not wrongly profiled and targeted for economic espionage? And will the content of this training be made available to the public?
We are beginning the implicit bias training. It will be a requirement for all of the Department of Justice law enforcement officers and attorneys. And that is the field, as well as Main Justice, those who are working on cases. We have found in our work with working with local law enforcement that often implicit bias training is something that is well received and has been helpful in helping departments understand the point of view of other individuals, the perceptions of many of their actions, as well as implicit biases that people bring to their actions that may cause collateral consequences and unexpected results. And we felt that it was important that we also participate in something that we were advocating throughout the law enforcement community to make our law enforcement as strong and efficient and fair as possible. It will be discussing, it will not be limited to any particular ethnicity, of course, but it will certainly focus on how we handle race and ethnicity in our review of matters. So while it will not be limited to any one ethnicity, it will cover more broadly the issue of how we perceive anyone who may be different from us. We feel that this will, frankly, make our law enforcement agencies stronger, more efficient, and help keep them devoted to the goals of the Department of Justice.
And will the content be made available?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness will be permitted to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point in time, I don't have that information for you, but I'm happy to have our staffs consult on that point. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. King, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General Lynch, for your testimony today. I'd ask first that in that happenstance meeting on the tarmac in Phoenix, was there any discussion that might have implied anything with regard to the investigations of the Clintons, be it the Clinton Foundation or the investigation of the FBI into Hillary Clinton's emails?
No, sir, there was not.
Zero implications.
There was nothing about any investigations or any specific cases or any of the other matters that you have mentioned in your question.
And when did you learn about that meeting?
As I was getting ready to leave the plane, I had landed and I was getting ready to disembark from the plane. I learned that the former president wanted to say hello, and I agreed to say hello to him.
Was there any staff in that meeting, or was it the two of you alone?
Well, my husband was with me during our conversations. There were also I believe there were also two members of the flight crew on board the plane to whom the former president said hello.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that Hillary Clinton has repeatedly lied to the public about her emails and her email servers and in public forums and, say, campaign speeches and interviews with the press? Are you aware of that?
I have no comment on a characterization of any candidate and their statements.
I would point out that most of the rest of America is aware of that, and including her political supporters who will continually say that they will support her even though she lied publicly. I would also point out October 9th, 2015, Barack Obama stated that Hillary Clinton did not endanger national security. The whole issue was, quote, ginned up by Republicans. That was October 9, 2015. On October 10th, he stated that Hillary Clinton was, quote, careless, but had not been intentionally endangering national security. It's curious to me that that turns out to be the very word that the lack of prosecution hinges upon is intent, even though the statute doesn't require intent. And when you see a president publicly make a statement like that, are you concerned that it might influence the decision on prosecution?
Well, as I've been asked about that statement, and as I've clarified before, the Department of Justice had no input into it, and certainly my view has always been that the team working on this did their work independently and without any political influence.
For the information that's been available to you, do you believe that Hillary Clinton knowingly removed classified information?
I don't have a comment on or a characterization.
I understand that, and also do you believe that she had intent to keep unauthorized information in an unauthorized location? And you have no comment on that?
No, I'd refer you to my statement on the recommendations that I accepted.
And I understand that. Now, the hinge of this thing, and according to Mr. Sensenbrenner, and I'll say myself, the definition of the word gross negligence, in that Director Comey used the term extreme carelessness, and Mr. Sensenbrenner asked you to define the difference between that and gross negligence. Do you find it ironic that the last examination of a Clinton in this room, the previous one, Bill Clinton, before this Judiciary Committee, not technically in this room, hinged on the meaning of the word is? It looks to me like this investigation is hinging upon the meaning of extreme carelessness versus gross negligence. Do you actually see that there's a difference between those two words?
Congressman, I always start with the statute. with any review that is being done on any matter by the Department of Justice. And we look to the statute, legislative history, case law, and we look at the facts as are developed by an investigation and apply them to that statute and to that standard. And that is what the team did in this case, and that was, I believe, the basis for their recommendation.
Director Comey stated in his press conference that they didn't have evidence that the classified information or the top secret information had been hacked by a foreign actor. But neither did he state that they had any evidence that it had not been hacked, nor did, and he stated also it would be unlikely that we would know if it had been. Now, under Snowden, we have to operate as if any information he had access to is now in the possession of foreign hostile actors. Would you believe that's the same thing with any information that Hillary Clinton had on her private server? We have to act as if it were in the hands of a hostile foreign actor.
I don't have a comment on a characterization or comparison of Mr. Snowden and Mrs. Clinton.
Well, just answer the part about Hillary Clinton then, please, General Lynch.
You would ask me
the information that was on her server that we have to presume now that it's in the hands of hostile foreign actors. Do we have to handle it as if that's the case? And if so, didn't that endanger our national security?
Congressman, I think that you'd have to look at the facts of the matter and determine whether or not there had been access. And as the director indicated, I believe he's responded to that.
And it is a very serious matter, and it's been covered up, General Lynch. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And General Lynch, thank you for being here. Thank you for your thoughtful and patient responses to my colleagues' questions. In the brief time that I have today, I'd like to discuss recent reports of some disturbing and dangerous and inhumane prisoner transport conditions in this country. Just last week, the New York Times, in a big story that I put together with the Marshall Project, shed light on abuses that harm thousands of prisoners who are loaded into vans by private contractors on a pay-per-mile basis. It's the same way we pay for shipping cargo in this country, and any retailer will tell you that it pays to ship in bulk. But we're not talking about pallets of laundry detergent. We're talking about human beings. We're talking about American citizens, and no matter their crime, they deserve better than the way that these transport services are treating them. The story that ran in July 6th, New York Times, recounts the horrific deaths of several individuals, one of them Stephen Gallick from South Florida, and I'll just quote briefly from the story. In July 2012, Stephen Gallick, the former owner of a home remodeling business, was living in Florida when he was arrested on an out-of-state warrant for failing to pay child support. Mr. Gallick, 46, had come to the end of a long downward spiral, overcoming a painkiller addiction, only to struggle with crippling anxiety. Now he was to be driven more than 1,000 miles to Butler County, Ohio, where his ex-wife and 3 children lived, to face a judge. Like dozens of states and countless localities, Butler County outsources the long-distance transport of suspects and fugitives. He was loaded into a van run by Prisoner Transportation Services of America, the nation's largest for-profit extradition company. Crammed around him were 10 other people, both men and women, all handcuffed and shackled at the waist and ankles. They sat tightly packed on seats inside a cage with no way to lie down to sleep. The air conditioning faltered amid 90-degree heat. Mr. Gallick soon grew delusional, keeping everyone awake with a barrage of chatter and odd behavior. On the third day, General Lynch, the van stopped in Georgia, and one of 2 guards on board gave a directive to the prisoners. Only body shots, one prisoner said she heard the guard say. The others began to stomp on Mr. Gallick, 2 prisoners said. The guard said later in depositions they had first noticed his slumped, bloodied body more than 70 miles later in Tennessee. A homicide investigation lasted less than a day, and the van continued its journey. The cause of death was found to be undetermined. This is, his ex-wife said, someone's brother, father, and it's like nobody even cared. So, General Lynch, paying transport contractors on a prisoner per mile basis incentivizes overcrowding, overheated van cargo holds, taking shortcuts on officer training, skipping stops to arrest drivers and to relieve passengers. Each investment into humane conditions and treatment of prisoners cuts into the profits of these companies. And despite a federal law that passed in 2000, known as Gianna's Act, these private transport companies operate with virtually no oversight. Prisoners have died from untreated medical emergencies because officers have no medical training or just don't seem to care. Prisoners have been assaulted and raped while cramped into the back of a van just feet from the transport officers who are responsible for their safety. And reports show that prisoners often do not receive adequate food and water, the vans are unsanitary, and prisoners do not get opportunities to use the bathroom. In addition to these poor conditions, the transport system is vulnerable to prisoner escapes. Now, no American should be subject to this treatment, but I would like to state clearly for the record that many of the people transported in the system have not even been convicted of any crime. Gianna's Act set out minimum standards for transport companies, including guard training, the proper use of restraints, CPR, navigation, defensive driving, maximum driving times, etc. But in spite of these minimum standards, the companies are not being held to account. And since the passage of Gianna's Act, it's been reported that at least 56 prisoners have escaped for-profit transport vehicles, 16 committed new crimes while on the run, and what is most shocking of all, the Act has been enforced by the Department of Justice one time in 16 years. One time in 16 years. So, General Lynch, I just ask, what else can be done for us to focus on an issue that we were so concerned about here in Congress 16 years ago that we passed legislation, but that legislation seemingly goes unnoticed or certainly unenforced. And I'll finish just by pointing out a quote from the chief operating officer of one of these companies who said, well, it's regulated by the Department of Justice, but I've never seen anybody come out to actually check on us. What can we do to address this problem that's resulting in putting the result of which is that our communities are made less safe and these prisoners are treated inhumanely?
Well, Congressman, you raise an extremely important issue because, of course, the treatment of all those within the criminal justice system at every point throughout that system has to be humane and fair, regardless of their status, whether they're convicted or not. And certainly pretrial is just as important a situation and a status as well. I'm not familiar with the situation that you've encountered, but I am happy to review that, and I would hope that our staffs could continue a discussion about this issue.
I would be grateful.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I would be happy to yield.
I thank the gentleman for raising this issue, and if the general would look into this in depth and report back to the committee, in addition to Mr. Deutsch, we would very much require that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield
Thank
back.
you, Congressman.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Franks, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for coming today. Madam Attorney General, you mentioned earlier that your first consideration in any case was to start with the statute. And I know there are a lot of questions already that's addressed this issue, but I want to read you 18 U.S.C. 1924, where it says, any federal official who, quote, becomes possessed of documents or materials containing classified information of the United States and knowingly removes such documents or materials without authority and with the intent to retain such documents or materials in an unauthorized location shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for not more than 1 year or both. Now, this statute doesn't require an intent to profit or to harm the United States or otherwise act in a manner disloyal to the United States. It simply requires intent to retain classified documents at an unauthorized location, something FBI Director Comey's own comments suggest was the case with Hillary Clinton's investigation. Can you walk us through your reasoning on your non-prosecution decision in the Clinton-based case based on this particular statute?
Congressman, with respect to the reasoning for my recommendation, as I have stated before, I had committed to and did accept the recommendations of the team working on this matter. And as I indicated in my opening statement, it would not be appropriate for me as Attorney General to go into that level of analysis. I believe the FBI Director has chosen to make his recommendations and analysis public in order to afford more clarity into that. But the team did review the relevant laws, the relevant facts that the investigation revealed. They relied solely on that and not on anything else in making that recommendation, which was unanimous to me.
Well, Madam Chair, Madam Attorney General, you know, the FBI doesn't give an opinion or decide if an individual will be prosecuted. You do, but many members already, I can see where this is going. They've far more capable members of this committee have summarily failed, as I just did, to get you to answer even the most reasonable and relevant question. And consequently, I'm going to simply capitulate to your prodigious dissimulation skills and suspend the remainder of my questions. Instead, I just want to remind all of us that in a republic like America, which is fundamentally predicated on the rule of law and the equality of us all under the rule of law, there are few things that break faith with America and the American people and undermine their trust in their government more than witnessing the highest law enforcement officer in the land blatantly ignoring the crystal clear meaning and equal protection and equal enforcement of the laws as they are written. And Madam Attorney General, I think such an abrogation of your official duties and responsibilities, not just a matter of what will be writ large in the annals of your own legacy, it's something rather that goes to the very heart of the rule of law in a republic that so many lying out in Arlington National Cemetery have died to keep. And I hope going forward, if there are other investigations into the false testimony given to the Congress by Mrs. Clinton, that will be at least part of your consideration. With that, I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Gutierrez, for 5 minutes.
Welcome, Attorney General. Unfortunately, this morning, while America sees children that go to school, elementary school children, murdered in their classrooms, we read and see young people murdered dancing on a Saturday night. We see 5 brave, courageous police officers murdered in Dallas, Texas. That's not important. The security of the American people and their safety in their schools and in their place of play and on their streets is not important. What's important? Let's go talk about the emails once again. And let's bring into question the integrity, the independence of the U.S. Justice Department. First, they did it to the FBI director last week, and today they're doing it to you. So it's clear where they want to go. They want to talk about regaining credibility and integrity. I want to talk about safety and regaining the trust that the American people need to have in their law enforcement, and you as the chief law enforcement officer of the nation, how it is that we bridge that gap, given the series of deaths, tragic deaths that we have seen of young black men at the hands of police officers. I think that's an important issue we should be talking about. I think making sure that my children can go to school, they can go to play, or they can go and protest, and that, yes, police officers in this nation that are brave and courageous should be able to go home too after they've served the American people. I want to talk about how it is we make that safer. Instead of talking about, as they refer to her, Hillary. They didn't say the former First Lady, the former Secretary of State, Hillary, because that's what they want to do, minimize this. Then they take us all the way back to Bill Clinton, 19 years ago. And they ask you about a case that they prosecuted that they lost. I would have thought I'd bring up a case that I won if I was going to talk to the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America if I want to have some credibility. I'm going to talk about, then they talk about that you lost the case. Yes, against the Virginia governor that took a $6,500 watch, $15,000 in catering, $15,000 in Goodman Bergen's, $25,000 in flights. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for the governor of Virginia. Why'd you bring that case? Thank you. That's what we need, because what happens in America is people don't trust the system. And they're not going to trust the system anymore today because people are saying to themselves, God, I don't feel safe. So having said that, I want to ask you, because I know they're all smiling over there, but let them smile at this. Kevin McCarthy, their leader that appoints most of them to their leadership positions, said, everybody thought Hillary Clinton was unbeatable, right? But we put together a Benghazi Special Committee, a select committee. What are her numbers today? Her numbers are dropping. End of quote. their leader. And that's what they're continuing to do today instead of keeping the American people safe in every aspect of their life. So I just want to say to you, Attorney General, I think it's regrettable that we have a hearing, that we have all of these issues that we confront as a nation. And so I just want to say, you said rather the answer must be action, peace, conflict, collaborative action. You said we must find a difficult way forward in finding a path. You said we have to stand together to support one another. We will work to seek ways with local officials and residents and law enforcement officers alike. So my question to you is, I saw a group of Chicago police officers yesterday for lunch, and nobody has been stronger about making sure that they're accountable for their actions than I have. But I got to tell you, my heart went out for them yesterday.
Has gone on. My principal focus at that trial was the topic of perjury, the elements of it, its history, what you had to prove. And in my argument with the Senate, my argument about that was that we had hundreds of people all over the country who were in jail behind bars for perjury, and the President of the United States shouldn't be above the law. Well, the ultimate vote was 50 to remove him, 50 to stay, so he remained President. But I would just conclude by saying that every American, including the President of the United States, including a candidate for the highest office in our land, ought to be treated equally under the law. And I think in this case, I think it's a travesty because I don't think Hillary Clinton has been treated like any other American would have been treated under the same circumstances. And I yield back.
Chair thanks. Gentleman recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General Lynch, for taking the time to be here with us today. You know, I get a sense that really we're in this political season, and there is so much disappointment on the Republican side in the country that they couldn't obviate the election through the legal process. You know, despite the fact that most of us, I mean, in the Congress, we use personal emails that are not official. I do, and I know many members of this committee on both sides of the aisle do that. And Secretary Clinton, like her predecessor before her, General Colin Powell, used a private email system for convenience. She has expressed the view that that was a mistake. I don't know that Colin Powell has. Certainly, we know from press reports that the official State Department email account was the subject of the worst ever cyber intrusion of any federal agency. What we don't know is whether her communications on her private email were actually more secure than had she used the State Department email system. But after over a year and $30 million or more across various agencies and congressional committees investigating this matter, your agency has finally made the determination to follow the FBI's recommendation not to prosecute. And I think, you know, to some extent, we're beating a dead horse here for political reasons. And I think it's important because to use your time here for other things. There are a lot of things that need attention that we're not giving attention to. And so I'd like to raise the issue, it may seem arcane, but it's really important, of the backlog in immigration courts. You know, we have had a massive expansion of immigration enforcement from 2003 to 2016. We increased the border protection, U.S. Border Patrol and Protection, and ICE from $9.1 billion to $20.1 billion. It's a massive expansion. But at the same time, we increased in your department, the Office of Immigration Review and the immigration courts, $199 million to $426 billion. We have a massive backlog right now. In Los Angeles, the backlog is 806 days to hear a matter in immigration court. In Chicago, it's 915 days. Denver, 983 days. Phoenix, 880 4 days. This is, I mean, really years and years to hear your matter in court. And I'm wondering if you have, obviously we need additional resources, but what are your thoughts of managing this just unconscionable workload for the immigration courts?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for raising that important issue. Certainly, with respect to the workload of the Executive Office for Immigration Review, their workload has increased significantly over the past several years due to the influx of those seeking to enter our country. We saw this problem begin several years ago. As you have noted, the backlog of more than 2 or 3 years is something that we have been noting, and certainly back in 2014, EOR decided to try and handle this matter by prioritizing certain types of cases and trying to work through that backlog, particularly along our southwest border. You mentioned Los Angeles, you mentioned Phoenix, although Chicago reflects an influx of individuals who've chosen to move further north. But particularly along our southwest border, we've been trying to work on those backlogs. The additional resources we have with the assistance of Congress, and I thank the members of this committee and other members for their support, we have been able to add additional resources to the immigration courts. We have, as far as 2016, hired 36 new immigration judges. We hired 20 new judges in 2015, and we have another approximately 100 judges going through the hiring process now. It is our hope that this will assist us in not only handling the priority issues, but dealing with the backlog that often results from the other areas that we have to pull resources from. We are always looking for ways to make this system more efficient, to make this system deal with the important issues raised in immigration courts, to protect our borders, as well as to provide due process to those who are in immigration court.
I thank you, General. I would just like to note, Mr. Chairman, that our colleague Sheila Jackson Lee is not here because she is attending the memorial in Dallas, and I wanted to make sure that members knew that. It's not for lack of interest, but because of that obligation. I thank you, General Lynch, for your testimony, and I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentlewoman and recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. General Lynch, you and I work together on a myriad of issues, and I have great respect for many parts of the work you do and the way you do it. So I'm going to take a tack that maybe is more appropriate to my own district and to the men and women there who are asking certain questions. And I'll run you through some quick questions, and it's really for them to understand. You're obviously a skilled attorney. You took an oath. You're under a penalty of perjury as you speak today. You prepared for today so that you'd be able to answer some of the critical questions, including obviously the ones you've been asked so far. Is that correct?
I try and be responsive to the committee's questions, and I appreciate the information that staffers provide about what's of interest to the committee so that we can have the information for you.
So in that preparation, and you've got my old friend Peter Kazik behind you, you prepared to answer questions more or less in about 4 ways. Yes, no, I don't know, or I can't answer, or in some cases some combination of that. That's pretty much how you answer here, is affirmatively yes, affirmatively no, or these shades of gray in between, correct?
Congressman, I'm not going to go into the internal discussions I have
No,
with
I'm not
my
asking
staff,
for the internal, but the
and I would
character
not
of
characterize
question.
my responses in that way.
So, so far today, you have rarely said absolutely yes or absolutely no, correct? You've mostly talked in terms of I can't answer that, or it's not appropriate, or see the FBI director. And so in light of that, and this is really a question of what do I tell the Marines, the sailors, Army personnel in my district, the veterans, the contractors, all those who work for the government with classified information. The former Secretary of State, in an unambiguous way, said repeatedly, both under oath and to the public, time and time again, I did not.
All right, guys, we're actually going to take you live to Donald Trump's event. We'll have more of Loretta Lynch testifying later this evening, but first, a live Donald Trump event. Donald Trump in Indiana.
much. Great to be here in Virginia. Thank you all for being here. It's an extraordinary, troubling time for our country. And the reason it's so troubling is that we have a nation that today feels more divided than at any time in my lifetime. And we're divided in large measure because our leaders are not providing the type of clarity about what are the important priorities that the people want our country to be pursuing. The first and most important thing to me, not only as a governor, but more importantly as a husband and a father, is the safety and the security of my family. And I suspect you feel the same way. And that safety and security is not just about being safe and secure from threats outside this country. It's about making sure that we are safe and secure from threats of violence from within our country as well. We need a president who once again will put law and order at the top of the priority of the presidency in this country. Our police officers, the men and women who stand each day to protect us, need to understand that the President of the United States and his administration will give them the benefit of the doubt, not always believe that what they've done is somehow wrong. We need to stand behind the men and women in blue in this country. I spent 7 years as a member of law enforcement, as the United States Attorney in New Jersey. And during those years, the president I served made it very clear to us that our first job was to protect the safety and security of the American people, and that every other priority, while important, fell in behind that. We need once again to have a president who puts the safety and security of our citizens first and does not blink or hesitate to take the strong action that needs to be taken to make sure that those both at home and around the world know that lawlessness will not be tolerated from anyone, no matter how powerful or lack of power that those people may have. Law and order needs to be the first priority once again in our country. And in this coming election, there can be little question about where law and order stands and where lawlessness stands. The fact is that we had the spectacle last week of watching a director of the FBI twice in 1 week repeatedly say that the Democratic nominee for president lied to the American people, that the Democratic nominee for president put her own political convenience ahead of the safety and the security of the American people, an FBI director who said that the repeated assurances that Mrs. Clinton has given us over the course of the last year regarding her email scandal, in fact, in every material way were false. That's not a person who will stand for the rule of law. That's a person who will stand for the rule of her. And that's not what we need in the White House. And everyone who's involved in law enforcement should be rightfully concerned if you have a president who puts the rule of law behind their own personal interests. I support Donald Trump and have for quite some time because I know that he will be the type of president who will put the rule of law first, who will make sure that the law is enforced aggressively and appropriately, and who will put people in his administration who understand that the rules in this country and the laws of this country apply to everyone, not just the least powerful, but also the most powerful. They apply to everyone. And so I am grateful and happy that you are here today to lend your voices to that effort and to also listen. Listen to what these candidates have to say. Listen to how Donald Trump will stand up, not only for those who serve today in law enforcement, but also for the men and women who have served in our military. They deserve much better than what this administration has given them. That will mean making tough decisions. That will mean breaking some China all throughout the government. It will mean stopping this pattern of accepting less than the best for the people of this country. We need someone who has always demanded the best from everyone who has worked for him and with him, and who will place the interests of the American people first and foremost. That is the person who is going to be our Republican nominee next week, and it is the person who I firmly believe will serve this country best as the next president of the United States. We need to make sure that we go out there and fight as hard as we can to make that happen. There will be no could-have-beens, should-have-beens on the day after the election. It's going to be, we did it, we fought for it, we stood up, and we took our country back to law and order once again. In the 7 years I stood as U.S. Attorney, I made sure that justice was both blind and fair. And we need to make sure that that returns to our country. It has left it in this administration, and we need to restore it. And that's why I'm so proud to be with the man that's here, and you're going to hear from him in a few minutes today, because he is someone who will make sure that he absolutely gives you the confidence every night when you put your head on the pillow that his #1 priority will be the safety and security of your family. Thanks so much for being here today. It's great to see all of you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, Congressman Jeff Miller.
The great thing about a military town like Virginia Beach is that there are folks that understand what it means to take care of those that have worn the uniform of this nation. Unfortunately, in recent years, your government has not done the job that it's supposed to do for those who have served this nation. It's not for a lack of money, it's not for a lack of resources nor manpower. The Department of Veterans Affairs budget has quadrupled since 2001. They have almost 350,000 employees. But the same department lurches back and forth every single day from scandal to scandal, and veterans continue to pay the price. What's missing is leadership at the top. As a candidate, Barack Obama promised veterans the moon. As the President of the United States, he has not delivered. His Department of Veterans Affairs has become a model of government dysfunction. What's worse is he refuses to defend a law that he himself signed that would give the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs the ability to fire those that have done veterans wrong. Look, America needs a commander-in-chief that understands the problem that faces the veterans of today and is committed to doing what it takes to solve the problems, whatever it takes. We won't get that from a career bureaucrat like Hillary Clinton. who is so painfully out of touch with the veteran community that she thinks even though veterans, 40 of them at least in Phoenix, waited on a wait list and died, she thinks that it's been over-exaggerated. She can't solve the problems because she doesn't believe that there are any problems out there. And if she ends up back in the White House, which she won't, but if she ended up back in the White House, we would continue to see scandal after scandal within the Department of Veterans Affairs. But Donald Trump knows the challenges that face America's veterans today. He has the experience and the leadership that's necessary to boldly reform the Department of Veterans Affairs. He's built a fantastic business, one that's known all over the globe. That's precisely the type of person that we need to boldly reform the Department of Veterans Affairs. And unlike Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump doesn't view VA's problems as a fantasy that's been created by the opposition party. He knows that they're real, and he has a plan to fix them. And that's what we're going to hear about today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Wow. What a great group. Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to thank Chairman Jeff Miller. He's a terrific guy, and on behalf of all of those who have served this country in military uniform and for working with our campaign on developing real solutions for our truly great veterans. Thank you very much, Jeff. I appreciate it. Thank you. Before going further today, however, I'd like to first address the contributions of another group who serve this country in uniform, the men and women in blue. Thank you. Our police officers. We love our police officers. Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. Our police officers rush into danger every single day to protect our communities, and they often do it thanklessly and under relentless criticism. They serve thousands of lives every year, perform countless public services every day, and yet their names will likely never appear in a single headline or media report. But I want our nation's police to know that we thank you from the bottom of our heart. And we support you, and we will always, always, always stand with you. The attack on our Dallas police is an attack on our country. Our whole nation is in mourning and will be for a very long time. Yet we've also seen increasing threats against our police and a substantial rise in the number of officers killed in the line of duty. Very big rise. America's police and law enforcement personnel are what separates civilization from total chaos and the destruction of our country as we know it. We must remember the police are needed the most where crime is the highest. Politicians and activists who seek to remove police or policing from a community are hurting the poorest and most vulnerable Americans. It's time for our hostility against our police and against all members of law enforcement to end, and end immediately, right now. We went through an ugly chapter in our history during Vietnam, when our troops became the victims of harassment and political agendas. For too many police today, that is their daily reality. At the same time, the tragic deaths in Louisiana and Minnesota make clear that the work must be done to ensure, and a lot of work, that Americans feel that their safety is protected. Have to do it. We have to get better. Better, sharper, smarter. We were all disturbed by the images that we saw. We must discuss as well the ongoing catastrophe of crime in our inner cities. Our inner cities are rife with crime. According to the Chicago Tribune, there has already been more than 2,000 shooting victims in Chicago alone this year. This epidemic of violence destroys lives, destroys communities, and destroys opportunity for young Americans. Violent crime has increased in cities across America. The New York Times described the startling rise in murders in our major cities. Brutal drug cartels are spreading their reach into Virginia and Maryland. Too many Americans are trapped in fear, violence, and poverty. Our inner cities have been left totally behind, and I'm going to fight to make sure every citizen of this country has a safe home, a safe school, and a safe community. We must maintain law and order at the highest level, or we will cease to have a country. 100%, we will cease to have a country. I am the law and order candidate. Hillary Clinton, on the other hand, is weak, ineffective, pandering, and, as proven by her recent email scandal, which was an embarrassment not only to her, but to the entire nation as a whole, she's either a liar or grossly incompetent. One or the other. Very simple. Personally, it's probably both. Not only am I the law and order candidate, but I'm also the candidate of compassion. Believe it, the candidate of compassion. But you can't have true compassion without providing safety for the citizens of our country. Every kid in America should be able to securely walk the streets in their own neighborhood without harm. Everyone will be protected equally and treated justly without prejudice. We will be tough. We will be smart. We will be fair. And we will protect all Americans. Without safety, we have nothing. It's the job of the next president to make America safe again for everyone. Everyone. That promise of protection must include taking care of every last veteran, which was going to be the sole topic of today's speech prior to the horrible attack in Dallas. The men and women who have served in our armed forces represent the very best of America. Now is the time to follow their example of unity, public service, and selfless devotion to our nation. We made a promise, and we have to honor the promise that we made to these great heroes. You defend America, and America will defend you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But that promise has been broken by our politicians, like so many other promises our country has made, not only to its veterans, but to its citizens as a whole. President Obama has allowed our Veterans Affairs, health care, all systems, really denied them the help and the support, and really has to do it. We have to get on the ball. We have to do it right. Hillary Clinton recently said of the VA scandal that it's not been as widespread as it's been made out to be. That's a quote. She actually thinks that the Veterans Health Administration is well run. That's because she's been part of this rigged system for a long time. Perhaps it's easy for politicians to lose touch with reality when they're being paid millions of dollars to read on a teleprompter speeches to Wall Street executives instead of spending time with real people in real pain. The disconnect, thank you. The disconnect in America is deep. There are two Americas, the ruling class and the groups it favors, and then everyone else. The VA scandals that have occurred on this administration's watch are widespread and totally inexcusable. An internal memo from the senior VA official describes, quote, lawlessness and chaos at the Veterans Health Administration, including the payments of $6 billion a year in violation of federal contracting rules. The memo also says they waste millions of dollars by paying excessive prices due to breaches of federal laws and warns that these unlawful acts may potentially result in serious harm or death to America's great veterans. And you know it, and you're seeing it. Even the White House's own Deputy Chief of Staff described, quote, significant and chronic systematic failures in Veterans Affairs, including a corrosive culture that has led to personal problems across the department with poor management and a history of retaliation against employees who raise issues, and very good issues. He said there is a lack of accountability across all grade levels. On that, he's correct. 40 veterans, just as an example, have died waiting for care in Phoenix. 40 different VA facilities nationwide were found to be manipulating and falsifying wait times. A VA employee who was involved in an armed robbery was kept on staff, as was a convicted sex offender. The VA spent $8 million on solar panels, good old solar panels, for a facility knowing they would likely need to be tearing it down in the very near future. The St. Cloud, Minnesota VA built a $2.3 million wind turbine in April that hasn't supplied power since 2012. Can you imagine the waste and corruption we'll find when we begin a full investigation in January of 2017? Thank you. Thank you. Most of those responsible have still not been held to account. Fixing this corruption will be one of my many and really highest priorities. And believe me, it will happen. I'm really good at things like that. It will be fixed, and that begins with a simple promise. Every veteran will get timely access to top quality medical care. Every veteran. Veterans should be guaranteed the right to choose their doctor and clinics, whether at a VA facility or at a private medical center. We must extend this right to all veterans, not just those who can't get an appointment in 30 days or who live more than 40 miles from a VA hospital, which is unfortunately the current and wrong policy. This promise includes guaranteed access to the best available health care services for our female veterans. They're not being treated right. We must also do more to help our veterans find jobs. Every year, large corporations bring in many thousands of low-wage workers from overseas and across the border to fill jobs that could easily be filled by our veterans. Veterans should come first in the country they fought to protect. They fought hard to protect us. They are going to come first in a Trump administration. They will be a part of America First. It will be America First from now on. America First. Thank you. Thank you. Veterans health care must also include the best mental health care. A shocking 20 veterans are committing suicide each and every day, especially our older veterans. This is a national tragedy that's not talked about. The evidence shows that if veterans are in the system receiving care, they are much less likely to take their own lives than veterans outside of this horrible, horrible, and very unfair system. That is why we must increase the number of mental health care professionals inside the VA while ensuring that veterans can access private mental health care as well. Have to do it. Have to do it. We have no choice. America must take action to improve mental health services for the country at large. This is for everyone. This includes expanding the number of facilities, integrating primary care and mental health care professionals, reforming confinement rules, very important, and making it easier for family members who see warning signs to get their loved ones to the care and of the care they need, especially in the many emergencies that we're having all over the country and doing nothing whatsoever about it. One of the most important reforms we can make is accountability. Right now, when VA employees fail our veterans, you can't discipline them. That's because of outdated civil service rules in need of reform. Have to do it. We like it, we don't like it, we have to do it. It's time. In fact, employees are given bonuses after making bad decisions. In 2014, the VA awarded a $142 million in bonuses to employees, including bonuses to the executives who oversaw construction of the Denver VA hospital that was more than $1 billion over budget. Two other VA executives signed abuse, and they really abused, it was terrible, abused their authority to obtain $400,000 in relocation benefits. Currently a scandal, and we're doing nothing about it. It doesn't have to be this way. As Veterans Affairs Chairman Jeff Miller just said, and will say all the time, the VA is not sacred. The veteran is sacred. The veteran is sacred. Thank you. Here is my 10-step plan to ensure quality, timely care for every single veteran in America. 1, I will appoint a Secretary of Veterans Affairs who will make it his or her personal mission to clean up the VA. And this will be a person of great competence. This will not be a political hack. The Secretary's sole mandate will be to serve our veterans, our bureaucrats, not politicians, but veterans. Amazingly, President Obama's VA Secretary recently downplayed concerns about waiting times by saying that people also wait in line at Disneyland. So what's wrong with that, right? 2, I'm going to use every lawful authority to remove and discipline federal employees or managers who fail our veterans or breach the public trust. 3, I'm going to ask Congress to pass legislation that ensures the Secretary of Veterans Affairs has the authority to remove or discipline any employee who risks the health, safety, or well-being of any veteran. 4, I'm going to appoint a commission to investigate all of the wrongdoing at the VA and then present those findings to Congress as the basis for bold legislative reform. 5, I'm going to make sure the honest and dedicated people in the VA have their jobs protected and are put in line for serious promotions if they continue to do great work. I will create a private White House hotline. That is really, and so importantly, going to be answered by a real person. Actually, a person, not a computer that picks up a phone. And that'll take place 24 hours a day to ensure that no valid complaint about the VA and its wrongdoing falls through the cracks. I will instruct my staff that if a valid complaint is not addressed, that the issue be brought directly to me, and I will pick up the phone and fix it myself if I have to. Believe me, I will fix it. Thank you. 7, we are going to stop giving bonuses to people for wasting money. Wasting money, the bonuses, the money that's being paid out, and start giving bonuses to people for improving service, saving lives, and cutting waste. If an employee finds a smart way to save a large amount of money that also creates really better outcomes for our veterans, then a small, responsible portion of the money saved will be given as a one-time bonus, and the rest will be returned to the taxpayers, and it will be a lot.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being here with us this evening. We are awaiting the Donald Trump rally to begin in Indiana. It was supposed to start about 16 minutes ago. Right now, we are in a holding pattern. Don't worry, we will keep this shot for you until the end of the rally. A lot of people are wondering, could this be the day that Donald Trump announces his vice presidential pick? A lot of people are thinking it could be the Indiana governor. Wouldn't this be a perfect place to announce? If it is the Indiana governor, Mike Pence, he is set to rally with Donald Trump in Westfield here. You are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. He is going to introduce Donald Trump at the rally tonight. A lot of people are thinking this rally could serve as a kind of an audition for Pence, who is considered one of the top contenders to become Donald Trump's running mate. Other top-tier candidates for the VP role could be Governor Chris Christie, Newt Gingrich. So be on the lookout, folks. Anything can happen today on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do appreciate you guys being a part of it, and we are in a holding pattern right now while we wait for this rally set to begin in Westfield, Indiana. Westfield is a city in Hamilton County, Indiana. It has a population of about 30,000 people. And it's a suburb of Indianapolis. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Westfield, Indiana is the spot we are looking at for the Donald Trump rally. It was supposed to start about 30 minutes ago. That is not the case, obviously, as you can see here, but we are awaiting for the rally set to begin. Governor Mike Pence, Indiana governor, will be introducing Donald Trump. He is a top-tier candidate for the VP role.
A glass of wine in her hand. I knew she was gonna meet her connection. At her feet was a buttonless man. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. If we don't, we're gonna
Once again, folks, we do appreciate you guys being part of this stream here. We are waiting for this rally set to begin. 30 minutes late right now. You can see the crowd. They're getting a little anxious. They want to see this rally happen. Westfield, Indiana. Governor Mike Pence, a front runner to become Donald Trump's vice president nominee, will be introducing Donald Trump. Could be at any moment here, folks, but we just do not know. It's supposed to start at 7:30 Eastern. Right now, it is 8 p.m. Eastern, and we are waiting for this rally. A lot of people must be wondering in the crowd here, when will Donald Trump come out? They have been waiting and waiting. You figure, you know, the event was supposed to start at 7:30. Well, that doesn't mean that's when these people got there. They probably had to get there probably about 6, maybe even 5:30. So they have been waiting anxiously, patiently for this event to happen. You see a lot of them wearing their Donald Trump Make America Great Again hats. Guy there holding a flag. And they are just been very, very patient about this whole ordeal. Folks, we do appreciate you guys waiting. We are waiting along with you guys here. It's about 37 minutes late already. Donald Trump, we are on Donald Trump watch right now. Once again, folks, we are waiting for the Donald Trump rally to begin. We're getting close to almost an hour late for the Donald.
What a beautiful crowd tonight. In just a few moments, you're going to hear from the man who's going to save your country. Now, today was a very interesting day because a fellow by the name of Bernie Sanders introduced another person by the name of Hillary Clinton. Now, why is this so interesting? Let's think for a second. Bernie Sanders ran against special interests. He ran against Wall Street. He ran against money in politics. He ran against the TPP. He ran against NAFTA. He ran against the Iraq War. He ran against the intervention in Libya. He basically ran against every single thing that Hillary Clinton is for and has been for her entire life. What it tells us, folks, is that the system is rigged from top to bottom. And there are now millions of folks, decent, hardworking, patriotic people in the Democratic Party who have been completely, totally cut out of the process. Because they don't want the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They don't want to have unfair trade deals. They don't want global corporations to run our lives. They don't want big banks to be more important than real flesh and blood human beings. They don't believe that our whole country should be owned by the person with the biggest checkbook. And yet, they've now been forced to have a nominee who believes in all of those things. And so you know what we're going to say today? We're going to say, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're independent, whether you're unaffiliated, if you want to take the country in the right direction, vote for Donald Trump. If you want real change for real people with real hopes and dreams, then vote for Donald Trump. If you think that your vote matters more than Wall Street, vote for Donald Trump. If you think we've been too quick to rush into war, if you think we've been too quick to sign trade deals that sign away our sovereignty, if you think we've been too quick to listen to the big banks and the big special interests instead of working families, then we ask for your vote. So today is an important day. It's an important day because the curtain was lifted. Now people see that all the rhetoric about dethroning special interests, all the rhetoric about giving people control in the Democratic primary was all a big hoax. Because, folks, Hillary Clinton is the face of special interests in America. Hillary Clinton has devoted her career to empowering special interests at your expense. Hillary Clinton believes that the worth of a voter is measured by the size of their bank account. But all of us here today believe the worth of a voter is measured by what is in their heart, not what is in their bank. And we welcome into our party every decent person with a good heart who only wants to raise up the standard of living for their community, who only wants to raise up the standard of living for their children, who only wants to have a country where all people have a chance to get ahead. That is the heart and soul and essence of what democracy is all about. It's about empowering voters, whether they be laid-off factory workers, whether they be workers displaced by guest worker programs, whether they be people who have been left out to die because they can't get care at the VA. All decent people are entitled to a vote, they are entitled to representation, and folks, they are entitled to have a country that puts their needs first, and there is one man, and you know his name, who will guarantee that in our country, Americans always come first. And that man's name is Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump is going to promise every person in this country economic growth, opportunity, and fairness. He's going to promise every community in this country safety, security, and mobility. And he's going to promise every last person in this country that our social contract will be renewed, that once again, it won't matter how much money you have. It won't matter who you know. It won't matter where you live. It won't matter what color you are, what country your ancestors came from. All that will matter is that if you're an American citizen, your needs come before any other consideration. That is a message of unity. That is a message of togetherness. That is a message that will bring everyone closer together. And you've heard in recent days Mr. Trump talk in the aftermath of the horrible, heartbreaking, unimaginable tragedy in Dallas, that if he is president, he is going to make America safe again for all of us. He is going to make America safe again for every child, for every parent, for every mother, for every father, for everyone who wants to live in safety and peace. Donald J. Trump is going to fight for you. He is going to stand up for your right to live in security, to have all people be free from fear, to be free from violence, to be free from intimidation. That is what Donald J. Trump is promising. That is a message that can lift up all of our hearts, that can make us all proud to be part of this political process, to reject the politics of yesterday that tears people down and pulls us apart, and to embrace a new future in which we are all united by our common identity as United States citizens. So, with that, I will ask all of you, are you ready to stand strong and stand tall and elect Donald J. Trump? Are you ready to send a message to the special interests that this country still belongs to working people? Are you ready to deliver justice on behalf of every person who's been cut out of our political process? Are you ready to stand for the rule of law in America? Are you ready to stand for justice in America? Are you ready to stand for the rights of working people to get ahead in America? Will all of you today make that commitment to go that extra mile, to walk that extra foot, to find that extra measure of resolve, to deliver for America this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for change? Are you willing to do it? Then I'll ask you this last question, and I want you to shout so loud that every single financial and political elite who has ignored your pleas can ignore them no longer, because they'll know that change is coming. Is the state of Indiana prepared to deliver Donald J. Trump to the White House? Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the governor of the great state of Indiana, Mike Pence.
My fellow Hoosiers, we are 119 days away from a great victory in the United States of America when Indiana becomes the first state on the board to make Donald Trump the 45th President of the United States of America. You know, here in Indiana, we know that strong Republican leadership works. Different from our neighbors in Illinois, we have balanced budgets. We've cut taxes. We've made record investments in education and roads, and today there are more Hoosiers going to work than ever before in the 200-year history of the great state of Indiana. That's what Republican leadership gets you. And that's exactly the kind of no-nonsense leadership that Donald Trump is going to bring to the White House this November. You know, after 7.5 years of the failed policies of Barack Obama that have weakened America's place in the world and stifled our nation's economy, we're ready for a change in this state. We're ready to put a fighter, a builder, and a patriot in the Oval Office of the United States of America. We're ready for Donald Trump to be our next president. You know, Donald Trump understands the frustrations and the hopes of the American people like no other American leader in my lifetime since Ronald Reagan. The American people are tired. We're tired of being told. We're tired of being told this is as good as it gets. We're tired of hearing politicians in both political parties tell them that we'll get to it tomorrow while we pile a mountain range of debt on our children and grandchildren. And as Ronald Reagan said so eloquently so many years ago, we're tired of being told that a little intellectual elite in a far distant capital can plan our lives better for us than we can plan them for ourselves. Donald Trump gets it. Donald Trump hears the voice of the American people. He's been successful on Wall Street, but he's never turned his back on Main Street. He's never forgotten or forsaken the people who work with their hands, who grow the food, build our roads and bridges, tend to our sick, teach our kids, and protect our lives and our property. Donald Trump knows that the boundless potential of the American people awaits, and we can make America great again. So we must come together and elect this good man as our next president. But we must elect this strong leader for one more reason. Because Hillary Clinton must never become President of the United States of America. You know, I heard Bernie Sanders endorse Hillary Clinton today. I actually served in Congress with Bernie Sanders. And let me tell you, he's the nicest socialist I ever served with in Washington, D.C. You know, Hillary and her party have been sliding so far to Bernie's leftist agenda, it's hard to keep track of it. The truth of the matter is that I just have to tell you from my heart, after looking at the direction that their party has gone, farther and farther to the left, to paraphrase the director of the FBI, I think it would be extremely careless to elect Hillary Clinton as the next president of the United States. You know, we don't need a president who sees Obamacare as just a good start. We don't need a president who promises to put coal miners out of work and raise the utility rates of hardworking Americans. And as the proud father of a United States Marine, let me say from my heart, we don't need a president who took 13 hours to send help to Americans under fire and after 4 brave Americans fell, said, "What difference at this point does it make?" Anyone who said that, anyone who did that, should be disqualified from ever being Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States of America. So let me say, for the sake of our troops who deserve a Commander-in-Chief who will have their back, for the sake of hard-working Americans and businesses who deserve a president who will get Washington, D.C. off their back, and for the sake of a Supreme Court that will never turn its back on the God-given liberties of the American people, let us resolve here and now that from this day forward we will unite, we will stand together, we will not rest, we will not relent until we make this good man our next president. My fellow Hoosiers, I give you the next president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Wow. Wow. Whoa. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. All right, let's turn that music down. We want to get to business, right? Get to business. How's your governor doing, by the way? Good? Huh? I think so. I think so. I just want to thank all of the people of Indiana. You know, we had a great victory here not so long ago, and Indiana was the state that put me over the top. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Well, we have a lot of things to discuss, but we had some very bad news a few days ago, and you saw what happened. A lot of bad things are happening, and I was going to go through a whole litany of that, but we don't want to. We want to be upbeat. We want to be positive. We want to be strong, and we're going to be strong. We're going to be stronger than ever before. We're going to be greater than ever before. We're going to bring our jobs back. We're going to bring our military back. It's being depleted so badly. We're going to take care of our veterans, which we have to take care of. We're going to get rid of Obamacare, which is a disaster, and replace it with something terrific. We end Common Core. We bring our education back to the local communities, like this local community, where the people love their children and they want to see their children be well educated. So important. We're going to save our Second Amendment. We're going to save our Second Amendment. And it's under siege. You know, I wrote a few words today, and I think it's important that we go through it as a group. It's been a special place, and you're special people, and I know so many people tonight in the audience. And you're all over. Look at all those cameras up there, folks. Look at all those cameras. They don't stop. They don't stop. But I just wanted to say, I wrote this quickly, but it means it came right from the heart. And I have to say that our whole nation grieves and mourns for the loss of 5 heroes in Dallas, law enforcement. These were great, great people. Great people. We pray for their families. We pray for their loved ones. We pray for all the wounded survivors. We pray for our country. So important. The police are not just part of our society. Our police are the best of our society. Remember that. We have to remember that. They represent our highest ideals, our greatest values, and our most noble characteristics. When our police are attacked, our entire nation is attacked. Remember that. Remember that. So the message must be delivered clearly for all to hear. The hostility against our police has to end. And it has to end right now. And we have to stay together, and we have to be strong. We have to take care of everyone. The 2 people that were killed in Louisiana and Minnesota, it was tough. It was tough to watch. For everybody here, it was tough to watch. We have to figure it out. We have to figure out what's going on. Was it training? Was it something else? It could have been something else. We have to take care of everybody, and remember that. But we have to get to the bottom of things. We have to. But we can never, ever forget the hundreds of thousands of great deals and great things that our police all over the country do, and nobody recognizes them for what they do. And when there's a problem, as bad as these 2 situations were, and I personally think they were bad. I hated watching it. But as bad as they were, they get broadcast all over the world for days and days, and all of the good things which are magnified thousands of times, nobody talks about. So we have to remember, we have to cherish and take care of our police. If we don't, we don't have a country anymore. We have a country in chaos. And remember this, and I say it once, and I say it with love, and I say it with compassion, because I have love for our country, and I have great compassion for our people in our country. But I am the law and order candidate. We need law and order, and we need strength in this country. We don't have strength in our country. We have crooked Hillary Clinton, as crooked as you get. I mean, you saw that with the emails. It's a rigged system, folks. It's a rigged system. Just remember it. It's a rigged system. It's rigged in so many different ways. We're going to straighten it out. You can't even watch what happens. We had a young man who did nothing by comparison to what she did, and he warned his friends of a problem that was coming militarily, and they came down on him with a vengeance, and they let her go. 33,000 missing emails. They let her go. Lies all over the place, and they let her go. Think of it. It's a disgrace. So we're going to get on to other subjects, but I have to say, law enforcement has to remain with us. We have to take care of our police and our law enforcement officials. We're going to do it. We're going to continue to do it. We're going to remember that they do a fabulous job. We're going to remember they do a great job. And every once in a while, problems will happen. And we're going to take care of those problems. And they can be bad problems. But we are going to treat our police with respect. Remember that, okay? Now, I'm looking at different rates and different crimes, and you see the crime rate in large portions of our country is going way up. You look at certain inner cities and look at Chicago. Look at what's going on. Since President Obama became president, almost 5,000 killings in Chicago. And nobody talks about it. Well, we're going to start talking about it because we have to make this a safe country. And you know, I would say 2 weeks ago, a month ago, I wouldn't be saying these words. I was talking about the border. And I was talking about the wall, and we will build the wall. That I can tell you. I can tell you. Oh, we're going to build the wall. Don't worry about it. Are you ready? Who is going to pay for the wall? I don't hear you. Who's going to pay for the wall? And they will. Very much. They will. 100%. And you know what? They'll be happy to pay for the wall. We have a trade deficit with Mexico that you wouldn't believe. Billions and billions and billions of dollars a year. We're losing on the border. We're losing on trade. And when I was in the debates, and I'd mentioned this, people would come up that I was debating against. And they used to say, Donald, you're not really going to build a wall, are you? I say, absolutely. They say, but you can't build a wall. But I'm in the construction. You know how easy a wall is? A wall. We build 95-story buildings with bathrooms. That's tough construction, not a wall. Walls don't have bathrooms, and bathrooms are always tough. But we're going to have a very big, beautiful gate in that wall, big and beautiful. And that gate's going to be open, and it's going to be wide open for people to come into our country, but they're going to come into our country legally. They're going to come in legally.
And they're going to be people that love our country. They're not going to be people that hate our country. They're not going to be people that we don't know where they come from. They're not going to be people that come from the migration that don't have paperwork, that don't have passports, that we have no idea where they're from. We have no idea what their motives are. We're going to say, no, sorry, no, and we'll help. And in Syria, we'll build safe zones, and we'll get other people to put up the money, because we are going to owe very soon 20 trillion with a T. Nobody even knows what it means. We're going to own right now, can you believe this? $20 trillion. Soon going to $21 trillion. So we're going to get the Gulf states, who have so much money, folks, so much money, and we're going to get them to put up the money and others, and we're going to take care of people, and we're going to have compassion, but we can't allow them to come into our country. We have enough problems right now. You see what happened in Orlando. You see what happened in San Bernardino. We can't allow it to happen. So we're going to build safe zones. We're going to take care of people. We're going to have other people fund these safe zones. We're going to build up our military. We should have never been in Iraq. But once we went into Iraq, we should have never left the way we left. We left like fools. We went in, should have never happened. I didn't want to go from the beginning, and I have proof from the beginning. I didn't want Iraq. I said, you're going to destabilize the entire Middle East, and that's exactly what happened. But then we were there, losing thousands of lives, spending trillions and trillions of dollars. Probably in the Middle East, we're up to $4 trillion. And we're in worse shape now than we were 15 years ago before the whole deal started. Far worse, not even close. Far worse, far worse. So what we're going to do is we're going to start thinking smart. We're going to be smart again. We're going to make great military. And by the way, I said for years, we've got to keep the oil. I said, keep the oil. You leave, you keep the oil. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. I said it for years. Once we were in, I said, when we get out, it's going to be a disaster. But when we get out, we should have left some troops there. And I hate saying that, but we should have left some troops there. And it would have been better, certainly, than it is right now. Can't be any worse. But I always said, keep the oil. But we didn't keep the oil. So who has the oil right now? A lot of the oil is had by ISIS. And we created ISIS. And Hillary Clinton, through her incompetence, directly and indirectly created ISIS. And now she wants to get rid of it. She says, yes, we will fight ISIS. She's the one that created it. With stupidity. With stupid policy. Policy that's only going to get worse. She is the one that created it. And that's what's happened. And so now we have problems all over the place. We have our cities exploding. We have ISIS looking at us. And by the way, when our enemies all over the world, including our friends all over the world, look at what's happening to our country, where the other night you had 11, think of it, 11 cities potentially in a blow-up stage. Marches all over the United States. And tough marches. Anger. Hatred. Started by a maniac that some people asked for a moment of silence for him. For the killer. Okay? So when our enemies look at what's going on with our country, they see our deficits. They see we don't win anymore. We don't win. We don't win at anything. I always say when I was young, going to high school and going to college, and before then, we never lost. You know, United States, they said, had never lost a war. Now we never win. We don't win on trade. We don't win with our military. Our military is so depleted. Our military has fighter jets that are in use, flown by great, great American people that are so old, and they can't get parts for the fighter jets. These are people flying these jets now in combat. They can't get parts, so they go to the plane graveyards in the deserts. They go to museums where they have similar planes, and they strip the planes of parts to use for our fighter pilots to fly. This is what we've been reduced to. And I'll tell you something. Hillary Clinton is incompetent, okay? The greatest single thing, in my opinion, that she's ever done is to get out of the email problem. I think it's incredible. She did a great job on that. I think it's her greatest achievement. I think when they look back on Hillary Clinton, they will say the greatest achievement of Hillary Clinton was getting out of this problem with emails. Nobody could have gotten it. Houdini couldn't have gotten out. She was so guilty. I have a list. Look, page after page of the lies. Page after page, the lies. All over. Look at this. Page. Look, I don't want to read it to you. The press would say, you should spend your entire speech talking about Hillary Clinton and the emails. I don't want to talk about it. You know what? It was all lies, folks. I don't have to go through and bore everybody. It was so horrible. It was so disgusting. It was so outrageous. You look at General Petraeus. Look what happened to him for a tiny fraction of what crooked Hillary did. You look at other people for a tiny fraction, look at what happened to them. So I just tell you this. We have a candidate on the other side who, if she ever gets elected, it will be 4 more disgusting years of Obama. It will be 4 more years of weakness. It'll be 4 more years of civil unrest. It will be 4 more years of not winning with our military and not winning against ISIS. They don't have a clue how to beat ISIS. They don't have a clue. But it'll be 4 more years of Obama and Obamacare and all of these things that don't work. Except I think actually it will be worse. Today I see Bernie Sanders gave her this very, sort of strange endorsement. I want to tell you, a lot of Bernie Sanders people are so upset about it, they're going to be voting for Trump. I really believe that. They're going to be voting for Trump. They're going to be voting for Trump because the one thing that Bernie Sanders and I have in common was trade. Now, he can't do anything about it. He just knew it was bad. I know how to fix it. Because I am in favor of free trade. A lot of people say I'm an isolationist, okay? Of course, when you're losing $800 billion a year on trade deficits, maybe that's not the worst thing, but we're going to straighten it out. I believe in open borders for trade. I believe in free trade. The problem we have is that virtually every single country that deals with us are far sharper and far better. They have their best negotiators. We have people that are political hacks negotiating for us. We have people that don't know what they're doing. I have the greatest businessmen in the world that have endorsed me, including people like Carl Icahn, great businessman. We have some of the greatest negotiators, maybe the greatest negotiators in the world. We don't use them. We use political hacks. We have people in there that got in for politics. You can look at the biggest companies in the world, and it's small potatoes. It's peanuts compared to some of these massive trade deals. And we have people that should never be negotiating trade deals. Just like we have Secretary of State Kerry negotiating with Iran, and what they did to him and you, because he has no idea what the hell he was doing and what he gave away, Israel is in serious jeopardy. Frankly, we're in serious jeopardy, and we made a power out of Iran. We made a power. Number one, we should have never gone in and negotiated that deal until we got our hostages back. Ever. Ever. We should have never, ever gone in. And what you say is, folks, we have to get them back. And if you don't want to give them back, you leave the meeting. You leave the meeting, and you double up your sanctions. You would have had them back within 24 hours. I guarantee you that. But we didn't do that. We never left any meeting. I kept waiting for the whole delegation. I kept waiting for them to leave, to get up and leave. I used to say, get up and leave. Perfect. Get up. We didn't win anything. The only time that Kerry left was at 73 years old to go into a bicycle race where he fell and broke his leg, right? And I always tell people, I promise you, I will never enter a bicycle race when I'm in the midst of an important nuclear negotiation. I promise. I promise. But when you look at it, number one, we should have gotten them back. And the other thing, we should have never given them back the $150 billion. And I would have said very nicely, my father used to think I was a little bit rough. And he used to go, easy, son. Son, take it nice and easy. You got to take the lumps out. He had an expression, good father. We all had great fathers, I hope. I had a good father. But I learned a lot. He said, and he'd go like this with his hand. He said, you got to take the lumps out. Take the lumps, easy, nice and easy. Take the lumps out. You're a little too rough. What do you mean, Pop? You're a little too rough. And over the years, I think I've learned that. Made great deals. Built a great company. Took advantage of every single thing you can because you're working for yourself. You're working for your family. You're working for your employees. Took advantage of every law. Some of these are the dumbest laws I've ever seen. Some of these laws are so stupid, but, you take advantage of them. You're like a business person, right? Got to take advantage of them because you're really representing your employees, your company, your family. But my father would say, take the lumps out. So here's what I would have said on the 150. In the old days, when I was young, I'd say, we're not paying you back the $150 billion. You're not getting it. And there'd be a lot of hard feeling, right, in the room. It'd take a while. They'd still come back. Don't worry about it. Because they need us. They need us. And then I would have left, and he'll go with the sanctions. I would have done two things. Number one, hostages before we start uttering the first word. But number two, and how long were those hostages there? That negotiation took forever. And we didn't win a point. We lost everything. They're going to be a nuclear power. They're rich. They're powerful. How about Yemen? They're fighting on the other side of Yemen. We're fighting. They're fighting. I said, why didn't they make the deal to get out of Yemen? And Kerry said, because he didn't want to complicate the negotiations. Give me a break. Now, can you believe we're fighting each other? We're talking about one thing. They don't want to bring something else. It's too complicated. These are amateurs. But my father would say, take the lumps out. So here's what I would have said. Number one, we'd now be negotiating because our prisoners would have been back years ago. Years ago. I would have said, fellas, look, here's the story. Here's the story. We have a problem. Our country's flat broke. We owe $19 trillion, going to be 20 now with the omnibus budget, going to be $21 trillion very soon. I want to give you the money back. I really do. We don't have it, I'm sorry. They would have gone nuts. They would have said, what do you mean you got to give us the money? I said, no, we want to. We don't have it. I want to so badly. We love you. You're such great people, such nice people, so kind. Take a look at what they do to their hostages and their prisoners. You'll find out about tough people. Great negotiators. Persians, great negotiators. I would have said, remember, nice and easy. I would have rather done it my way, but I respected my father. So I would have said, we don't have the money, can't do it. They would have left, we would have left. We would have been back in 2 weeks, okay? We would have saved $150 billion. So those two things. We would have had our hostages back. We would have saved $150 billion. Now they're so rich. They're buying airliners. They're buying everything. They're buying probably nuclear weapons. We just don't know about it, okay? What the hell do they have to do nuclear weapons? You know, we're worried about them making nuclear weapons. They'll buy them. They've got the money. They made such fools out of us. Folks, those days are over. They're over. They're over. I call Obama the 5-for-1 president. So we have a traitor named Sergeant Bergdahl. So Sergeant Bergdahl thinks he likes their way of life, obviously. Oh, they have a wonderful way of life. So one day he leaves. We lose 5 and maybe 6, but 5 at least people looking for him. They were killed. They were killed by the enemy. They go out there looking for him. They knew he left. Everybody with him knew he left because he was all whacked out and a believer in them, not us. So they knew he left. So knowing that, in fact, they had a colonel and I believe a general talking to the people that knew him. And they told the colonel and the general that he left. He deserted. Remember the old days, a deserter, what happened? Bang. 20 years ago, it was bang, but slowly. 10 years ago, it was long prison. Today, they're probably talking about nothing. That's where we've come. But I call him the 5-for-1. So we get Bergdahl, right? A traitor. They get 5 of the most vicious killers that they have, that they've been after for 9 years, to get them out. And they bring them and they're back on the battlefield trying to kill everybody, including us. This stuff is going to stop, folks. And Gitmo, we're not closing Gitmo. We're going to fill it up. We're not closing Gitmo. We're not closing Gitmo. And I see Hillary Clinton said, I do not like Donald Trump's tone. Look, here's the story. I think I have a great temperament. She uses the word temperament, but I loved when she used the word tone. I do not like Donald Trump's tone. They're chopping off heads of Christians and anybody else that gets in their way, chopping heads off. We haven't seen that since medieval times, right? You read the history books. That's they chopped off heads. Well, they're chopping off heads. They're drowning people in steel cages by the dozens at a time. And she says, we don't like his tone. Let me tell you, folks, it's time for a tough tone. We've had enough. We've had enough. We've had enough. We've had enough. So we're going to do things the smart way. I remember during the debate, they asked one of the folks on the debate stage, who's becoming friendlier and friendlier by the day with me, which some of the people are recovering. It was, I'll tell you what, they say it was the nastiest primary that anybody has seen. They say the nastiest in recorded history. Who knew what went on before recorded? But it was pretty nasty. And some of the folks, I saw one yesterday, I will not even mention names because I want to be friends with everybody, right? I'm going to be friends with them. Except for the real enemy. But they'll sign a document, right? It's called the pledge. I pledge, I swear I pledge that if I don't make it, I'm going to support the nominee of the party. It doesn't say subject to change, subject to the weather, subject to the sun doesn't come up. No, it said, I pledge. And for that pledge, they got access to millions of dollars worth of material from the Republican National Committee, the RNC. Reince Priebus, a great guy. By the way, great guy. He's doing a great job. Got to tell you. Reince Priebus, doing a great job. And if he wasn't, I'd tell you. And if he doesn't over the next 4 or 5 weeks, I'll tell you, but he is. He's a good man. And his whole staff is doing a great job. But they got access. So they signed a pledge that they will support. Now, I don't want their support. It won't mean one vote other than perhaps their family. It doesn't mean anything. But
I signed the pledge too, and everybody wanted to sign the pledge. And the reason they signed the pledge was to get me to sign it. I signed it, I would have honored it. I just say people should honor pledges. People should honor documents when they sign them. You know, not a big deal, not a big deal, but they should honor them. So here's the story, folks. We're losing our country. We're like a piece of Swiss cheese at the borders. That's going to end. You know, the Border Patrol agents, 16,500, first time in history that they did this. They've never done this before. 16,500 Border Patrol agents have endorsed Donald Trump. They know better than anybody what's going on at the border. And by the way, if and when we win, it's we. I'm just a messenger, folks. I'm telling a message of common sense. I'm telling a message of strength. But I'm your messenger. And I'm doing a good job as a messenger. I mean, you know, in all fairness. But 16,500 Border Patrol agents endorsed Donald Trump. If they didn't, their job's much easier. What they do now is they stand there, beautiful equipment, great people. People walk right by them. That's an easy job. They can't stand it because they don't like what's coming into our country. They want to do their job. With me, they're going to be working really hard. And I said to them when they called me to tell me about the endorsement, never done it before. They've never endorsed a presidential candidate before. 16,500 great, great people. And I said to them, so let me tell you, I want to ask you this question. How important is the wall? They said, Mr. Trump, the wall is vital. I don't know what I would have done if they said it's not important. I would have had to say, I guess we're not building it because I respect these people. They know better than anybody. They know a hell of a lot better than the consultants and all these people that are making millions of dollars that don't have a clue. Who's better at that? I said, how important is the wall? Mr. Trump, never forget the answer. The wall is vital. It's vital. Very important. Very important. They actually said it's a tool toward real security, an important tool. And then I spoke with Sheriff Joe Arpaio from Arizona, and he called me out of the blue, and I've read about Sheriff Joe. I mean, he knows borders, right? Amazing guy. Tough guy, but he's an amazing guy. And he said, Mr. Trump, I just want you to know that I'm endorsing you because you know more about this stuff than anybody. You know more about this stuff than people doing it for 25 years. You get it. You know what's happening. I'm endorsing you. And he's actually a quality person. He's a tough guy, but he's a quality person. He gets the job done. Amazing. So I know about that. And when it was coming time for the wall, I'll never forget Vicente Fox, your former president, on one of the major networks, used the F-bomb. Remember it? I told the story a couple of times. He said, we will not pay for the F-bomb wall. I said, oh, he's dead. Hey, can you imagine? It's going to be headlines tomorrow. He used it on live television. I said, oh, I feel so badly for the guy. Now, in one way, I was happy because he used to say, we'll never build the wall. Now he's saying we'll never pay for the wall. So we made a lot of progress. At least he's now admitting it's going to get built. Right? And he seemed like a nice guy, but he got a little bit rough. We will never pay for the F-bomb wall. I said, oh, the poor guy, he's going to get killed tomorrow in the papers. Nobody mentioned it. Can you imagine if I threw out the F-bomb? I think it would be the electric chair, right? Would it be electric chair? Now, the press, I have to tell you, those people back there, I will tell you this. Not all of them, but many of them, are the most dishonest human beings on earth. They are the most dishonest human beings on earth. I've had days that are so good, and then you wake up the next morning and you say, man, did they take that? I won't even say what things, I could go one after another. And we don't make a lot of mistakes, all of us. We don't make mistakes. But what they do is they'll take a sentence and they'll make it much different than what you said, much different from what you meant. And all of a sudden they'll say, Donald Trump had a bad week.
because he said something perfect. Perfect. Okay? Perfect. I'm telling you, folks, and I tell it all the time, because as a Republican and as a Republican conservative, we are at a tremendous disadvantage. You look at the way they treat crooked Hillary. You take a look at this compared to the way they treat other people or the way they treat me. They are some of the worst human beings on earth. I really mean it. I really mean it. You know, where are my protesters? I want some protesters. You know, look at this room. The governor just said he's never seen a room like this in Indiana with this many people. He's never seen anything like it. Look at this thing. This is where your football team, look at the ceilings. Everything's nice. Let's see, well, my high. You know, I always talk about the wall's going to be real high, but that's really high up there. That's a big one. But they don't see crowds like this. We have crowds like this everywhere, no matter where we go. And every time I go home, my wife said, "How was the crowd?" And I always say, "Didn't you see it? They keep those cameras on my face. They never take the cameras off my face because they don't want people." I wish they'd turn those cameras over here. Take a look at this crowd. Take a look at this crowd. Look, the cameras aren't moving. They're really dishonest. I really mean this. They are so dishonest. That's why I love my protesters, because the only time they move the cameras are when we have a protest. If somebody were up there screaming or shouting, the cameras, which I used to think were in a fixed position, I said maybe mechanically they can't move. But when we have a protester, they turn and they're like a pretzel all over the wah. Through the cameraman's legs, up around his ankles. You never saw cameras move like this. The fact is that you have to know what you're getting. And the system is wonderful in many ways, but really bad in others. And one of the worst aspects of our system is the dishonest press. The dishonest media. It's one of the worst things. I really mean it. They write and say things that are disgraceful. So, and I like to say, you know why? Because when people see things or read things or hear things, they'll say, I'll tell you what, one of the most incredible, people said, "What have you learned?" I said, you know what I've learned? How smart the people are. Because their rating is so low, they're so thought of so badly, it's like how smart the people were. And I'll say this. Various anchors, some of whom truly dislike Donald Trump, have said, what's happened to us, I'm messenger, you're the important ones in this whole thing. But what happened to us is one of the greatest political phenomena they've ever seen in this country, in the history of the country. I didn't even know that. Bill O'Reilly, of course, I'm on his show tonight, so if you get home, you'll see the second edition. But Bill O'Reilly said, the single greatest political phenomena that he's seen in his lifetime. Now, he's a pro, smart guy, tough. But the single greatest political phenomena that he's seen in his lifetime is Donald Trump and all of us, the whole thing. We've been on the cover of Time magazine. We've been on the cover of Time magazine so much that it becomes routine. In fact, they just told me, "Mr. Trump, sir, you're on the cover of Time magazine again this week." I said, "All right." You know, in the old days, I'd say, "Wow, that's a big deal." Now it's like, "Really? That's good. That's all right." You're on the cover of Time magazine. I'm not on the cover of Time magazine. You're on the cover. Just remember that. So we have a lot of things that are taking place. We have a bad enemy. We have an enemy that's dishonest. We have a press that's dishonest. We have a group of people that want to get elected who have a rigged system and who have really rigged the system to a large extent. They've really rigged the system. I mean, say what you want about Bernie Sanders, but those superdelegates, That was worse than what happened with us. And frankly, the only reason I could win is we won in such landslides all over the place, including Indiana. What a landslide that was. And we love Bobby Knight. Do we love Bobby Knight? Oh, that Bobby Knight. I love my Bobby Knight. We had so many coaches, Gene and Digger and Bobby, and we had so many coaches. Lou Holtz. We had so many coaches that came out in our favor. I do well with coaches, I'll tell you. But the coaches like me. But Bobby was out here working really hard, and I could see it right at the beginning. This was going to be the watershed. We weren't going to. But Bobby came out, and I came out, and we went to arenas. You've never seen so many people. A lot of you were at those arenas. But it's been amazing. So here's the story, folks. We've got to stop 4 more years of Obama. We've got to stop Hillary Clinton, who's as crooked as they come. We've got to bring our country back. We have to make great trade deals again. We're going to make deals that bring our jobs back. And we're going to get along great with these countries. And we're going to trade with these countries. I am not an isolationist. I'm a free trader. But I'm a free trader to make great deals, not to make horrible deals. One of the people standing right there said to me, Mr. Trump, are you an isolationist? And Mr. Trump, I said, no. He says, Mr. Trump, well, what's your definition of trade? I says, very simple. Very simple. I know free, I know fair, I know every form of trade known to mankind, okay? Here's my definition of trade. My definition of trade is that I want to make great deals for the American people. You can call it whatever the hell you want, okay? And we're going to. We're going to bring our jobs back. We're going to bring our manufacturing back. You look at what's happened to the manufacturing since Bill Clinton signed probably the worst deal economically in the history of our country, NAFTA. That deal was signed by Bill Clinton. You look at areas even from here, but you look at places like New England and New York State and Pennsylvania, great state. We're leading in Pennsylvania, by the way. Just came out. I hear we're leading in Florida. I hear we're leading in Ohio. I hear we're leading all over the place. And the Rasmussen poll just came out. We're leading nationally. But we have a long way to go. And we're dealing with a dishonest system. We're dealing with a crooked system. We're dealing with a rigged system. So we got a long way to go, folks. And we don't want anybody to take it away from us. And when this person said to me, by the way, what you've done has never been done before. Congratulations. It doesn't even matter if you win or lose the election. What you've done has never been done before. Winning all the primaries, beating great professionals, and they're very talented people, beating these. It's never been done before. You'll go down in the history books, Mr. Trump. I said, do me a favor. Don't even tell me about it. Because if I don't win the next one, I will consider it a big, fat waste of time and $55 million I put up, and I'm still putting up a lot more. Now, we raised $51 million last month, and we started toward the middle of the month, and everyone was shocked. And much of that money came in small donations, like $71 average or something like that. And I put up millions, but I did it like I want to incentivize people. I want people to realize that I'm raising money for the Republican Party and the RNC. That's what we want to do. Because we want to keep our majority. We want to keep our House. We want to keep our Senate. Because I'll tell you what, if we can do that and we have Trump as president, we are going to be able to do things that are going to be so great for our country. Going to be amazing. You know, we're one of the highest taxed nations in the world. And yet, in going around and meeting with people, small business people, big business people, if they had their chance and if they had their choice, they would rather get rid of rules and regulate. We have the worst regulations anywhere in the world. They actually would rather pay more tax, which is surprising, and get rid of these regulations that are choking everybody. People can't run their businesses. So we're going to turn things around. We're going to turn them around fast. We're not going to lose Carrier air conditioning from Indianapolis. You know that deal very well. Those people have followed me all over the place. 1,400 people out of jobs viciously. They're moving to Mexico. Any of the Carrier folks in this room? Because we have a lot of, look at that. Why are you in the back row? You should be in the front row. But we had, during the season, we had so many of them that follow us around. They felt so badly. We're not going to let that happen. When people and countries take our companies and take our jobs, there are going to be consequences. They're not going to take them because we're not going to let Carrier come in, make air conditioners in Mexico, sell the air conditioners to us across a very strong border now without consequence. And when we explain to the heads of Carrier that here's the story, either stay or if you want to go to Mexico, we wish you a lot of luck. But when you sell your air conditioners, you're going to pay a 35% tax as those air conditioners cross the border. And you know what's going to happen? They're not going to move. They're not going to move. This government was thinking about low-interest loans, zero-interest loans, all sorts of ways how to keep our companies. You don't need that. They don't need money. They're making plenty of money. But we're not going to let them just take our companies out, fire everybody. These are people with Carrier for many, many years. We're not going to let it happen. And we're going to have a country that's so smart again. So here's the story, folks. We don't win anymore. We're going to start winning. We're going to win with our military. We're going to kick the hell out of ISIS. We have to end it. We have no choice. We're going to take care of our vets. So important. Our vets are being treated so badly. I have such great veteran support. We're going to take care of our veterans. We're going to have strong borders. We're going to have the wall. Oh, that wall is going to be as beautiful as a wall can be. Somebody said, Mr. Trump, sir, they're going to call it the Trump wall. I said, well, then I better build it big and beautiful, right? No, I don't want that. But we need great borders. Because without borders, we don't have a country. We're going to make great trade deals. Our jobs are going to come back. We're going to make a lot of money on trade. Right now, we lose all of this money. You look at Japan, the biggest ships you've ever seen floating in. I was in Los Angeles. They float in these massive, massive ships loaded up with cars. And the cars are pouring just like, NASCAR. I love NASCAR. I love Brian France. He endorsed me from NASCAR, right? NASCAR. It's like NASCAR drivers. King Richard endorsed me. A lot of the guys endorsed me. Richard Petty. They come in, they're pouring off these boats. We send them wheat. We send them beef. And when it gets there, they don't even want it. They send it back. You want to see trade imbalance. Take a look at the imbalance we have with Japan. It's going to end, folks. We're going to have smart people now. We're going to make great deals. We're going to make fair deals. We're going to get along great with Japan. We're going to get along we're going to get along better with these countries, and they're going to treat us fairly. And we have all the cards. Just remember that. We're the piggy bank. But they're going to break our piggy bank very soon. But with the piggy bank, they take the money out. We have rebuilt China. The money they've taken out of this country. They have trains that we can only dream about. They have highways that we can only dream about. Places outside of this country in the Middle East, different places, have airports that we can only dream about. We used to be at the top. Now we're like a third world country. So here's what I say. We're going to start winning again. We're going to win so much. You're going to be so proud of your country. We're going to win so much. You're going to be so happy. You're going to have your jobs back. You're going to have your pride back. I often joke, you'll be calling up Mike Pence. I don't know whether he's going to be your governor or your vice president. Who the hell knows? But you're going to call up, good man, but you're going to call him and you're going to either say governor or vice president. Sir, please, please speak to Mr. Trump. We're winning too much. We, the people of Indiana, cannot stand all of these victories. We can't take it. We're not used to it. Please, we're winning with our military. We're going to beat ISIS. We're winning on trade. We're winning at the border. We're stopping drugs from pouring in. We're winning on education. We're winning with our Second Amendment. Please, please, Mike, help us. We're winning too much. And Mike will come to see me. Say, Mr. President, sir, they're winning too much. The people of Indiana can't stand it. I say, Mike, go back and tell them we're not changing a damn thing. We're going to keep winning. And we're going to win at every level. And we are going to make America so great again. We're going to make America greater than ever before. I love you, Indiana. Thank you for all your help. You're really special people. Thank you. We love you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, that was Donald Trump. We are going to take a little break here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We got to reset our stream. We will be back with you in about 45 minutes.